Nothing changed outside. Someday, at my day, I will change my life. People, it doesn't matter where you go. Don't stop for me. People, this is the place where I follow. Here
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top.
I'm on point, dude. Gen.G, you want Nino?
Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger, let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back!
Hold car, we're down.
That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving backline.
No, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my god! Ah! Go to world! Did you see that?
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Hello and welcome everyone to the 2025 OWCS opening weekend. I'm Zoe, here to keep you company throughout the day whenever we don't find ourselves in a game. Or perhaps you guys are keeping me company because Jake and Johnny have abandoned the desk to make it big as casters. So good luck, friends. Sidebar, you're dead to me. Joking, not joking, I don't know. But that's not the only thing that is new. Let's talk about 2025 and all the things we have in store for you. We got hero bans, we got promotion and relegation matches for each and every stage. That's right, not at the end of the season. After every stage, those teams have to fight for their lives. Very dramatic. And of course, we do have the almighty drops. Speaking of which, here they are. You can get all those in-game goodies by just watching. And once again, all you have to do is connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account, and then you can collect them all. Couldn't be easier than that. Speaking of things that are easy and simple, let's talk about our schedule. It's 3 stages, 3 live events, super simple stuff, but difficult for our players who are trying to make it through, because they started with a Swiss Open bracket, or Open qualifier rather, where the top 16 teams advanced to our double elimination bracket, and from there the top 5 teams conquered the competition. They then qualified to compete in the next phase, and that brings us to where we're at right now, the regular season. Our 5 qualified teams and our 3 partner teams will be battling it out in a round robin format for the next 6 weeks. And the top 6 teams at the end will then advance to the playoffs, while our bottom 2 teams, as I said before, will drop down to relegation matches where they'll have to fight for their spot in OWCS. And mind you, those bottom 2 teams, they could be partner teams which have to fight their way back up into the OWCS major leagues. Now, the top 2 teams from each of our 4 regions will make it out of the playoffs and secure their spot at our prestigious live events where they'll be facing off against the best of the best for a ton of prize money. And these are our locations. Super excited to see that we will be spread all around the globe this year. We'll be bringing you the biggest Overwatch matches from China, Esports World Cup in Riyadh, and of course we're gonna run it back, DreamHack Stockholm. We had such a great time, so we're just gonna do the whole thing over there again. But we've got a long way to go before we get to our first LAN event. So let's roll it back a little bit and talk about the qualifiers and what went down there. And I wouldn't want to do that alone. No, I brought in my expert, real experts, not like Johnny and Jake. No, I got Jack and Rose joining me for this one. How you guys doing? Off season is over. We are back.
I'm glad the first like few paragraphs of you introing 2025 is, yeah, Johnny and Jake are dead to me. That is
You gotta start on the right note.
Yeah, you got to start off on the right foot. No, it's it's super sick to be back. And that first stage as well, going all the way to China, Chinese Overwatch is so back. We're so back. Shui Sai are gonna dominate over there. So yeah, I'm super pumped.
So excited to be back as well. Already seeing things off to such a strong start in OWCS Korea and can't wait to kick things off for EMEA with you guys.
Let's talk about the teams a little bit here. Jack, starting with you, was there any particular EMEA team that stood out or maybe a player that you're going to keep your eyes on?
Yeah, Al-Qadsiah actually was a team through the open qualifiers that I had my eye on. Just looking at the name value of the team, looking pretty good, honestly. A couple of smaller unknowns there on the squad, but surrounded by a lot of veteran presence on the team. Of course, we've seen Labda, Checkmate, Landon before. Checkmate and Landon, very veteran presence. Tread kind of working his way up into that tier as well, the British tank player. It's an interesting squad. Not sure how they're going to do against teams like Gen.G and Ultimates and stuff, but I think there's a real chance for them to upset some of the big dogs.
It's such an interesting mashup of players. I'm very interested to see how they will be performing. Rose, who piqued your interest? Which team you want to talk about?
Well. I'm so glad that Jack brought up the Ultimates because I think this is a team that everybody has to have their eyes on. It feels like a super team made up of some of the best pieces from the EMEA Space Station, ENCE, and just all of the teams across EMEA OWCS. You've got the DPS duo, Kai and Kevster. You know that they're going to be bringing the big guns to this roster. They have so much flexibility in their tank lineup with Chase and KSA, and then that backline is stellar. You've got Twilight and Faith that are coming in from OWCS Korea, and you also have Sky, the best Ana in EMEA, that's going to be such a big backbone for the team. Yeah, like, we're so back, Jack. We are so back.
I was so happy
so
to see
are a lot
Twilight.
of players. So let's actually take a look at our 8 EMEA teams that we will be following for the next few weeks. Again, so many well-known players in all of these squads. The top squads you're seeing in your list right now are the partner teams. So that's Virtus.Pro, Twisted Minds, and Gen.G. They did not have to fight their way through the qualifiers. They're just here, man.
They're just here. They're ready to square up against Ultimate. Ultimates could be, and what we kind of talked about on a podcast the other day was like, they could just be number 1 in this region, despite the star-studded rosters of Gen.G, Twisted Minds, and Virtus.Pro. That top 4 position for EMEA is unbelievably competitive.
That's right. It's gonna be a gauntlet, man. I can't wait. We haven't seen, as I said, the partner teams just yet. So Rose was skeptic, cautious. What would you call it?
Yeah, I think I'm a little sus about making a prediction on any of these teams because we haven't had a chance to see them in the Swiss stages. It's not like we have the same litmus test as the Ultimates, who were able to go undefeated in Swiss as well as that double elimination bracket, only dropping 4 maps, by the way. So there's a lot of actual good evidence to back up Jack's claim that this could very well be the first place team. The same can't be said for our partner teams because we just haven't seen them in those official matches yet. And also, how much can you really rely on Scrimbucks? Like, Only so much value.
None at all. No value in Scrimbox. Like, toss them out. That's it's a really good point, and definitely something that we have to reevaluate after we get a first look at those teams. We've got even more new and exciting stuff for you as well in 2025. Here it comes. Hero bands. That's right. I said what I said. Let's go over how they will work in OWCS. Hero bands occur before each map during the match draft, and individual roles cannot be banned twice in a map. Keep that in mind. That's a really important point, because that basically means that if you're banning first, that's a really good way to protect other heroes in that role. So lots of 10D chess being played. Yeah, that's a thing. Where was I? Yeah, right. Individual hero can only be banned once per team in a series. So if you're banning first, you can ban that Ana, but then in the next map, on the second map, the other team can ban Ana also, but that's it for the Ana bans, right? So basically a hero can be banned once, twice, or 0 times in a series. It's pretty straightforward. Are you guys excited to see hero bans in the mix for these upcoming matches?
Yeah, it's been really cool actually seeing Korea and Japan and how they've kind of tackled the hero bans. A lot of the time they are banning like Gen.G twice in a series, 1 on each side. A lot of Ana bans as well, though she did just get a nerf, which was needed. Trust me, I love playing Ana as much as the next support player, but Ana was, and it still is pretty powerful. We've seen a lot of different like support bans over on that side of the table as well in Korea and Japan. We've seen a ton of like Lucio bans, Juno and Kiriko, and the amalgamation of backlines right now, it just means you have to be very flexible in your team.
Yeah, you really do. And it's been exciting to see how these teams are actually making those big changes in order to make sure, like, do we actually have the most flexible people in these roles? You have to be able to set your player lineup with the intention of knowing we might just actually have somebody have one of their best heroes completely banned out for this map. And so a lot of thought process going into these teams, and it really does bring a high level of skill expression from not just the players, but also the coaches that we have as the masterminds of these teams.
I was about to say just that, because that's a beautiful transition into our first match of the day, because it's not just the starting 5 which are stacked. No, those benches with the coaches on it are stacked as well. Let's talk about Gen.G versus Virtus.Pro. We're going to see both these two partner teams in action for the very first time. Starting with Gen.G, obviously super solid roster, so much name value on this squad, Jack.
Yeah, 100%. And I like the fact they brought other coaches, because it is Gen.G versus Virtus.Pro, but it is also Krusty versus Smash.
So good.
Yeah, exactly. San Francisco shot Krusty and Gladiators Smash. They've been at each other's throats throughout the entirety of the Overwatch League, so I'm excited to see them kind of clashing heads again. They played against each other in World Cup as well. Yeah, it's going to be a good time. And Gen.G especially, their roster is stacked. Top Dragon, funnily enough, actually started his like pro career on one of the Gen.G teams back in like 2018. It was Gen.G A and Gen.G B, which played in the Career Cups back in the day, which was kind of a tier 3 like esports Overwatch competition that basically led a lot of teams just to build up little farms of players and then promote them to their Overwatch League teams. Of course, this is the post that they released on socials the other day. Top Dragon, Mag is there as well. It's his time, guys. It's his year. We've been saying that since 2020. But I think Mag has improved year on year. Sauna too, a ex-Overwatch League star for the Florida Mayhem. Kanel and Crispy too have been very solid in EMEA. This is an exciting squad, and I think Top Dragon and Sauna are really going to start blowing people out of the water. This is a scary DPS line.
Guys, let me start some drama here. Looking at the backline, Kanel going up against his former support duo, Gala. Can we start something here, Necra? Is there something?
We're gonna
Can we
start
work with this?
Even though it might not be real beef, we're gonna make it real beef between these two teams. Well, there's just something special about support players playing with each other for so long. You can tell that every single support duo that has had that experience together always has each other's back. And so I wonder if there is maybe a little bit of secret sauce that we're gonna see either of these support players actually pull out, be like, I know my old support duo's tendencies, and maybe I can use that against them in this official match. But you can't just look at the support players, because the rest of the Virtus.Pro roster is just as stacked. When I take a look at Gala having so much flexibility and just the number of support heroes that they can play, I think that ends up being a great just backbone for the rest of this roster. When you see Shockwave, Jwoo is a little bit more of like a newer DPS player that comes into this roster as one of the imports, but you also have Fixa, who's from the Philadelphia Fusion and the Seoul Infernal, and also came from one of the best teams in OWCS Korea last year on Poker Face, and the rest of the roster just running out with some incredible talent. Vastola, the tank player from ENTS in the 2024 season, also comes in with just so much experience and some really great communication for the team. This is going to be a great match. I cannot wait to see what's going to happen.
Same. And I will be running with there can only be one Spaniard dominating in the backlines for this one. I love that the duos are like so many teams have been split up and like they're everywhere now. They changed regions, coaches as well, right? So you have the two California coaches, and like, it was really crazy. Yeah, so I'm just hyped about that. And I know our community is as well. Let's take a look at their predictions. But first, actually, let's talk about our predictions. I have to give this one to Gen.G, but that's just because I just absolutely hate voting against Krusty. It's just, that's hard. It's always hard.
He does have the best skincare routine in the game, so yeah, I also went with Gen.G.
Is that a fact?
I'm pretty sure it is. Him and the rest of the team, especially against a more untested DPS in Jwoo, I think I think Top Dragon has the edge. I think Sora has the edge over the squad, but it is anybody's game. But the audience seemed to think opposite. I mean, maybe 50-50. It was like 52-48. They're pretty split there as well.
That is exactly how I felt having to do predictions for this one. I'm going to go back to what I said before. It's kind of sus to have to make a prediction on teams that we haven't actually seen in an official match just yet, but I still went with Gen.G as my prediction. I think you're absolutely right about it, Jack. Jwoo is just a little bit more green when it comes down to his DPS play, and so maybe the veterancy of the Gen.G roster, alongside the fact that you've got Krusty's big brain in the mix, it will bring them the win today.
I'm excited to see how this one is gonna play out. So for our map set and also for our first round of hero bans, Rose, Jack, please take it away.
Thank you very much. So yes, hero bans, Rose. We're finally here. We're banning heroes, making it a little bit more spicy and a little bit more work on the coaches' side of things as well. So having someone like Smash, having someone like Krusty, Gasaurus, etc., some of the most legendary coaches in the game, is really going to help a lot of the teams find their footing. We're probably going to be seeing, like we have done in Korea and Japan, a lot of the same bans going throughout the series, and even maybe a sprinkling of like a mercy ban here and there, just to kind of protect one of your picks as well for one of your strategies on a certain map. Because if you do end up banning a support, then you're like, hey, I want to play Lucio, we want to play Lucio Juno here, let's ban Mercy so they can't ban one of those support characters. You kind of lock yourself into that kind of comp, which is really nice for a team that maybe only has a couple of different showings here, little varieties in terms of comps. But let's have a look at the map pool here for stage one as well. Control, push, escort, then hybrid / flashpoint. Losers pick, as we've done for quite some time now. So we're not going to be seeing any clash here. And the hybrid and flashpoint map pool, Rose, there's only one flashpoint here. It is Suravasa. And we're seeing the reworked Numbani in the pool as well, which is nice to see. I haven't seen Numbani in a long, long time.
Yeah, I can't wait to see Numbani get some play. I really hope that teams will decide to maybe flex onto that map a little bit more. But I take a look at this map pool and I go, well, how would you pick Numbani or Suravasa if you see Blizzard World and Eichenwald on this hybrid and flashpoint pool?
Yeah, that seems like an obvious point to me. But then again, like if you have an unconventional strat that you want to run, or you want to run like hard dive, maybe Numbani is the place for you.
True.
Let's have a look where VP are going to go though. They have chosen Samoa with a ban of Doomfist for Virtus.Pro, and Gen.G are going to come in and ban the Juno. So what I'd imagine we're going to see here is a little Kiriko rush action. A little Kiriko, a little Lucio going on, like old classic. As soon as Kiriko was kind of launched into the game, it was only Kiriko Lucio for what felt like an eternity. So yeah, and then Virtus.Pro banning the Doomfist. So Hazard on the cards, and that's probably going to be what's picked here.
Yeah, I think the Doomfist ban also makes a lot of sense because if teams want to run something like the dive, we've seen the Doomfist a lot on points at Samoa, kind of like downtown, but you also know that Mag has a decent Doomfist, and so this kind of forces Mag into the opportunity of either going Winston or maybe even a Wrecking Ball, or both teams just running it down on Hazard and seeing what sort of backline that you can put with it. Now, baiting out the Juno makes that really interesting, right? Because I think that does force you into a Lucio Kiriko backline, like you were saying, but I also wonder if maybe you think about something like an Ana if you decide to go with more conventional dive with a Winston.
Yeah, I think Ana's also a really good pick. Oh, pretty decent against the Hazard too, of course. The Hazard, you know, like Ram, when he hits the block, he's kind of not motionless, but the guy's moving at like 1 meter every hour. So, you know, pretty easy sleep target and could be pretty easily disrupted. And Hazard didn't get a nerf last patch for some reason. It felt really strange. Like the character has just been so dominant since he was launched in. You can if you can get the frame correct and you hit the combo, you can one tap somebody, one tap a backline more often than not. And so Hazard is going to be up there in terms of play rates. We've seen a little bit of even Ramatra coming out of the Japanese region. So yeah, I'm curious how both these teams are going to grapple with this. We're going to quickly jump to a break though, just getting teams ready into the lobby. And then we'll be back with our first match of OWCS 2025, Virtus.Pro versus Gen.G.
And just like Alexander the Great, they have nothing left to conquer. Of course, there's absolutely not. This is my match.
From Naga. Boop. Straight in the bag.
This might just be it. Nearing 99%, but Lib, even the devil looks away in disgust.
We have the very best in the world fighting for this OWCS World Final.
The Junker Queen comes in, and it's a triple catch. Did the fight an Easter egg again? Another big down plus them. That's how they stay alive. They can't let go of the momentum now. Has to try and go for a rally to stay alive, but what a stick!
What? Excuse me? What did I just see?
Welcome back. Yeah, we just had to get the players into the lobby, ready and raring to go. And yeah, we're about to jump into the first map, Samoa. We did see a Doomfist ban on the side of Virtus.Pro and a Juno ban for Gen.G. Like we were talking about before the break, Hazard still pretty damn strong. Received a very small nerf that didn't really impact the characters' playability and viability, so probably going to see a little bit of that. But maybe something different from Mag. Of course, been around a long time, ever since like the old school Runaway days, and was a really hot prospect coming into the league in 2020, but didn't really live up to the kind of hype and expectations. But it's been improving year on year, and it's exciting to see him on this Gen.G partner team.
What I can't wait to see is just how these two tanks match up against each other. We've got Mag on one side, who's so well known for these big dive tanks like the Winston, like the Wrecking Ball, versus Vastola, who has the best Sigma in EMEA, can play a fantastic diva, also has so much history behind all of these other sort of off-tank hero picks. And so when you have this hazard meta, who's actually going to fill the role the best? I think there's some interesting points of inflexibility between these two rosters that does make this matchup really close.
Yeah, there were the viewer predictions as well. 52% for VP, and then Gen.G only getting 48%, so pretty damn close. Although we were all for Gen.G on the desk. So yeah, I'm not sure how this one is going to go down, but it's going to be a close affair regardless. Yeah, I think the story of this match specifically is this DPS lineup. Of course, Poker Face DPS coming in, as well as Fixer, Jwoo and Fixer, both from Poker Face, coming into the team, versing Top Dragon and Sorno, who've had some of the most top level experiences. It's going to be a rough one, I think, for Virtus.Pro, but anything can happen, of course, as we jump onto Samoa as our first map, and then losers pick throughout the rest of the series.
I love that you bring up the call out of we have two Korean players basically on every single EMEA team at this point, but I think there's something to be said about just how much experience some of these players can get in a mixed roster. Mixed roster means mixed language, sometimes language communication barriers, but also just differences in terms of how you play the game. We see these differences play out when we look at the differences between OWCS Korea versus Japan versus EMEA versus NA. And so I wonder if the clash of styles will matter, as well as if there are language barriers present. Do we see that actually take effect instead of the communication between plays?
Yeah, I mean, both Smash and Krusty, to be fair, and to their credit, they've worked on mixed language teams before, so it's definitely something that you would rely on your coach a lot more than just if you didn't have one. It might be a little bit more difficult. Both of them extremely proficient in English, of course, as well. Here's Gen.G's roster before we move into the map. Sorno, Top Dragon, Mag, Canale, and Crispy. The Spanish backlines facing off against each other, Rose, like so he was pointing out, Gala and Crispy, Gala and Canale, sorry, facing up head-to-head, and yeah, both played on a team together before as well. It was a little bit of a crazy off-season, a lot of moving pieces throughout both regions, a couple of players swapping from each region too. So yeah, it's an exciting time in Overwatch Esports with these partnered squads who, like you mentioned as well, have not played through that open qualifier. So I wouldn't say untested, but hey, if you're a team like the Ultimates and you can just kind of beat down Virtus.Pro and Gen.G, you're going to be feeling really good about yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is going to be a really good start to our entire season. Where do we actually see the pieces fall in terms of these partnered rosters? There is a lot of talk in the town right now for EMEA OWCS, which is that maybe the Ultimates are at number 1, but where does 2 through 6 fall? I think the competition is so close. Whether it's the 3 partner teams that we're looking at as being able to take 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, we also have to take a look at some of the other teams that ended up making it through the open qualifiers. Like, I look at Al-Qadsiah and Sakura as 2 teams that you cannot count out. Those are also big top contender teams for these top 6 spots, and only 2 of them get to make it to the LANs. So who is actually going to grab those LAN spots? I wouldn't surprise me at all if we saw like 2 different teams every single stage making it to the LAN from EMEA. That's
yeah, it definitely feels like the top of the table is very close. We are still trying to get the players in the lobby, making sure everything's all set up, and as soon as we get them in, we'll run the map, the first one in Samoa. Don't forget though, if you're watching, there's some drops available as well. Stage 1 regular season drops from January 24th to February 23rd. Couple little 2 hour, 4 hour, 6 hour, 8 hour, and 10, 12 hour mark there as well. So if you are just watching, chilling, vibing, watching the games, then yeah, you can pick up some drops that you can whack on some of your guns or your profile, and yeah, have fun over the weekend. Now, speaking about Virtus.Pro, and kind of Gen.G. Vestola as well is another kind of big name in that tank lineup. But the tank matchup, like you said, is quite interesting because Vestola more known for these kind of off-tank heroes. Kind of fits in the wheel of Hazard, but then same with Matt. Like dive tanks were his specialty way back when and continues to be so. So yeah, I'm not sure we're going to see too much Winston, but I would be pleasantly surprised if we did, and I would want to see maybe a little Numbani pick as well early on in OWCS because I haven't seen Numbani in so long. But let's talk about the first map though. We're going in Samoa, Virtus.Pro versus Gen.G. First map here, the OWCS 2025 Stage 1 regular season. Let's get into it.
In OWCS Korea, we've seen a lot of teams insta-lock into the Hazard, so the fact that that's not banned out means that the Hazard gameplay is absolutely on the table. You can see Gen.G and Virtus.Pro getting set up and spawn with the Hazard as a big potential pick here for that tank, but how do you round out the rest of the roster? Juno being banned means that a lot of these teams are going to rely on that Kiriko-Lucio backline, but when it comes down to the DPS, this is where we're going to see a bit more of that flexibility in the rosters. Shockwave has a great Sojourn, great Hanzo, Wu and Top Dragon, well known for their Genji, and then Sana. Let's see what Sana locks into. Known for the Tracer, but you could also round that out with another hit scan as well.
Yeah, Top Dragon on the Genji as well. Pretty standard front lines here and back lines, to be fair. Especially with Juno banned. Still incredibly strong is Juno. Couple little walls thrown out there. Looks like Gen.G in a bit of a better position right now than Virtus.Pro. J-Wu just trying to check Sauna right now. A couple of nice little right clicks connecting, forcing the recall. Sauna now in enemy territory. Let's be careful, Shockwave, if he charges up that railgun with that buff from a couple of patches ago, could be quite deadly. It's actually J-Wu that takes the first kill. Top Dragon ends up going down. Mac finishing off Fixer with the wall. Gala. No real teammates in sight right now to heal, so dishing out a little bit of damage as Sauna cleans up for Gen.G as they can.
Yeah, Shockwave gets a chance to get out of there too, so Gala can escape with his life as we see Gen.G start to set up on the defense. No ultimates coming online just yet, so it's going to be a bit of a raw fight for the first couple of seconds of the next one, but you cannot count out someone like Kanale to be able to get something like that Kitsune Rush online very quickly entering into this next fight.
Oh, good stuff there, forcing Sauna's recall super early. Doesn't stop the advance, though, of Sauna. Doesn't want to waste too many blinks there getting onto the point, but low is Shockwave. Top Dragon, with the help of Sauna, finishing off the Soj. That should just be it, really. I mean, Mac just ended up going down to the wall of all things, and actually J-Wu ends up coming up another with a kill. Sauna luckily had the recall online there as the rush has been ripped from Gen.G to try and keep this point alive. 40% in counting as Vestola does deploy the wall in the choke point of Gen.G. No escape there for either of the DPS as Vestola able to take down both of them. That should be the cap. A little bit of stall from Crispy, but that'll be it.
Yeah, it looked like Virtus.Pro already had a good handle on the fight, and so after Gala ripped the Kitsune Rush, we saw Kanale answer with it. Wish I would have seen Kanale actually hold on to that Kitsune Rush as an engagement tool for this next fight, but we'll move on to the next ones. Both of the Hazard ults are online for Vestola and Mag, but Virtus.Pro at a bit of an advantage because they have that control of the point already, so they can combo that Hazard ultimate with something like this overclock as well, as we look at that Hazard ult immobility for these teams.
Nice little loose railgun there from Shockwave, but sound barrier comes in from Crispy. Here comes the downpour, but quickly cleansed away. So Virtus.Pro are going to be safe in the front line for the time being, and now can come back with their own ults. J-Wu's so close to this Dragon play. Top Dragon's not able to earn his as Fixer finishes him off. Should be a fairly easy fight, you'd imagine, right now for Virtus.Pro with the way Mac's position just completely alone. And only then did Kanale manage to teleport in, but Mac was already dead. By the time he got there, those healing cards couldn't be applied. Gen.G lose yet another fight, and they even use their downpour.
Yeah, so the fact that they don't have that to combo with something like the Dragon Blade right now does put them at quite a bit of a disadvantage when you look at Virtus.Pro having that same combination online and still having control of the point. So watch out where Vestola actually lands that downpour and where J-Wu decides to hit the blade from.
Okay, well, that's the fight done. Crispy
I guess they don't need anything.
Yep, and that should be close to the last fight here too, about 70%. No more staggers coming in. Kanale a little bit too slippery there. It's hard high value with this downpour though, Rose. Everybody's so mobile, and despite it actually going through cover, everybody can dash out, they can blink out, Lucio can speed out. It's a tough ult to actually land against such a very high mobile comp. Top Dragon going in, pops the blade, climbs the wall, but instantly shut down by Jwoo. Downpour ends up coming in, actually connects with Mag, so Mag just sitting there and just succumbing to Jwoo's blade. It's a nice triple kill, and Virtus.Pro are going to round out this first round 99% to 53. A nice team kill. Mag couldn't do anything in that fight. Instantly hit with the downpour. That cleanse came in, I think, a little bit early there from Kanel.
It's so tough because you brought up such a great point about the downpour. Because of the high mobility on both of these rosters, it's a little bit more difficult to nail down like 3 or 4 targets. But when you know your back is against a wall, you have to go touch the point. It's way easier for Vistola to be able to land that and find big value. So whether or not Kanel was a little early or late on the cleanse, Mag was still caught between the crossfires, and Jwoo hit the perfect timed blade. Virtus.Pro having all the tools to success for that last round. So maybe we see a bit of a change here from Gen.G. I think as soon as they lost control of the point, Virtus.Pro, they were just getting so much value from each individual kill that it extended these fights. It made them too difficult for Gen.G to actually come back from.
Yeah, a little swap up here. Kanel on the Ana. Really nice map for the Ana though, so can't blame him one bit. Has to be careful. A lot of ability to dive and engage, and yeah, you can still get one tap. Nade onto Vistola. Should be good. Has got the Suzu if he needs it. Plus, he's just got the block, so can pop that up. And yeah, the damage reduction still rather ridiculous. Kanel, nice little off angle. It's a good spot to sit in the Ana, but you have to be rather careful. Your Lucio's playing rather far away. Defensive nade onto Mag. Mag taking so much damage, and now no LOS for Kanel means Mag is just gonna bite the dust as Jwoo takes down 2.
Oh, it's rough because when you look at the healing output now, the Ana and Lucio, I feel like the burst healing is just a little bit lackluster since the nerf. You had that biotic grenade from the Ana actually decrease from 90 to 75 in the last patch, and I feel like you could see the differences there and the effect that it had on that fight. Mag not really being able to get enough of a buff from that biotic grenade that Lucio could come in and get the healing that you needed, and as you said, being around the corner, way more difficult to actually keep him alive. Now that we see Virtus.Pro to have a pretty firm control of the point, here's where you can see the support lineup also making a difference. Gala's gonna have that Kitsune rush. Kanel not close to that nano just yet.
Whew. Yeah, that's the person you want to take down at this point. Top Dragon takes down Jwoo, and well, the fight's pretty much over already. That wall being rather annoying, I will say. One of the more annoying things about that wall, you're kind of slightly booping you around when you take the damage. It can be tough if you don't have a mobility cooldown to get away from it, especially if you're getting dove by the tanks and the DPS. All right, Vistola is close to the downpour. Wow, well, not close at all, actually. What am I saying? 70% versus Mag's 84 as they now try and make their way into the point. Yeah, a couple of shots.
Squint hard enough, you know? Hey, maybe we're going to see the downpour come online, but the Kitsune rush first to kick things off.
Yeah, nice early rush. There's the nano onto Top Dragon. No blade available, but might just be able to do it in the neutral, and he does with ease. Jwoo there to actually finish him off, though, as the downpour ends up coming down onto the point from Mag. Didn't look like it connected with anybody. And even if it did, there was no real follow-up there coming through from Gen.G. Jwoo showing up in a big way right now for Virtus.Pro, just staying alive through these dives as well. Nice stuff. Virtus.Pro looking very strong coming into this. And Kanel, Rose, it's been tough for Kanel to get a lot of value. These nades are just not hitting, and against a high mobile comp, tough to do so. More often than not, you're saving them for yourself, right, to stay alive. And these rushes, they're getting on a little bit quicker too.
Yeah, I mean, like Jwoo, Fixa, they're on top of things right now. Vistola also with that dive potential on something like Hazard. You've got the burst damage from Jwoo's Genji to really make sure you're cleaning up a lot of this big cleave you're getting from the Hazard. We've got another big team fight ahead of us, though, as Jwoo gets ready for a blade. Vistola has that downpour to be able to combo with that.
Crispy, there's the beat coming in. All right, hits 3, Dragon Blade popped, Shockwave in a whole heap of hurt right now, 21 HP, but still double taps Crispy, who's on the top rope. Only one pixel his head was showing. Shockwave finds another. Virtus.Pro on final fight right now as Gen.G scurrying to the spawn.
This is going to be so rough too because you're walking into another Kitsune rush. What are the avenues of ingress that Gen.G actually have to bypass something like that? When you see Virtus.Pro holding so far forward, you're going to need somebody to be able to...
I mean, yeah, the rush is Going to be a little bit late here for Canal. Only 25% has only just switched. Someone has to touch. There we go. Trace it in. Sauna out. Means they're at least going to trigger OT. Mag now dropping down to the point. There's the rush, covering the entirety of it too. So they're going to have to deal with this one. They have to be rather careful. Shockwave already down as Scarlet finds himself in melee range there of the Tracer. Top Dragon taken down. So 4v4 now on the point. Overtime still ticking. Sauna dashing back to him into health pack. No healing in sight for him as Mag takes to the skies and takes down Jwoo, keeping Gen.G in it right now. Vestola now in a 1v1 versus Mag has blown all cooldowns available to him though. And that block, no good against Crispy's little Sound Blaster as Gen.G managed to barely keep themselves in that fight.
Oh, they're holding on by the skin of their teeth right now. Another big combo for them with Mag's downpour and potentially Sauna being able to combo the pulse bomb. But I'm looking at Vix's sound barrier as just the big nail in the coffin for this map for Virtus.Pro. They're going to be able to get in pretty aggressive with something like the sound barrier, and also helps keep everybody alive if you see that downpour come through from Mag.
Someone taking a tickle in there from that disruptive shot. Hunting for somebody that Gen.G would be a good spot, but unfortunately right now you have to deal with this sound barrier. Stick misses, sound barrier ends up coming in, saving Shockwave's life for the time being. Vestola though, first to die, same with Crispy there for the side of Gen.G. Kinel super low, has still got a swift step to his name, so he can get to one of his teammates if required, but Gen.G right now holding down the fort. Jwoo did manage to force the recall onto Sauna, but now Gen.G approaching OT. Jwoo needs to survive, ends up dashing away. All cooldowns utilized though. Gala comes in with a quick couple of healing offers to keep him alive and well, but stranded on an island on that high ground as Virtus.Pro looking to cap.
Virtus.Pro are going to try, but it's just not going to be enough as Crispy is able to lay down that sound barrier. Everybody on Gen.G stays alive, and this Canal switch to the Kiriko paying off, Jack. What a big round win for Gen.G after things were starting to look really dire. Ana, not the play. Kiriko able to get into that action just a little bit better.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're going to be picking Ana next round, that's for sure. I mean, I like the idea, right? And on this map, you can argue maybe Ana's pretty good. You can sit back, but it was a little bit too quick. The tempo from Virtus.Pro, they were upping it to another level, it felt like.
Hello.
See if Gen.G want to play something else. Mag, Wrecking Ball, Top Dragon Fire? I mean, we'll see. Don't want to get baited by Spawn, but Virtus.Pro, and especially Jwoo right now, really large performance on the Gen.G so far. We've seen a ton of good Gen.G play across regions. Scarlet comes to mind. I mean, OWCS Japan, just an absolute beast. Gen.G are going to be rolling out with the ball though. Ball and Farah. All right, okay. Something rather different. It's going to be hard for Vestola and Jwoo to get a lot of value. We'll see how they end up tackling this. Canal is going to be the obvious target. In fact, looks like Vestola is just going to change straight to a D.Va.
Ooh, D.Va's gonna be the perfect dive tank to get after somebody like the Ana. You have that defense matrix to be able to eat up the nades as well as those sleep darts. And Canal was already struggling to find value with this Ana in the last round. Very bold for them to be able to pick that again, but you know that this Ana's gonna be able to help out with a lot of this healing onto somebody like Top Dragon. You get a little bit better access, I guess.
Oh, Crispy. Crispy down already. Canal's gonna be very vulnerable in the backline now on that Ana. Fixer does end up falling. Gala takes another kill. It's actually Sauna. And Mag just spinning to win right now as the point has been unlocked. A good nade onto Vestola, but as soon as he becomes unanned, he just dives straight towards that Ana, but looks like the backup has arrived. Crispy is back in the action, takes care of Vestola.
Look at Top Dragon though. This is where the Ana really pays off. You've got the Farah that you're able to hit those healing shots onto as Farah gets a chance to dive in with somebody like Mag on this Wrecking Ball. It's pretty brawly though as you take a look at things. Very scrappy as Virtus.Pro's maintain control of the point up until now. Gen.G with these angles with something like the Farah, we gotta send this D.Va after it. It's gonna be so difficult to actually access it in the skies.
Yeah, it's been tough work for Vestola already though.
Oh,
targets to play attention to, of course.
Jwoo switches over to the Echo.
All right, a little bit more of a counter towards that Farah now. Top Dragon with the barrage in hand. Rush on the point. Very easy to back away from this one, though, if you're Gen.G. Sauna is caught on the tail end of that damage, though. Gala and Crispy on either side are coming up with large kills for their team. We'll see if Virtus.Pro now can hold on to this point. Barrage for Top Dragon. He's got the nano booster for backup, too. We'll see if Canal Oh, maybe not. Okay, Top Dragon insta-switching. Foregoing the barrage. Yeah, it's going to be tough to get that off, especially against the Divas, so I don't hate this.
Yeah, I love it because you can also just put the Nano on top of an Echo even without the ultimate, and you're just almost unkillable, I feel like, in that final form. So Gen.G coming back into this, they don't want to give up too much when they know that Virtus.Pro have control of the point right now, and also the Echo too.
Oh, my damage. Nice swift step there, actually. Very intelligent from Gala. Swift stepping away as soon as the sticky bombs get applied, so the sticky bombs fall to the ground. Mines end up coming in, and there's the push. Sound barrier coming through for Virtus.Pro, and they take care of Canal and control the point. It's going to be good for them if they can find some extra kills. Shockwave instantly destroyed, though, by Top Dragon. An unbelievable Echo player. And Virtus.Pro, with a self-destruct still in hand, they might be good for some additional stall, although these mines kind of waylaying them. Oh, there's enough falling to Mag, but Gen.G need a clean team fight here, and they are not getting it.
Oh, big body block from Festola as well, as Mag was trying to clean up the rest of that damage onto Jwoo. The defense matrix coming in so clutch, and Mag is just struggling to stay within this fight. Wrecking Ball gets forced off the point pretty easily when you've got everybody on Virtus.Pro going after it.
Decent stick there onto Festola, but the matrix is going to save him from getting de-suited. Gen.G do turn up the tempo though, and they had to. OT now for Virtus.Pro. They throw down the sound barrier to make sure they win this fight quick and cleanly. Oh, Top Dragon and Shockwave do end up trading there.
Yeah, but the point goes over to Gen.G at the end of it all, and we've seen Gen.G be able to clutch up, especially looking at that last point of Samoa that we had to bring us into this third and final round. And so when you take a look at the clutch factor, you're looking at Top Dragon's Echo. Where does that duplicate actually go? But it's also going to have to be a big one, because you're fighting with this one duplicate from Top Dragon against 3, maybe 4 ultimates on Virtus.Pro.
Good dupe there, saving his life. But the Wrecking Ball duplication, not something we see all too often. We'll see how his Wrecking Ball skills match up versus Mag. See if he gets a free lot of mines. Got 5 seconds to go. Gala in a lot of trouble. Swift steps away to his Diva. Good Matrix, but Mag ends up coming in. Gives him a little back whack, a back stab. Gala ends up falling. A lot less healing now for Virtus.Pro. A duplication from Top Dragon onto the Diva, trying to sort out the players in the sky. And Jwoo does end up going down. Self-destruct from Bestola's going to have to get used here to stay alive on the point. Gen.G now burning up towards 99%. 20% or so away, and as Mag comes in with the mines, it's going to be hard for Virtus.Pro to finish off this fight. Sound barrier lands, but it's only a 2-man beat. Shockwave didn't receive any of that, so can't stick around too long in the backline of Gen.G. Nice little kill from Mag, who's now putting in the work. Shockwave does kill Top Dragon, but is it actually enough? Eventually, Virtus.Pro, Rose, they do end up capping the point, but how long are they going to be able to hold on to it for?
Oh, not very long, because they're all out of ultimates right now, and the onus is on Gen.G when you've got the Pulse Bomb and this Kitsune Rush. They're going to come back in with the reinforcements soon.
Eventually, Canel pops down that rush, but ends up getting taken down by Jwoo. That buffed beam damage coming through from that last patch, really helping in that kill. Same with another kill onto Top Dragon there. Jwoo just went nuclear at the end. Virtus.Pro end up taking that map on what was potentially a 15-minute last fight. A lot of ults were used. Jwoo ends up coming out on top, and humongous performance so far in the Gen.G and Echo.
Yeah, Jwoo has been such a big surprise, but in such a good way. We thought maybe there might be a little bit of hesitation to give this roster a bit more of their flowers, because Jwoo is still a little green on the DPS role, and also might just have a little bit less experience working on something like a mixed roster. Isn't missing a beat right now, so that's really great to see, and Jwoo looking like one of the most promising DPS that we have in EMEA right now.
Okay, one map. Okay, I like that.
Yeah, I'm sold. I'm sold.
I mean, his blades look good, and yeah, the Echo too. And you know, Top Dragon ended up switching over from the Pharah to the Echo to try and match him in the duel, and you know, pretty even across the board in terms of stats, I would imagine. Here's a couple of highlights from that first map. Very close game, and I think the viewers had it right too. 52 to 48% prediction in favor of Virtus.Pro. A lot of people happy with their predictions so far, but it can go many different ways, especially in this new format with the ban system. Loser picks, so Gen.G will be picking the next map, and we'll see where both teams also want to place their bans. I can imagine there's going to be a Gen.G ban at some point here, so we'll see what team wants to pull the trigger on that one first.
Yeah, I think it just depends on what map we go to. If you know.
Yeah, I mean, what map do you want to go to in that regard? Of course, with these new maps. Oh, it's me, just me. Hey, what's up? Sorry, we just lost Rose there for a second, but she will be back in just a moment. Yeah, what map do we want to go to if you're Gen.G? So in my mind, you probably want to go to a hybrid map. We'll see. And Rose is back. Maybe. Nope. She's not back. Yeah. Oh, there she is. She's so back. We're so back. Right, is angrily shaking her fist at her internet provider right now, who's currently DDoSing her. So yeah, it's all good. We're back. What map do you think we're going to go to if you're Gen.G, Rose? That's kind of what I was talking about.
Not Gen.G. Not something that you could use the Gen.G on, I guess, unless you just want to ban it outright. But I think if you're Gen.G, you have to take a look at maybe where can we actually find value with something like the dive. Is there a map right now that's going to be more dive favored versus being able to give a bit more of a leg up to Vestola? Vestola right now looks like he just does have the better read on the hazard. So yeah, I think you have to take that out of his control.
Yeah, hazard bans will definitely come through. I mean, Juno now cannot be banned on the side of Gen.G, so we'll see if the scripts are flipped here, and maybe we see a ban of Juno on the side of Virtus.Pro. Of course, yet to be seen. We're just waiting for that information to come through and the teams to actually decide where they want to go as well. If we do want to go to a dive, Rose, Numbani seems like the perfect one. Dorado, there's a lot of dive maps actually in this stage 1 map pool, which is obviously very exciting for everybody. I think regardless of hazard being extremely strong, I think it's fun to see a very, very fast style of play and a fast comp, which is exactly what you're going to be running if you're running hazard, Juno, and Kiriko, and Lucio, and all of the above.
Yeah, I mean, this.
Damn. Thought so powerful, she disconnected. That's crazy. Her brain really that big. That's we'll pretend she said something extremely. Oh, she's so back. We're so back again. Make that twice.
Are we
I
back?
think so.
I'm not 100% sure. I think the weather is messing with me right now. It's very rainy outside,
okay.
And I would just get across my fingers and hope for the
That's
best.
like UK internet style, like DCing. It rained, even though it rains every day in the UK. Okay, disconnect the entirety of the neighborhood.
I know.
It's ridiculous. I'd expect that more in California, but hey, it is what it is. Dorado is going to be the pick. Okay.
Perfect call out,
Jack. And Virtus.Pro banning Winston. As Gen.G ban the Cassidy. So banning Winston away from Mag, and then no one on VP, being able to touch the Cassidy. Okay, interesting stuff. So if we are going to go dive, you're not going to play Winston, we're going to play the hazard, because like you said, Rose, maybe we've got the better read, maybe we've got the better hazard on our side in Vestola.
Yeah, and Vestola also has a great diva. We got a chance to see that firsthand on Samoa as well. And so if you really did want to play the dive, then you know that Vestola can bring out the diva, and you do just have a very flexible backline that will be able to come in with some of these great supportive characters for the dive as well.
It's speaking about support lines too. In OWCS Japan recently, we've seen some like Kiriko Juno comps, which is kind of an insane amount of healing, but still it's like, okay, we don't have like amp speed, we don't have like aura speed, but we still have speed ring. So depending on how the series ends up going down, I wonder if we're going to see a Lucio ban at some point as well. Loser picks, of course, and Gen.G going to Dorado. Mag Wrecking Ball is on the cards here too, so wouldn't be too surprised to see that. Don't think Top Dragon is going to want to roll out though on that Pharah. It can be very tough, and considering how well JWoo did on the Echo, seems like if Top Dragon, and that's kind of the way they want to go, it will probably be like an Echo Tracer type beat. I've got a feeling.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I think Echo Tracer make the most sense whether you're running the Diva or the Wrecking Ball. It just has great follow-up potential with a lot of those dives. My biggest hesitation, though, is that Mag's Wrecking Ball, while it was able to find impact in that last round of Samoa, can it continue to do so? Because you've now got to play around a payload. It's just not the same static point that you can set up for on one of these control maps, and being able to play around a moving target is even harder with the Wrecking Ball.
Well, let's have a little look. Dorado, as we load on in Gen.G versus Virtus.Pro. First match of the 2025 OWCS here in EMEA. And Juno and Brig is going to be the defensive comp here, coming through for VP.
Juno and Brig makes some sense. I think if you wanted to try to play a bit more divey style, I think you always expect that Brig is going to be one of the static characters that you'll have on a defense. But Vistola being on the Hazard, I mean, you also have the opportunity to throw some cookies to Vistola or Jwoo. I think there's a lot of value that this Brig is going to provide. The Juno, I guess you got speed. You got speed. Let's go, baby, on the Gen.G.
Ooh, Sauna. Oh, no. Not even going to give him a chance there. All right, Mag, Wrecking Ball, Canale on the Ana, and Crispy on the Kiriko. Okay, no Lucio. Bit of a harder thing to get value with, at Lucio, when you're in the ball comp. I mean, ideally you have someone following you at all times. Sauna was getting a one tap there. Looks like Mag's going to switch up there. Okay, no more ball for Gen.G. That was very quick.
Yeah, it's like a peek out of spawn. Don't think this is gonna work. Go back over to the Hazard. I think it's also tougher with the Wrecking Ball versus the Hazard because the Hazard just has so many ways to be able to shut off your mobility. The wall is still pretty wide, and so to be able to get around that can be a little bit difficult with a lot of those mobility cooldowns. But Hazard versus Hazard, you're gonna be playing pretty close and personal in that front line, and then you have Top Dragon on this Echo. It's gonna be a little bit of a difference maker, just finding those angles behind the rest of the team.
Shockwave rocking that new Mythic as well, looking clean. Oh,
Very nice.
Beam damage from Top Dragon. Oh, he thought he finished. He thought he finished Shockwave. Then did the little 45-degree turn, thinking, "Hey, I've killed him." You did not. Shockwave saved. Not for long though, as Mag ends up jumping in and finishing the job.
Okay, look at this. Like, we've already got some good movement coming through from Gen.G. Mag switching over to the Hazard was exactly what they needed. And you can just play around the cart so much better than something like the Wrecking Ball, as we were talking about before. The Sonic Canale, though, this is where maybe you can at least finish out this first point. Mag's already pushed so many people back.
Man, the Echo buff to the beam is kind of ridiculous.
It's disgusting.
Does a little bit more damage when they're above 50%, so you can get down to that 50% mark a little quicker. Top Dragon with the dupe. They've got Nano as well. Gen.G in a very good spot. Easy high ground control here as well for Mag. That downpour can be just so effective at just taking space. Duplication for Top Dragon though, looking for somebody. Has found the Lucio. Oh, not exactly where you want to be, Fixer. Does end up amping it up and running away. Is across the map. Looks like an orbital race going to get used on that statue area. Top Dragon doesn't want any of that smoke, ends up backing off. Nano Boost even applied there to Mag to try and save him as Top Dragon eventually killed as Fixer. Okay, he's in the back line. He's very close to Gen.G spawn and ends up paying for it.
We still have a couple of ultimates online as well, so we're going to see Mag go ahead and unleash the downpour, and that's going to allow the rest of the cleanup from Gen.G to come through. Vistola's Diva doesn't have a chance to do the rest of this damage, and so we'll see Gen.G continue to move this payload forward. They used a lot, though, in order to get that fight win. They only have the duplicate left here from Top Dragon and maybe get the rally in a little bit. But Virtus.Pro finally have a chance to actually dig their heels into the sand with a blade of their own, as well as this Bob. Bob, just a great extra piece to have when you're approaching the second point defense.
Top Dragon again, caught out on the sidelines. A very easy comp to go for a punish like that with Virtus.Pro. Vistola though losing mech. That is very bad for VP. They still have Bob to kind of back them up, and Top Dragon's going to come back in just a minute. But if you are losing your mech that early, you've got to be a little bit scared right now. Doesn't look like they want to be that scared though, as Jwoo does take the high ground control. As Top Dragon gets some revenge, and the backline of Virtus.Pro are just getting absolutely incinerated. Like, they do not have a chance against Top Dragon and Sauna.
They're getting smushed. You got Jwoo that's going to try to come back and even up the score, but you have no healing that's available. You even got Gala coming back on the Juno Fixa on the Lucio, and there's not enough mobility to be able to get the rest of Virtus.Pro's defense back into things. And so Gen.G, they've got the second point of Dorado already with 3 minutes and 45 seconds heading into the
insane.
Third. That's so much time.
Insane time bank. They are buttering bread right now with a broadsword. It's like overkill what they're throwing into these fights. There's a nano boost and a pulse bomb on the side of Gen.G, as well as this downpour coming up. Of course, Bob, like you mentioned 3 fights ago, is still available. Eventually, it does end up getting deployed and actually receives the sound barrier too. Good long-range sleep dart there from Kinnair as Crispy's caught off guard. Unfortunately, Kinnair was down that long passageway there, so had no LOS. They're still going to at least kill one, but split up on the rest of Gen.G with no heals. Means a very quick and clean fight here for Virtus.Pro, only losing Shockwave.
Yeah, I mean, Virtus.Pro, they finally get a chance to win a team fight. Vessel had a really nice violent leap kill there just to seal the deal. But it looks like an uphill battle. You've got the orbital ray. That's going to be at least a little bit effective, but let's remember that orbital ray did get a little bit of a nerf in the last patch. It's not going to last as long, and the damage amplified is also going to be just a little bit less. So how much value can it really find when you've got so much burst, mag, Sada, able to throw at this with their ult combo?
Oh, close one in the hands of Sauna right now. Both walls deployed. Gala jumping over it with that little shift. Shockwave in a lot of trouble, but Gala quick and snappy with those heals. There's the orbital ray. They're going to use that downpour. Actually ends up getting Gala a perfect stick target there, but actually died before the stick even connected. Canal cleans up 2. Top Dragon and Crispy also end up falling. A 3v3 on the point, but with no healers. Virtus.Pro, how long can they stay in this fight? Eternity, it looks like, as Jwoo finds another with a pulse. Mag ends up going down with 2 minutes to go. Gen.G, a time bank of almost 4 minutes, dwindling at this point, with only 1 ult to come back with.
Damn, Jwoo cannot be doing it anymore though. He'll completely flip the fight with a big pulse bomb and just a big elimination on top of that. And there's so much survivability on this Tracer that Gen.G cannot get through it. As like the full bastion of defense for Virtus.Pro. Still about 1 minute and 40 left here, and Gen.G has a little bit more gas left in the tank as Kanail's looking for an opportunity for this rush, but you gotta wait because Crispy's dead.
Yeah, Jwoo again. Just dominating right now on the Tracer, really kind of showing up the DPS of Gen.G. Downpour ends up coming in. Nice little recall there from Jwoo as Vasola takes down Mag. We're looking at an overtime finish if that, Rose, with 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. Jwoo, my goat.
He's so good. He's so good. I feel bad that we underestimated him coming into this series because I feel like this is now 2 maps in a row that Jwoo literally cannot do more in these fights. I know there's still a little bit more map left to play as we've got sub 1 minute territory here for Gen.G to try to get this payload over that 3rd line, but it's looking rough. And Jwoo's gonna have another pulse bomb at the end of this fight too if he stays alive long enough.
Yeah, I mean 15%, that's a couple of little shots in the back of the tank, easy peasy. Shockwave with the Bob, good headshot. Forces the recall of Sorda, so a little bit of a reprieve from the backline now. They're going to slowly move up. Oh, Mag's taken to the sky. Here comes the beat. Bob deployed as well. Shockwave in a good spot. A nice little angle here too. The backline dive does end up coming in and executing Jwoo, but a late sound barrier from Fixer is going to make sure Gen.G punished for the over-aggression. Top Dragon dies with a Dragon Blade in hand as Gen.G is scattered. 15 seconds to go and they still need to touch. Top Dragon didn't even get a chance to use his ult, and Sauna has only just got the pulse.
Oh, it's looking so bad here for Gen.G. Can they even use their ultimates outside of the door? Because you got Virtus.Pro meeting them there. Oh, Crispy can't even get to the payload.
Maybe a single touch. Sauna manages to get there as the Dragon Blade has been pulled. Drop Dragon 1 HP though, ends up dashing into the point. Is trying to right now just find this 1v1. Jwoo is just kind of rinsing him right now. Gala doesn't end up falling though, so Gen.G aren't out of this just yet, as Mag has now cemented himself on the point but can't leave it for not a split second. Vasola knows this too. Crispy once again taken out of the skies as Top Dragon also falls. And the downpour, a final hurrah now for Mag, pops up the wall but quickly shut down as Virtus.Pro end up stopping Gen.G on 3rd.
Wow, that was such a decisive defense on that 3rd point. It looked like with 3 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock for Gen.G heading into the 3rd, that it was going to be a little tough there for Virtus.Pro to kind of keep them at bay from achieving that 3rd and final objective. But Jwoo is him. That's what I've learned from this series so far, is that Jwoo, no matter what hero that he is playing, is just such a standout DPS so far amongst these 4.
Looking rather clean with it. And honestly, you know, if you're heating up on the Tracer, on the Genji, on the Echo, with this vast hero pool, that's exactly what you kind of need. We were speaking about how the maybe Kanail Gala going going at each other. Carlos come up big with some kills, same with Kinel on the other side, but it is a matchup of the DPS. And I honestly, last year, Rose, as well, I was Top Dragon's #1 fan. Number one fan in the EMEA, without a single shadow of a doubt. But right now, Jaewoo, you know, he's piquing my interest a ton. I think a lot of people are going to be thinking the same thing. All right, Mag, with the Wrecking Ball on defense, we've seen it once. How effective is it going to be? Because he made a quick swap to the Hazard as soon as he saw the comp of Virtus.Pro, but hasn't got that luxury now on the defense.
Yeah, I mean, you could try it now, but I feel like we're going to see a similar story of what we saw in that first round. Mag trying out the Wrecking Ball and inevitably switching back to Hazard after he gets killed the first time in this round. Already forced back so much and having to use a lot of these defensive cooldowns in order to just...
Yeah, and that's going to be the big problem too, right? Is that you can insta-swap here. Jaewoo, okay, back on the Tracer now as Mag, who normally has a pretty decent amount of dive power, is going to get checked a lot now by Jaewoo. Almost taking down Sauna, a nice little one clip too. Mag, 1 HP, and swiftly taken out of the game. I mean, this has got a prompt to swap from Mag. Hasn't got Alwyn as Jaewoo is just decimating Gen.G. Oh my God, just give him a rest, man. Just give him a rest. It's the first match of the season. I mean, look. Mag swap, Sauna swap, Top Dragon swap. They have to do something. Both walls coming in. Mag going pretty low already. That wall placement there from Vestola, pretty clean. Stops those heals coming in. The wall is very annoying as well, mind you. Just as an ability, it's like not, I don't know, is it more annoying or less annoying than the main wall? I'd probably say more annoying because it does damage and how thick it is as well, and you can't like break it as easily as one of those pillars. But these small choke points which exist all over the maps in Overwatch, it's just the perfect size to place in there so you can't get any heals if you end up going through it.
Exactly. It just really punishes overextension, and even if it's just the slightest bit, it makes it feel like an impossible task to overcome. There's so much mobility too. I mean, Hazard's just one of those tanks that I feel like as soon as he came out, everyone was going to be using him, and this is no different. Mag already switching back over to the Hazard after Wrecking Ball didn't work out the first time, and hopefully Top Dragon and Sauna can figure out what DPS are going to be the best to support this. Because right now, Virtus.Pro, they are running over them, and they have ults to spare at this one. Orbital Ray, they got the downpour from Vestola as well. Maybe even a rally. It looks like this is going to be perfect territory for them to try to get this payload over second, and so fast.
I mean, Gen.G, to be fair, to their credit, did the same on their offense as well. Here comes the orbital rate. Now the boost onto Top Dragon, though, so he has to be a little bit careful. Nice anti there onto Vestola, but they can't follow it up with any damage. Just crosses his arms, takes reduction of damage, and Top Dragon just can't do anything. Vestola clambering up onto the high ground, and the backline right now at Gen.G just are running for the hills. Someone has to heal Sauna, but this long rotation that Gen.G's supports did just leaves him high and dry. 5 minutes for Virtus.Pro now, pushing into that third point.
Oh, you have to imagine that it's inevitable, right? That's so much time on the clock. Gen.G is just coming out of spawn. They're making panic picks as Crispy comes out on the Zenyatta. This is looking real grim here for Gen.G to actually stop the payload now.
I mean, in theory, on this specific point and like where you can sit in the Zen, pretty nice. You can cover most of the payload, apply the Discord to the Hazard, which is, he's very susceptible to that. Nice little flank here coming through from Top Dragon, puts down the copy wall. Oops, the Hazard, but how long can he actually stay alive? Downpour ends up connecting. There goes the duplication from Top Dragon as Vestola also hands Sauna a quick first-class ticket to the spawn room, and Virtus.Pro are going to roll over Gen.G with a 4-minute time bank to spare. That is match point now for VP.
Match point already. Virtus.Pro proving everybody wrong on the desk at least. We all voted for Gen.G in our predictions, and while the match isn't over, I feel like this is looking like a 3-0 for Virtus.Pro, and 50% of viewers were right.
Hey, it wasn't 50%, it was 52.
Oh, okay.
What if those 2%? A little bit of
okay, yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to count anybody out. I don't want to count anybody out. But yeah,
Okay.
52% of the audience looking pretty correct right now. Another map pick here for Gen.G. And where do you think we go now if you're banning for Gen.G? We've seen a ban of the Cassidy already, so obviously can't ban that. Don't think you'd want to even ban that, to be fair. Again, like, do you ban a Hazard here? Do you ban a support? Like, where is your mind taking you?
I think that at this point, we need to see Gen.G pick a map where they can thrive on a dive and also can ban out the Hazard. Vestola is finding way too much value with this hero, and the rest of the team seems to be so comfortable being able to follow up on all of Vestola's initiations, especially Jwoo. I cannot sing more praises about this player.
Yeah, I mean, he is a little bit of a legend. Of course, coming from Poker Face last year with Fixer, ended up finishing fairly decently. Of course, if you haven't forgotten, the region also has Crazy Raccoons, Team Falcons, and State Division, so they finished 4th in Stage 2 last year, and even the Stage 2 main event too. So it's a pretty big upgrade, I'd say, for them in terms of region power rankings. You're probably not going to win against Crazy Raccoon or Team Falcons. So if you're number 1 in EMEA, that's something to be proud of. And Jwoo is gunning for it right now. I want to see how far they can really go. If this is a 3-0, hey, I disrespected them big time with my pred. I'm just saying. I predicted 3-1 for Gen.G. As like a scoreline. We only do the teams, but that was in my head, that was the kind of scoreline I had for Gen.G. But they are not making it look close at all, especially after that Dorado.
Well, but like we said, we haven't actually had a chance to see any of these team rosters from these partner teams in an official match. So it's very difficult to actually be able to get an accurate prediction on this because you can only go off of the rumors you hear, the scrims that are happening, and what people are telling you happens behind the scenes. But now we get to see the real evidence on paper within this match, and Virtus.Pro absolutely looking like one of the strongest teams in EMEA right now.
Ooh, okay. Suravasa is the pick for Gen.G. So map pick's done. So we'll see what the bans are going to be now. The teams are just kind of mulling over them, and they'll submit them in just a moment. So Rose, worth keeping in mind as well, Gen.G have already had like their Winston banned away from them. So there could be a potential Winston pick here for Mag, but Suravasa it's not a dive map. It doesn't scream dive ever. Well, I guess in certain instances and certain points,
sometimes
you can play dive, but it's like Hazard is the play queen. Like anything that's like super brawly, that's just kind of the nature of Flashpoint. So I'm actually a little bit shocked we're not going to like a Nambani or anything where Mag can really unleash like the ball, or the Winston or something like that. So we'll see if the bans kind of give us an indication of why we're going to Suravasa. Of course, Krusty in the back room scratching his head right now, I'd imagine, and Smash with a nice big grin on his face as well. I mean, Smash and Krusty have been going at each other for so long. It feels like 2022 playoffs, it was San Francisco Shock that eliminated Gladiators in a 3-1 fashion to knock them out. So yeah, Smash, a lot of history with Krusty, and it does continue, thankfully.
Yeah, I'm so happy we get a chance to see these historied beefs kind of keep going at it. But look at this. We've got a ban of the Wrecking Ball and a ban of the Ash. This is something I was actually wondering about because Mag can play the Doomfist. We saw a Doomfist ban though earlier on in the series, and now we see the Wrecking Ball ban. So it kind of forces Mag to maybe have to play the Hazard, which Virtus.Pro seem very, very confident in being able to win that mirror, and we've already seen that play out on Samoa and Dorado. But when we take a look at something like the Ash, I feel like this is such a targeted pick over something like a Shockwave. Both Shockwave has been able to play a lot of the Ash, and so maybe you are forcing Shockwave to have to play something else like the Sojourn, or maybe even picking up something like the Cassidy. Suravasa, really well known for having these longer sightlines to be able to play around, so having a hit scan banned out does feel very good, I think, for either team. But there's so much flexibility in the Virtus.Pro roster. Just because you ban out Ash doesn't mean that we can't see Shockwave play a different hit scan, as they all play pretty similarly. But you also know that maybe what can you really do at this point? Virtus.Pro has Gen.G's back against a wall at a 2-0 so far. One more map win here, and Virtus.Pro is going to seal the deal on this match and this series. So for Gen.G, I feel like it's going to be a really tough ask for them to kind of find the footing now at this point in the series. Suravasa feels like such a Hail Mary. Not really sure how this one's going to end up. As we get ready for the next map, we unfortunately lost Jack, so gonna have to bear with me a little bit longer. I guess we're all suffering from the internet outages so far. It's not just me. I'm not happy about that, but also I feel better that it's not just me. But yeah, this is going to be, I think, a really tough map for Gen.G to win. Looking at the bans so far, with the Wrecking Ball banned out, Mag may not have a choice except to try to go back to the Hazard, but that has been a head-to-head that we have seen already in the series go the way of Virtus.Pro. As we load into Suravasa, we do have Jack back. Let's go.
What is happening? Dude, the whole world is like, every internet provider right now is like, no, you will not cast OWCS. No, you will not.
Is
My
the first day
apologies.
of OWCS? No, it isn't. So you're not allowed to have the fun today.
Yeah, apologies for the brief disconnect, but no, I am back here. I was apparently just talking to myself. I was saying the Wrecking Ball ban means you're forced to play Hazard, which is good for Gen.G. Good for VP, sorry.
Don't worry, I got you. I covered that part.
Perfect. All right, Top Dragon dead. And this is the Ana pick from Canale still. So yeah, not opting towards the Juno, which despite the nerfs, Juno is still extremely strong. So still curious as to why they're rocking with the Ana.
They just seem to be really dead set in this one. I mean, Canale has so much flexibility. We saw the opportunity here for this in the last couple of maps, but I feel like it just wasn't actually achieving the results that they wanted. And inevitably, we saw Canale switch off of the Ana and go for something else like the Kiriko. We might have to see that again, Jack. Like, this is not working. And Virtus.Pro are already leading up pretty big in this first flashpoint.
There are a lot of merits to the Ana and still incredibly powerful against these Hazard comps, but Virtus.Pro are just playing and can play at another level, another speed, because with the Juno ring. But 60%, Virtus.Pro extended that fight as well. So Gen.G are only going to get one big shot at this. They've got nano boost in about 15%. Good thing about the Ana doing a lot of damage and weaving those shots in. A lot of direct healing onto the Hazard too in these long drawn out engagements means you're going to get that ult pretty damn fast. So, the Gen.G. Oh, the wall is so annoying. Yeah, Top Dragon should die. Oh, good boop, actually. Take it back. Crispy comes in clutch. Nice little flip though. Okay, not exactly what Virtus.Pro were expecting there. Mag just sitting on the point. Nano boost onto Top Dragon. And that'll be it. All right, good flip from Gen.G. Nano boost pulse bomb utilized.
Big Nano Pulse going to help Gen.G to actually flip this flashpoint in their favor, but not after Virtus.Pro already captures 99%. They get to come in with this downpour as well as this overclock from Shockwave. And so while we've seen Shockwave be able to put up big numbers on the Ashe, Sojourn's also in his wheelhouse. I feel like this overclock is the perfect thing after this downpour nails down targets.
Overclock. Nice little wall there, trying to trap Top Dragon. Here comes the sound barrier though. Shockwave has to dash out of it. Dodges the wall, takes a little bit of damage from it, but can they actually just chew through this overhealth? Mag going incredibly low. Needs some desperate attention right now. A nice little nade applied to Canale, and here comes the orbital rate. Virtus.Pro now to fight into this as the orbital rate is just going to cover the point, and look at Shockwave in such a good spot. Ends up getting booped off of the high ground, but still has a slide to get away from that close range damage that Hazard just dishes out. Top Dragon with the blade too. Can maybe force Fixie to use that beat. Sound Barrier comes in, tries to get the slash dash combo, but doesn't end up connecting. Not at least for a kill, as OT is still trickling down, as Mag unfortunately ends up biting the dust. And Gen.G's numbers and a nano boost onto Crispy is unfortunately not enough to save them in this first round.
Oh, yeah, the nano onto the Lucio, you know it feels bad if that's going to be what you have to rely upon to try to keep the fight in your favor. You would love to be able to give that nano boost onto basically anybody else at this point. But Virtus.Pro get that first flashpoint, they get a chance to move onto Gardens, and they already have that Dragon Blade from Jwoo. Shockwave getting taken down though does open things up a bit for Gen.G.
Yeah, Dragon Blade for Jwoo. Virtus.Pro now just trying to wait this one out. Hoping Gen.G don't just kind of run them down. Nice blade pull though from Jay-Woo. Spots Crispy super low. Almost gets a double kill on the Tracer, but hits the recall just in time. I mean, damage has really already been done. They're just cementing themselves on the point as Virtus.Pro end up losing Shockwave super early on, but managed to turn it around. Good Shuriken placement from Jay-Woo, an incredibly intelligent understanding of when he can go in.
Such a high skill ceiling for this player, and it's backed up by the fact that you've got Gala and Fixa that are really helping to enable that mobility, just to make sure that Jay-Woo has the perfect angle. These orbital rays have been so big, but I'm also just looking at the speed rings as a great way for both Shockwave and Jay-Woo to change their positioning on a dime so that they can get the right angle onto Gen.G as they move in. Another orbital ray here from Gala and a downpour from Bastola in this next fight.
Oh,
Sauna.
Thought he maybe escaped that one around the corner. Unlucky. Well, that's a little bit more unlucky. Gala used the shift, jumped straight into Mag's wall, ends up dying, but VP, they're still happy. 60% in building, Virtus.Pro running away with the series.
Look, Gala's giving them one, okay? Like, let them have this. Because Virtus.Pro are taking a second flashpoint already. And you can see the rotation coming in so fast so that Gen.G actually can't even make it to try to get the touch. This is gonna be rough. I mean, you've got the sound barrier, but is that really gonna be enough to keep you in this when you've got Jay-Woo behind you?
Shockwave in the orbital ray, using that railgun, but Mag is just going to sit there and cross his arms and back all the way out. These railgun shots just not landing, and that orbital ray just did next to nothing. Maybe heal Shockwave a little bit, aid in one shot, but that was about it. Top Dragon, though, next to forwards, the sound barrier from Virtus.Pro should end this fight. Nothing more Gen.G can throw in on this one, and their health bars are dwindling now. As Virtus.Pro going to claim the second one, and one more point away from 3-0ing this series to start us off in the OWCS.
Look at this, Shockwave just doing an extra bit of insurance damage after we already saw Mag go down, and moving on to that third flashpoint. Going over to Ruins, Kanale is going to switch over to the Juno, and we actually see Gala now switch back over to the Kiriko for the series. A little bit easier to be able to get in with somebody like Jay-Woo. You also just have the cleanses, which are going to be so helpful for looking at things like Sauna Pulse Bomb.
Well, goodbye. Goodbye, Shockwave. And from the trees, Kanale. Use the pulsar torpedoes. Good first fight from Gen.G, super proactive. Looked like Mag got the one-shot combo there onto Shockwave, who's now on the Tracer. There's Virtus.Pro. End up losing that first fight. And Gen.G, yeah, getting some time on the board now. They got a blade coming up, they got Pulse Bomb. Looking pretty good, but you got to be careful though. Jay-Woo's also got a blade of his own.
Yeah, and Vastola gonna have the downpour, so just another big wombo combo that you could see from Virtus.Pro. I know they haven't always been using it that way, but if you see great targets for the downpour, you're just in the sight lines of Shockwave or Jay-Woo, of course you go for it. And Mag is caught by himself in between the crosshairs of Top Dragon.
Oh, yeah, Mag. Unfortunate. Downpour hitting him straight square in the jaw. Top Dragon at least kills Gala. Spike's not over just yet. Kanale also falls. Sorno's got the pulse bomb in his hand. Can he actually find a connection? Looking towards the Tracer now, but without any CDs, the Tracer is pretty much as good as dead. And there it is. VP end up capping the points and expending only a single ultimate there from Gen.G. So going to be able to come back in. But Virtus.Pro was a pretty cheap fight for them too.
Yeah, it was. All they used was the downpour there. Bastola found the perfect target in Mag, and as soon as that tank fell, the rest of the pieces fell behind him. So it's still going to be a pretty ult-intensive fight for both these teams. Gen.G hoping that this next fight is going to be what gets them on the board in this map, and Virtus.Pro want to close it out here with this blade from Jay-Woo.
He's looking for Top Dragon right now. Trying to force a deflect. Ends up dashing in anyway. There's the deflect. Okay. Oh, good follow-up from Sauna too. Bit over-eager there. Maybe he thought, maybe his cooldown's up. Maybe I just force it. Hopefully someone else can kind of finish him off, but not to be. Jay-Woo shut down. Good defensive play there from Gen.G, backing all the way up as soon as that blade's popped. So without a like a defensive ult, you're as good as dead. Sound barrier came in late for Crispy, and Gen.G in good spot, in a good standing, and they need to be. They have to win this point. They have to reverse sweep them on Saravasta to stay alive in the series.
But there is a potential for Virtus.Pro to come back in and touch. They have the sound barrier to do it, to make sure that they've got that extra bit of overhealth and can make it. But look at the wall stopping Fixa in his tracks.
Down barrier comes in, downpour hits, Fixa in trouble. Look at that focus fire. Well, the orbital ray is going to help in this damage. Gen.G looking good to finish this fight. Nothing more they can really do. That Ray versus the Rush. Yeah, I'll take the Ray any day of the week. Especially with all that additional healing too. All right, Gen.G on the board in Surabasa.
Virtus.Pro threw so many ults at that fight as well. It was double support plus the downpour from Pistola, and it wasn't enough to be able to get through the orbital ray. Still such a strong ultimate despite the nerfs that came through in this last patch. And Gen.G, with this change to the Juno in just the last couple of rounds, was really seeing it pay off dividends. Now we go over to our next flashpoint where we already see Gen.G beat Virtus.Pro to the punch and get this set up on defense.
Oh, Crispy, 1 HP. Shockwave's gonna hunt him, I think. Yeah, he might as well. Oh no, decides against it. Crispy almost got chased down by Shockwave. Now he's on the tail of Canal. Good blink smack there. And the blade has been popped by Top Dragon too. Shockwave may have killed Canal, but Top Dragon is dishing out more than enough damage for Gen.G to overwhelm Virtus.Pro on this point. So only that Tracer and Lucio left as Gen.G end up capping first yet again. Coming alive in the final moment. What a better place.
You have to see the clutch factor now, because if Gen.G wants to win the series, it's going to have to be a reverse sweep and off the back of perfection. Because Virtus.Pro are still one flashpoint away from winning this map and winning the series. And they have to contend with this pulse bomb from Shockwave to keep their dreams alive of getting back into this. Crispy with the sound barrier may have the right answer, but it's got to be perfectly timed.
Really defensive use of the amp up there. Took a little bit too much damage. Sound barrier comes in about midway through that fight, and now Virtus.Pro, they're trying to get out. Fixer just getting taken down by these little micro needles. Could be a fairly easy fight. Pistola trying to chase Crispy, but a little bit too quick with it. Shockwave still just hounding down Canal. A downpour solo hitting Pistola, but isn't dead just yet. Eventually finished off by Mag, who's sitting on that mega health pack, and Jay-Woo settles the score with it. There is the point for Gen.G, a rather scrappy fight, but it was a fight off of the point, so Jay-Woo unfortunately didn't have a time to touch, although he is still killing Gen.G.
Gets away with the ultimate charge to back it up, and now we head into the 5th and final flashpoint of this map, where Jay-Woo, Pistola, Gala all had their ultimates back online to be able to throw at the first contest of this flashpoint. And Gen.G gotta look at Sana to clutch up with something big with this pulse bomb. Even one pick would help make things just a little bit easier for Gen.G to swallow as you look at this giant ultimate pool here for Virtus.Pro.
Just trying to find out where Shockwave was there. Rather slippery on the Tracer. Orbital Ray being used almost to its full effect. High in the sky is Canal, but Crispy ends up going down. Play pop by Top Dragon. Joe is going to do the same thing. Also, sorry, Top Dragon just dashing through. Fixer, sorry. So Jay-Woo with 3 kills from the blade. And there's Virtus.Pro. Okay, their time to get a team kill and their time to get another full first cap. As Virtus.Pro now have to deal with Top Dragon's blade. But Jay-Woo's had his number this whole series.
Yeah, and it's not even just Jay-Woo, but the fact that Jay-Woo has the support of Fixa on the Lucio just to make sure that Jay-Woo has the right angle has been perfect. Not to mention the fact that Jay-Woo gets healing from the Lucio being able to mark him at every single turn. And so Top Dragon might have his work cut out for him. Fixa with a sound bear as well. It could be difficult to get this damage down in this next fight. And Virtus.Pro, one fight went away. This fight is already extending for the beginning of it.
Sona desperately there trying to hold on to his recall. Top Dragon pulls the blade. Sound barrier comes out from Virtus.Pro as soon as that voice line does end up ringing in their ears. 80% of building now for VP, and they're trying to chase as many Gen.G players as they can out of the point to try and take a fight off of it. They're still doing a heck of a amount of damage though, but Possible on the ground does end his life. Was perma blocking there as Sona just one clips Fixer. As Gen.G, they're back in this. But Virtus.Pro, they're at still 99%.
Fight win goes the way of Gen.G, but the work is not done just yet. Crispy and Mag, all eyes on them to see if their ults can be the difference for Gen.G to actually take this map and extend the series just a little bit longer. Virtus.Pro come back with this Pistola ult though, so when you look at the downpour, Pistola's been able to get such good value, even being able to nail down one target, especially if it's just Mag. Let's see what this next fight has to offer for us.
Yeah, big downpour target in the back line. Oh, Pistola ends up getting caught, and now the focus fire is oh so easy for Gen.G. 50% of building. Quick reset here from VP. They have to just go again. They got one more fight in them.
but so economical. They got the downpour and the sound barrier out of Gen.G, so it's just going to be the orbital ray that has still been such a big key to success for these fights for Gen.G, which is something that Virtus.Pro does not have. But look at how fast this orbital ray got popped. Oh, this
Pop it
was
super
by
early
itself.
too. Virtus.Pro gonna have to try and run through it, but Mag ends up taking down Vestola. Kineo once again falling first for Gen.G. Jwoo is on the point, is contesting, but overtime is ticking down and Gen.G still have the cap. Fixer, Shockwave dead. Jwoo's got 10% towards that blade, but has used every CD possible to stay alive. And that will be Gen.G taking Suravasa, keeping their hopes and dreams alive in the series. All right, Virtus.Pro, they're not going to get away with this one as easy as we might have thought on that last map.
I'm so glad to see the fight is still in Gen.G right now, though. It could be very easy for you to look at just how quickly you've gone down in series 0-2 and be kind of mentally doomed from that. But Gen.G still being able to put up such a good fight, making that Flashpoint incredibly competitive, and we get a chance to see this first match of our OWCS 2025 season go to at least a map number 4.
It's not a 3-0, let's go.
Let's go!
Let's have a look at the highlights, because it'll be up for up for debate now where we want to go, because now it is time for VP to take us to a map after Gen.G win Suravasa. So Escort on the cards maybe. Let's have a look. Oh, sorry, not Escort. We already had a Dorado. Can't have hybrid either because we've had the Suravasa. I want to know what they're thinking in terms of bans too. I'm surprised we haven't seen the Gen.G ban just yet, but that could be on the table for Gen.G going into the next one. I mean, Top Dragon, a pretty fearsome Gen.G, but Jwoo's had a lot more consistent and just higher impact blades, and even neutral damage too from Jwoo has been kind of running over Top Dragon a little bit.
Yeah, it's so tough to call because I think what we have next on the docket is going to be a push map. So either Al-Qadsiah or Esperanza. I think both of
probably
them
Esperanza.
Yeah, but even when you take a look at that, both of them very much a map that you can run the Gen.G, and so do you ban it? Do you just outright ban it and just hedge your bets on being able to win out in some of the other areas of these maps? Because we see a lot of Gen.G, we see a lot of Echo, we see probably a lot of Hazard on this map as we look to the start of our OWCS season.
Well, it's Esperanza, called it. Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be Al-Qadsiah. Even after they removed the glass, I think everybody still prefers Esperanza as a map. We will probably see a little bit of Al-Qadsiah here and there in EMEA and NA, I'm sure, but at least for now, it's going to be Esperanza, which is a VP's pick, which means they're also banning their heroes right now as well. So Krusty and Smash kind of going over the different options that they have. Will they just ban the Gen.G? I think if you're Gen.G right now, maybe you do. Maybe you just ban the Gen.G. Or, to be fair, if VP, they ban first here. They could ban a DPS. They ban Torb or something. You can't ban a DPS on the other side. Keep Jwoo on the Gen.G. You feel pretty good. That's the big thing, and something we talked about at the top of the show as well, is that you can just protect a role if you like. If you end up banning first, hey, we want to play this DPS lineup here. We're doing very well with it. Okay, let's ban Torb or Sim or something silly that isn't really going to get played. And then we aren't going to have our DPS characters banned out because you can't ban the same role.
That's such a great point, and I do think we're going to see a lot of those mind games get played out in the rest of our OWCS season as the just strategies behind the hero bans end up evolving. But I feel like both of these teams are still here to win, and I still think that there are some good targets for the hero bans on either team. A little bit more difficult, I think, to actually ban out something like a support and feel like it's making an impact. But tanks, absolutely. Virtus.Pro gonna ban out Mauga.
Okay, so kind of wanting to protect the Hazard, I'd imagine there. So Virtus.Pro end up banning first, so ban Mauga, and then Gen.G, they ban the Sojourn. So we want to play Hazard. If you're VP, they were like, we are going to play Hazard. We do not care what DPS you guys are going to be on at all. We're just going to play what we want. And Jwoo's got a pretty deep hero pool. So yeah, Esperanza will load in just a second.
Yeah, and Gen.G banning out the Sojourn, this does ban out one of Shockwave's best heroes. We saw Shockwave pick up this hero on Suravasa, but still, you can play the Ashe, you can play the Cassidy. Just banning out the Sojourn doesn't necessarily mean that Shockwave is limited in any capacity, and I think the same can be said for a lot of our hitscan players. But it still makes sense. Like, Shockwave putting up some big numbers on the Sojourn, you just want to make sure that one of his best heroes is out of his hands for this next map.
Yeah, I mean, they are his two best heroes, like you said, the Soj and the Ashe, so maybe a little bit of Ashe here for Shockwave. Very, very nice on this map too, with that big high ground. You win first fight, you take high ground, you sit your Ashe on top of, and then you kind of just snowball away from there and hopefully get that first cap off of the second fight. We'll have to wait and see. Gen.G and Virtus.Pro, 2-1 right now, as Virtus.Pro are on match point, and hopefully no more disconnections either. I don't want to put it into the atmosphere or anything,
don't
but
say it.
I will fight with my monopolistic ISP to the death, so I can cast OWCS and I can watch this stuff. So yeah, let's have a look where we end up maybe going for a map number 5 too. Hey, you never know. Let's jump into it though. Esperanza, Virtus.Pro versus Gen.G. VP still on a match point. Can Gen.G take us to a map number 5? All to be seen as we load on in.
I hope we get a map 5. It would just be so fitting for the first match of our OWCS season to be able to see both of these teams make it as competitive as we thought it could be at the beginning of the series. The prediction was still very difficult, right? I think a lot of us on the fence about whether or not it would be Gen.G or Virtus.Pro at the end of the day. Virtus.Pro making a very convincing argument in those first two maps that we may just see a 3-0, but Gen.G having that mental fortitude to say, you know what? No, we've still got that dog in us, and we're gonna see the hazard again for this matchup, but then whatever comes next in these support and these DPS lineups, that's been where I feel like we've seen sort of like the secret sauce for both of these teams.
Well, I see a Shockwave Cassidy too. I mean, that was banned out a little bit earlier on, so it's free to pick that. Cassidy still incredibly strong with the no more mag nade. God, there's so many variations of the nade, it's crazy. Mag nade, we had flashbang, then mag nade, and now it's just the hinder nade and the hinder nade again. Like, it's wild, but still very good against Traces, Genjis, anybody with mobility. So Gen.G's dive.
You thought you would see it.
Right, exactly, yeah. Anybody with mobility at all. So Gen.G's dive has to be very precise, has to be very clean. Hitting a big nade onto the backline will be a good start though. Canal still rocking that Ana.
Wow, Canale sticking to the Ana. It has been very hit or miss in this matchup so far, feeling like at least in Suravasa it was able to swing their way to victory, but also only after we ended up seeing a support change. Will the Ana stay? Remains to be seen here, but at least you know you've got the biotic grenade, so at least apply that anti-damage to the rest of Virtus.Pro to make these dives a little bit easier for Top Dragon to actually follow up on.
It is very powerful on this map though as well, to be fair. So many long sight lines you can use.
Good high ground.
Exactly. Jaywu trying to make his presence known on their little side room. Make sure no flanks coming in, and hopefully try and target Canale as much as humanly possible on the Ana. Just abuse the fact the Ana has no mobility, apart from that Lucio speed aura. Eventually, a kid will end up coming through. There it is. Called it into existence. Shockwave, a nice headshot on to Crispy. Top Dragon dead, and Canale's got nowhere to run or hide now. Although with that... Oh! All the passive healing from their support, to be fair, should be pretty decent.
Oh my gosh, so close though. I thought Jaywu was gonna lose his head there for a second and just send Virtus.Pro reeling for a couple, at least like a small little lag moment. But no, Virtus.Pro, they still have their wits about them in this matchup. You've got Gallo with the Orbital Ray as well. Just a big key difference between these two support lineups is we've seen the Orbital Ray just be so impactful.
Really nice sleep there onto Vestola. Orbital Ray doesn't getting used as Mag puts down that downpour, crossing his arms right now. Doesn't manage to kill anybody, unfortunately, as a Shockwave was just left alone on the point. Just free shooting into Gen.G. That Orbital Ray is just so strong, and Gen.G, I mean, look, you end up using that. Virtus.Pro, they just sit looking at the Orbital Ray And they're like, we can't do it. Like, please, we can't do anything.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's why you see Juno and Juno get picked on both teams. So you have an answer to the orbital ray. Canale is going to give up on the Ana completely, try to at least match the Juno of Gala, and add very similar all percentages, knowing that Gala just used that orbital ray. You can match it in the future. But Virtus.Pro still have, well, the sound barrier. Top Dragon's blade was useless in that fight.
Yeah, force the blade, beat for blade there. That was the exchange, the trade deal that they're going to have to go for. Sound barrier comes in, another beat for the blade. Jaywu taking a little bit more damage than he would like, so ends up having to back off. 96 meters, and maybe some more for VP. They got downpour in a couple of percent as well. The solo 1% away has got it now. Instantly used it. Spots two people straight in his backline, and Top Dragon taken out. Mag 2, and that is going to be a push almost around this final corner already. Virtus.Pro making it hurt. Gen.G, they're going to have an orbital ray in 20%, but Gala has almost got another one. This could be, if Virtus.Pro end up getting a clean fight here with orbital ray, this could be a full cap.
Is it going to be a full cap? It's looking pretty likely here. If Gala can actually get this orbital ray straight down the middle, you've got great damage amplification on some of the shockwave, and yeah, that is not looking good here for Gen.G.
Mag's dead, no deflect, boot to the face, Top Dragon pushed into the dirt, and Crispy, yeah, unfortunately, died to the wall or died to the hazard, it doesn't matter, because Virtus.Pro have just managed to full cap on what has to be one of the quickest push maps I have ever seen. Virtus.Pro take the series 3-1, Surabasa clearly a blip on the radar for them, because that was just pure dominance.
4 minutes. That's all it took there for Virtus.Pro to full capture Esperanza. There were no breaks on that train, and Virtus.Pro already slingshot themselves into one of the top spots in EMEA. What a great start for them for the Swiss stages. Zoe, I feel like you blink and you miss it on that map.
Yeah, I actually started eating my lunch.
Yeah.
I had to like very quickly like put an end to that. Yeah, maybe that was just a blip. I did like that, as you said already, Dern and Kastnecker, that they showed signs of life. Like, we know what that team is capable of. There was just so many good veteran players in it. And that leads me to the main point for this entire series. The story here is Jaywu, right? Like, the 17-year-old kid is taking it to those veteran DPS duos of Top Dragon and Sana, looking good on Tracer, like on their signature heroes, right? Against Sana, great on that Echo and Gen.G against Top Dragon. I'm so impressed with what we've seen from him.
A lot more one-sided than I think a lot of people imagined, including the audience too. It was almost a 50-50 split. That extra 2% going towards Virtus.Pro in the end. I mean, look, if you're Jaywu right now, you've trained against the very best, right? You've been training on Poker Face against Falcons and against Center Division, against Crazy Raccoon. Like, yeah, this is your time to shine over an EMEA. I mean, we know Falcons and Crazy Raccoon, are they going to win OWCS this year? Not sure, but it looks likely. Like, the teams are ridiculous. And but now it's your chance to really make a name for yourself. The Tracer play was just superb, but the Gen.G for me was really what cemented himself in this series. I mean, against Top Dragon, who I was singing his praises last year,
Right.
Kind of made him look like a new player, you know? Like, it didn't look close on the Gen.G head-to-head.
Yeah, I think it's really important to identify the fact that it's not that Sonic, Top Dragon, or Shockwave have fallen off in any means. They're still some of the best DPS players in the EMEA region. Is that Jaywu is so strong. Like, you have to just think about, like, if Top Dragon, Sana, and Shockwave are A-tier players, maybe Jaywu is looking like an S-tier, if that makes more sense.
I think also just as a whole, the team of Gen.G, they looked a little less coordinated, I want to say. It just looked so much smoother on the other side.
That was a ridiculously quick finish. That was so fast. Well. I wonder if that is the quickest push map. My memory, not so great, but it's got to be up there in terms of completion. I'm just being honest.
It's close. I actually think the fastest push map that we had was in Overwatch League? I think it was 3 minutes and like 30 seconds is where I want to say. So not quite, but
it was
very
quick.
Close.
On Esperanza, that was
quick enough.
Quick.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
It was quick enough, that's for sure. So obviously a fantastic first showing here for VP. Weren't sure how to rank those teams, right? As we didn't get to see them playing in those qualifiers, but they showed us that Yeah, they're here to win it all. Player of the match, to absolutely no one's surprise, is going to be Jaewoo. What an incredible standout performance. Again, going up against those veteran players. And yes, as you said, Jack, he is obviously coming from the training grounds of Korean Overwatch. So he's trained with the best, against the best. He's gonna be one to watch out for in the EMEA region for sure.
It's going to be a fun season. We said at the very start of this series too that the top 4 slots in EMEA right now, the top 4 spots, they are extremely competitive. Like Ultimates, of course, not a partner team, but their strength looks like they could be number 1. Virtus.Pro though coming out in a big way. And how are Gen.G going to kind of come back from this as well? I mean, I think the best thing about, especially coming into this season with the amount of variables that you have thrown in with the hero ban system too, you're going to be looking and relying on people like Krusty to really kind of pick up the mental and then go back in and go again. Like, so I still have a lot of hope for Gen.G as a team. I don't think this is anything to really like, okay, VP at number 1, like Gen.G, like it's the first match, like it happens. And with Gen.G falling here, I can imagine they're only going to get stronger later down the line. But I mean, if VP also continue on that trajectory, yeah, it's a very competitive season in EMEA.
Yeah, I'm excited for all that is to come. Of course, we're playing in a round robin format, so we're going to see plenty of matches being played from all of those teams. Plenty of opportunities for them to redeem themselves as well. One person who doesn't need any redemption just yet is, of course, Shockwave, who will be joining us for a quick interview after that super strong finish. The first dub of the season. Shockwave, how are we feeling?
That was a pretty good game overall, I would say. Honestly, Survasa was maybe a bit troll, but yeah, that was a pretty confident game from our side.
We can forget that happened.
Yeah,
that's all right. Listen, heading into this match, we tried to start some drama, obviously, given that you and Gala are going up against former teammates, Sona and Kaneo. Was there any extra pressure or maybe motivation for the two of you heading into this match?
Nah, I think our beef is maybe with TU, the Ultimates. Because a certain coach in their team always talks bad about us. So yeah, the next match is I think more spicy.
Got it.
I
Noted.
like that a lot.
We'll bring that up. Thank you. Free content.
How are you and Jaewoo getting on? Of course, obviously brand new to the team. You not really played too much together before. So yeah, how are you vibing together? How's the team chemistry as well? The team vibe.
I mean, it's very nice. I think we're pretty privileged, pretty lucky to be here in person all together, like in a very nice facility. So yeah, I mean, life is great for a VP player right now. Can't lie.
I love that.
Yeah, that's something I'm really excited about for you guys too, is that you have your team house. I think you guys are in Belgrade, is that right? And so how has that been for all of you to be able to train together and just be able to have the in-person vibes? Does it kind of feel like being back in the Overwatch League?
Yeah, exactly. It's basically just like an EU Overwatch League. So yeah, it's luxurious. It's nice.
You know what? We love that for you. Now we're going to let you go and celebrate. Thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat, and best of luck in your next matches.
Thank you.
That was Shockwave from VP joining us for a quick chat after they just took the dub in a speedy fashion on that last map for sure. Already putting themselves on the map. Speaking of maps, let's look at standings. Not quite the transition.
Standing a map?
But we're going for it. Yeah, obviously one match played, so there's not too many new numbers on the board.
Damn, this is a crazy
it's crazy stuff happening. But you know what? One done, many more to go as we're working our way through this round robin format. One banger at a time. And we got another one coming right up as well. It's going to be Team Peps and I'm going to say it wrong. Al-Qadsiah. Every time. Can I just call you guys AQ?
AQ's great.
Is this cool? AQ?
AQ.
I'm running with it until they tell me otherwise.
So is so WoW pilled. She's like got to do everything in WoW terms.
That's right. That's how we do it. For now, we're heading to a quick break, and we catch you on the other side of this.
Guys, 40-man raid.
Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Rose and Jack, and we're about to dive into our second match of the day. Team Peps will be taking on my homeboys, AQ.
Encourage. We're going to Encourage.
That's right. It took the entire server to unlock this team, and now they're here.
This holy reference. Okay, we're off to a good start.
The ones who know, they know. Let's talk about this match, though. I'm excited. I mean, obviously, one of the great things about Overwatch is just like, some of those players are like weeds. They just never go away. They've just been here since the dawn of Overwatch.
Who are you talking about?
I'm looking at
Zoe?
some Peps here specifically.
Who are you talking about, huh?
Yeah, just a few players. They've just been around forever, and I love that because we got to see the ups and downs of their careers, and it's just so great to see them back here in OWCS as well, with different teammates, of course, here and there, but they all return. Team Pep still predominantly French in terms of their players.
You got to keep the majority
French players. That's right. Also, just want to point out, there's something about German main tanks.
Okay.
You think about it, so we have Ice Cold.
I think there's always
Team
somebody
Peps, and then
German main
Hitori on Sakura, and then
Yeah.
who else has the Hardy, of course, Twisted Minds. Just you need a German tank.
That's the Reinhardt gene.
That's right.
It is, yeah, that is kind of true, actually. Peps, okay. Peps, you see the names on your screen right now. However, there is one person that's on the bench, and he's actually on your screen right now, top right. Soon. Yes, you are seeing that correct. Soon. The Soon is so back in Overwatch. So
back.
Yeah, maybe they are like weeds, Zoe. I don't want to put it like that because that sounds mean, but like it is crazy how long Soon
I love me
has.
some good weeds. What?
Okay, moving swiftly on. Dude's been around since like the dawn of time in Overwatch, of course.
That's right.
Rogue, Misfits, like before Overwatch League, obviously Paris Eternal, like he's been around and he retired, now he's back in Overwatch. Like it is good to see him back, it really is. Of course, rounding out the roster, Azerion, you have FD God, of course, like you said, majority French team. I'm excited to see Peps. They've got a fairly deep roster comparatively to a lot of like North American and EU teams with a few switches here and there, so we'll see if they make full utilization of their subs this season.
Now, on the other side for AQ, Rose, we do have some veteran players there as well, but also quite a few new additions and new exciting players.
I'm so excited about this roster. I know Jack brought them up at the beginning of our broadcast today as one of the rosters that he's been looking out for from the open qualifiers, and so many good reasons why. You talk about players that have so much history in EMEA. I look at Labda as sort of the first one that...
Well, I spoke that into existence earlier, didn't I, in the break? It's all right. Me and Zoe are going to cast. Checkmate and Labda. Something that we talked a lot about last year was Labda and his flexibility on these like kind of funny heroes too. A lot of fire, a little bit of May here and there, a lot of like heavy projectile. Checkmate can play everything, which is great. I think Tread has also been extremely impressive. Landon too, a lot of like newer faces, new Saudi players too, which we haven't seen around in OWCS specifically. And they're surrounded by more veteran talent. Checkmate, of course, Overwatch League champion. Landon, an incredible force in the backline. Him and Haku are going to tear things up. I think this match is going to be rather close. I don't think it's going to be another like VP Gen.G scenario where VP kind of just run all over them. This match, I can assure you, maybe map 5, but we'll have to wait and see, of course, as we watch their team intro.
Sick. All right, so these are our next two teams we're seeing going at each other. So of course, the big question is, who do we think is coming out on top? I hate to do this, guys. I hate that because, you know, if I have an opportunity, I'm always going for the Frenchies. They're my neighbors, they're my friends. Love those players. But I'm actually having AQ. I'm actually going with AQ. I don't know, there's just so much great talent in the Saudi E-League, and they picked up those young and exciting players. I say young and exciting players. They've also just been around the Saudi E-League for like years and years and years, like really overperforming. We saw what these players can do already on the big stage, and that combined with the likes of like Checkmate and veteran players like Landon, like I think there's a lot of potential in this team.
Yeah, I went the opposite direction. I was thinking Al-Qadsiah to begin with, but I went with Peps for this series. I wanted to be a little bit different.
Community?
No, I wanted to be a little bit different. I think this is going to be pretty close regardless. I want to see how they're going to go in, in terms of bans in their heads, and I want to see how deep their roster actually flows, because we saw a little bit soon in the qualifiers, and we've seen Soon obviously play. Dude still got it. He's still flying out there, but how often they're going to swap people in and out? I'm excited to see that. I think Ice as well has been exceptional on the tank, and I think going up against someone like Tread, who talked a massive game last year, like wanting to take down teams like Space Station, didn't live up to that, but it was a high bar that he set for himself, and I think he's done it extremely well. But in this series, and in how long some of these players have been playing together, I think Peps have the advantage here.
Well, for me, I think it's going to be Al-Qadsiah. I think I'm with Zoe on this one. I think that this roster, like Team Peps, has a lot of depth. So when it comes down to some of the changes they can make to their roster, I think you cannot count them out. I also know that they've got some big brains behind this team.
Perfect.
She's very surprised.
I absolutely love that for us. Well, we're heading into a very quick break, and when we're coming back, we hopefully get that second match started. Rose, I'm so sorry. It's cursed. Everything is cursed.
We're good.
Over. Break.
Everything's chill. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Yes, we've unfortunately had to replace Rose, and it's my displeasure. I mean, pleasure to have Matt on the cast.
This is probably the first time that you've casted with somebody you have banned in your Twitch chat. This is probably the only time.
I unbanned you the other day. I unbanned you the other day.
That's nice.
Yeah, you can now type in all caps only and scream at me in my chat. It's going to be a good time. Yeah, it's unfortunately Road had a few issues with the internet, so yeah, Matt's subbing in from his dungeon as we jump into the first map. Samoa picked by Peps. They also banned Juno and a ban of Mauga on the side of Al-Qadsiah.
Yeah, and I gotta say, we obviously did EWC last year that had the hero bans. It's awesome to see that now in OWCS and really kind of taking into form. I think Juno's obviously going to be a hero that is pretty contested in the ban phase pretty constantly. But Hazard, just with the impact that he's having in the tank role, I think you'll see kind of things that enable those types of compositions gone as well. But like we just saw in the last series, right? Like Lucio Kiri definitely back on the menu.
Yeah, anything that's like, you just got to go fast, man. Kiriko's still pretty damn good. Like, the ult is still insane, but against the Ray, you probably take the Ray. I was mentioning to Rose earlier, Matt, like, even some teams in Japan, if we see like a Lucio band, it's like Kiriko Juno, but we have seen a little bit of Ana too. There's a lot of flexibility in the backline right now, which does feel really good. And that added layer of flexibility too when things do end up getting banned. And classically, probably a lot of Hazard play from both teams.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's kind of what we saw at EWC last year, right? When the hero bans were introduced, right? We saw all different types of compositions come out. Teams are going to have to, practice different things, so, target ban against certain opponents, right? Especially now that we're in more of a league style format as opposed to, before we were in groups and then just a bracket, right? You're going to be playing some of these teams consistently and have a lot of footage on being able to watch them. So it'll be interesting how the, bans, adjust over time, but we can jump right into the game here.
Yeah, Team Peps rocking out on the Hazard. No surprise there. We'll get Ken and Ice flipped around in the next lobby. Of course, Ice should be in the center there, but it's all chill. Yeah, still Sojourn, man. After the buff on Soj as well, been played a lot more. I would imagine if the Soj didn't get buffed, that railgun increased damage, it probably would have been a lot of Ash, but yeah, there you go. That's exactly why the Sojourn was buffed. And Zerion is the first to fall for Team Peps.
Yeah, Sojourn always on a knife's edge in terms of being extremely good in the meta, depending on how they buff or adjust her. And this is going to be a really good Sojourn matchup with Lambda and Exodial. Exodial, one of the standout players from last year in EMEA.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, his casting was ridiculous last year. Doesn't like Al-Qadsiah can actually stay in this fight, although Ken overextends on the Gen.G. As Team Peps, they aren't able to cap. Same of Team Al-Qadsiah, as both teams still struggling to get a clean team fight. Exodial going super low.
Hazard had so much survivability and he can get back so fast. This is a point that traditionally stalls out for a while anyway, right? So seeing how everybody just jumps into the fray rather quickly, now we finally get it under control, but you have another fight here instantly.
Yeah, sound barrier comes through for Team Peps. Rush laid down from Landon, but unfortunately Tread just nowhere to be seen on Landon's screen. Couldn't manage to get some healing shots onto him, and that should be Team Peps clean this one up with ease. That sound barrier just a little bit too good, and Landon, I mean, laid down that rush, Matt, in the choke point, but there wasn't too many people to kind of utilize that.
And even so, right, you lay down that Kitsune rush in the choke, you want to kind of get aggressive on through it. FD God has the sound barrier, so everybody on Peps, they were just kind of getting back in the fight, right? They disengaged for a little bit, got all healed up, and then they come back with the beat, and they're able to take it rather easily. This will be an overclock here for Exodial, maybe just trying to get a little bit of tempo here. It's going to be the sound barrier in response. This is actually pretty good here for Peps, right? The sound barrier kind of goes for nothing.
Good triple shot from Exodial there. Just absolutely liquefied Labda. Had all that overhealth and a couple of nice little shots from Exodial. Takes down his enemy like for like, and well, Al-Qadsiah gonna have to reset.
Well, at that point, right, you have the overclock, you're using the Kitsune rush there for Peps, and the sound barrier comes out from Haku, and they get no value of it, right? Think about when Peps ended up using their sound barrier, right into the Kitsune rush, able to go in, do great work with it. That's how Haku, though. You're using that sound barrier out at the choke, and this will be a blade goes for one. So this is still being used pretty far away from the point.
Yeah, FT God does end up going down for Team Peps, but like you said, they're very far away. That was a fight completely off of the point, so Al-Qadsiah still need to make up this ground, and FT God will be back in, not a moment's notice. There is an ultimate coming through, maybe for Ice. Doesn't end up laying it down. I mean, that downpour's good to lock people in place, and Tread doesn't end up succumbing to it. Looks like Checkmate 2 also caught in the fray as Team Peps now closing in on this final fight as Labda just trying to int onto the point to make sure they get one a proper fight.
You know, the blade from Checkmate, you get one, but it's so far away from the point that you see everybody basically for Peps back on the point when the next fight kind of kicks off. And you know, Ken able to use his blade, push them back a little bit. There's a nice downpour from Ice Gnome, right? Connects with two players, ends up taking them out. And this has been all Peps since the beginning.
Yeah, all Peps playing off of the point, pushing Al-Qadsiah to the limit. They had to use the rush to even get out of the choke point as OT is approaching. FD God does end up killing Checkmate with a nice little boop as Landon and Tread do come off an off angle, but they can't get the retouch. Sound barrier, FD God Ajaxing that one, but it was all good. Round was already over as Team Peps take the first one.
Yeah, and Peps looked really good on that. You know, they gave up that 20%, but it's really just them disengaging, letting FD God build that beat at the start. And then once they kind of push through the Kitsune rush from Landon with that sound barrier, there's no response really from at Al-Qadsiah. So really nice first round there from Peps. Looks to have, look, when you have FD God and he can play the Lucio, especially because he wants to play aggressively in these types of compositions, sometimes you get some interesting results, but that time I thought played it quite perfectly.
Same comms running out, no too surprise. As we go to one of my favorite stages on this map, the way you can play super far away. We saw a little bit of Ana from Kenale earlier on this map, on this round. We'll see if the same can be said here. Looks like both teams, though, just opting for the Kiriko. Just want to go fast, just ignoring the Ana. Even though Ana's still pretty strong, like we mentioned in the previous series. But Tread just getting forced out here, man. Just completely bullied away from this high ground.
Well, it was, both Genshis and Lucius for each team respectively over on that right-hand side by the hut, and Tread actually just kind of pushed in there trying to get some control of that, but it's actually going to give up some of the high ground in the point first. He takes a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think Tread's just going to get kind of dominated here. Nice little wall, too. Especially if you're Ice in this situation where everybody's looking down upon you, trying to shoot you. Pop the wall up, just hug it slightly, and there's a lot less angles that Labda can shoot you from. Labda still takes out Zarion, but how long can he realistically survive against Ice? Not entirely sure, but he's got the backup there required. Both supports just pocketing Labda right now, making sure he stays in the fight, and now Qadsiah cap first.
Well, and that's the thing, you have both supports, right? As Ice Gnome's still there available for Peps. We talk about how strong Hazard is and survivable, but they just have the Lucio. You're not going to be able to keep him alive, especially he was like, 40% HP at the time.
Double wall coming out as Ice now put himself on the point. Deflect there from Checkmate. Labda first to fall in this fight to Ken. And here comes the rush. Really aggressive positioning here from Ice. Has got Lucio at his back, but where's the damage? There it is. Ken ends up dashing in. You can see Team Peps very quick on the rotation there to try and help out their tank. And that will be the cap as soon as they kill Checkmate.
You're going to get, what, almost 40% here from Al-Qadsiah, but a huge win there for Peps because they end up having to use just about nothing, right? They don't have anything going into it. It's a Kitsune rush there dropped by Landon, and you don't really get any value of it. You end up winning the fight for Peps. Now Peps can play aggressive behind their own rush.
Man, they love playing up to the spawn. Ken a little loving that a little bit too much, maybe. Nice defensive wall there onto Checkmate. Still gonna slice through the tank in the front line, but with no nano, no sound barrier, no nothing, can't stay in the fight too long, even if he's got the blade drawn. A lot of ults for Team Peps now, Matt, as they try and get back to the point, and they kill Labda on the approach. A good little reset there on to Ice, but a sound barrier from Team Peps only hitting 2. FD God and Exodio to get bathed in that overhealth map, but that's about it. As Al-Qadsiah end up capping that point.
Yeah, they're trying to actually get that sound barrier to connect on Ice Gnome. It just comes in a hair too late as he ends up falling. Sound barrier goes down. That's why it's just FD got an Exodio, and it doesn't look that great. They're trying to capitalize on that pick that Exodio got, trying to even things up.
Blame the backline here for Ken. Oh, easily slicing through Labda and Landon there. 1 slice, 2 kills as Team Peps take over that fight with ease. That will be the cap as well. A couple of late staggers here on a Haku and Tread, and there's the team kill.
Yes, now Peps with full control yet again, even though they didn't really get a ton of value out of that sound barrier. Still kind of kept them lurking around the point. Exodio putting down some damage from the side allowed for Ice Gnome to get back into the fight rather quickly. And you're going to have this downpour, nothing to deal with it on the other side. Let's see how they try and line it up.
Downpour, pretty hard to get off though against everybody that's so mobile. we talked about a little bit earlier on.
Capture them in.
Exactly. Rush for Landon as well, and about 5%. His Genji's going pretty low though. Does he'll checkmate up eventually, but Tread now tries to make a move. Rush onto the point, and it's going to be a pretty easy one to utilize here if you're Al-Qadsiah, as Tread just forcing the issue now, pushing Peps all the way back. But Peps don't lose any video at. And now they're going to try and go aggressive. A wall separates the team as Landon is actually the first to fall as Tread is going dangerously low. Tries to leap away. Even with that damage resistance crossing his arms, he's nothing compared to Ice, and FD was just inting into the front line as Team Peps, they springboard back in, and Al-Qadsiah, yeah, they wanted to go aggro map, but weren't expecting Peps to utilize so much. That Rush just sailing them through that fight with ease.
Peps has done an amazing job, right? Disengaging in a lot of these fights, giving them advantageous windows there to be able to attack. It's just going to be Tread just trying to get on. He'll get a touch, trigger OT.
Let's get a touch. Wall already used though, as here comes the blade. Downpour comes in, his checkmate in no man's land right now. Oh, he boops his head on the little wall too. Little bit of additional damage there as checkmate blade doesn't get traded out with the sound barrier. Haku with 5% away towards hits. That's the game plan here for Al-Qadsiah. Keep Haku alive, but thick and fast, Landon and Trent are already dying, and Haku gets the sound barrier at the final moment, but it's all Exodial. Overclock in hand, takes care of two, and Team Peps find themselves with a map win.
Yeah, they try and actually catch checkmate with the downpour as soon as he ends up popping his blade, but he's able to dash out of the way. But he also dashes to a spot where he can't really get any value other than that we're on board with him, right? And he just kind of gets trapped in that corner, by the Hazard and the Lucio. I thought Peps, like we talked about in the first point, right, where they disengaged right at the beginning, give up like 20% or so, and then use the beat to kind of come on back and win it. They did basically the same thing just there, right? The Kitsune Rush comes down from Al-Qadsiah. They put back on up. Al-Qadsiah wants to commit, right? They want to get value out of it, push on in, and they have the ultimates, the support ultimates to kind of battle on back. I thought Peps did a great job disengaging, kind of playing with the momentum at times when it felt like it.
Yeah, that really is super nice. Like you said, it's, hey, you want to push into us? You want to try and use an ult to win a fight? Okay, we're going to instantly disengage. Really nice discipline from Peps thus far. You don't really expect anything less, especially with the veterans on the squad. And I mean, Exodial, we sung his praises last year. Casty play was just sublime, and coming up big with the Sojourn as well. A good meta, I feel like, for a lot of Team Peps members, especially even FD God, right? Lucio specialist.
And just watching the clips from Hazard, obviously we didn't really get a chance to see Hazard played last year. It got announced in Stockholm. Just the mobility from this hero is crazy. Like we've seen actually heroes with like high mobility, like, Wrecking Ball obviously has great mobility, high mobility, but like it takes a lot of, tech and different geometry on the map to be able to use. This is like completely different. I mean, Hazard can just, he feels like he has leap always. It's wild to me. And also like the survivability is really strong as well, where I think if he's in or comps that you can work him into, they're going to be the go-tos, it looks like, at least for now.
Yeah, I mean, he got a nerf, but it was like, okay, that wasn't enough. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, his damage is still there.
Yeah, not like a,
exactly.
Yeah, it's not a nerf.
It was like, okay, well, you can't leap as often now, but it's still up all the time, and you're just running people down, and you survive, and you got wall. Like, he does a little bit of everything right now. We'll see if either team wants to ban him going into the next map. And of course, it will be an Al-Qadsiah pick, and it looks like we're going to Esperanza now map, our push map.
So yeah, we'll see if anybody wants to kind of eliminate Hazard from the pool. It'll be quite interesting what teams go to there. We saw Maga ban in map number 1, so maybe these teams have kind of played against each other, seen some of other games that have gone on in the EMEA. Maybe there's an opportunity to work the Maga back into the mix, but we'll see Juno back in for this map as well, providing we don't see a ban from the opposite side. So I fully expect if Juno's in the mix, right? I know maybe there's a Kriko ban, maybe a Lucio ban. I think you'll probably see those 3 supports kind of get rotated around. Like with hero bans, it's kind of similar to when we, thinking way back when we had hero pools, right? Where when some things were out, you would just fall back to, certain options or certain looks, or I think you'll kind of get something similar here.
Dude, hero pools were just, that was...
Zoe's cat was picking them, my dog was picking them.
It was an interesting time.
Me and Sideshow baked a cake, I think, one time. I don't know if that had to do with hero pools.
Didn't he bake a garlic cake or something? Or was that
Josh made a garlic buttercream.
I just can't. Oh yeah, and
That's not true.
Didn't Chelsea bake the cake for you?
No,
you didn't bake that at all. I don't believe that.
No outside interference in my cake.
that is such a crazy time to think back because we were thousands of people were cheering on a cat to ban May. And it was just, and the cat did it. Well, Nori did it, and well, you know, the cat was sung praises of for many years to come. It was an insane time. Apparently, Nori got a trading card made because of that. I don't know. It was a weird time. Anyway, Peps ended up banning Tracer here, and Al-Qadsiah, who ended up banning first, they banned the Ana going into Esperanza.
So nothing really impacting the supports, right? Except now you have all three available. The three kind of the ones that we would think you would see most often with the Juno, Lucio, and Kariko. Probably you're looking at like Juno plus the Lucio here, potentially. And then with the Tracer gone, right? Tracer's always really strong in this map, can kind of control the high ground, you know, access some of the flanking routes. So potentially you're just going to see them run it back with a Gen.G Sojourn.
Yeah, makes no sense. I mean, Gen.G's still super strong and played everywhere at the moment as well. Korea are playing it a ton, Japan are playing it a ton as well. Not really a character that you'd expect to be by the wayside. Just incredibly powerful when he gets the support. And Juno, Lucio, like Kiriko, just everything can kind of help the Gen.G succeed in what he does best. I mean, I've been watching a ton of Scala actually on Yam Gaming play Gen.G, and dude, that guy is just a beast. Worth watching those games if you haven't done already on the Esports Japan channel. But yeah, as we load in Esperanza, no tank ban, so I would imagine it's just going to be another mirror match here without the Tracers.
Gen.G's also like his play rate at times. Obviously, you know, comes down to balance, but also like the map pool, right? Like there are some maps that are infinitely better for Gen.G, you know, than others where if it's a bad map pool for him and the balance doesn't really justify, like he's nowhere close in balance, like then there's no shot, right? You're not going to see him. But in this case, right, I know pretty close in terms of balance, and then also completely viable. So we'll see Al-Qadsiah looking at a comp here that is probably what we're going to end up seeing. Potentially Peps can kind of play this, you know, but highly doubt it with Exodial doing the slow walk here. So it looks like potentially stall hazard with the Sojourn and the Gen.G. Sojourn Gen.G can control the high ground here rather seamlessly.
Yeah, I was thinking in this series, like, will we see Exodial on the Cassidy? It was banned in the previous series, and his Cassidy was something that everybody was excited to see last year, and still really good against Gen.G, against high mobile comps, but looks like he wants a little bit more mobility than just a single small role.
Also, like the high ground here and just like the line of sight is so good. Right. The effective range for Sojourn as opposed to the Cassidy, like if you can get like mid-range force these fights, then the Cassidy's pretty good as Checkmate goes in and he gets dealt with rather quickly. I mean, there was no chance for him to live through there, right? I mean, he's in that small room, about 25% HP with 3 people on the other side. So Peps takes his first fight, but yeah, I mean, look, you can play the Cassidy at certain moments, but in a time like this, especially, like, look at where Exodial will set up on the Sojourn, up on that high ground, like looking straight down. There's no way you're playing Cassidy into that type of setup.
Right. We'll see how well Exodial can do on this high ground. Now, such a tough fight to actually open up with too. You have to use one of your big speed boosts or speed ring or amp or whatever to get through this kind of choke and get onto the high ground. Well, luckily for Hazard, Matt, like you were mentioning, pretty good at mobility, so can jump up there, grapple onto the wall, and doesn't really have to worry too much. Oh, FD got.
Oh, he's good. I mean, he was as close to his dead as you could be without being dead. I mean, that was insane. Is always, you know, FD God. No, he played
on a knife's edge. Yeah, yeah, playing on a knife's edge again.
Well, look, if you're playing with FD God, you know what you're getting, right? You know it's gonna be, you know, we're gonna go right to a knife's edge, and sometimes it works out like there, right? Sometimes, you know, it's a beat drop and he gets killed during it, but when it looks good and, you know, not getting punished for it, it's what you're seeing here from Peps is they've kind of really dominated here on the early outset of the series.
Big W for Lucio players too. Of course, the sound barrier now, it speeds up as you use it. So like if you're using it from the top rope, you will go a lot quicker down to the floor. So a lot less chances to Ajax, but it's still possible. Nice little orbital raid there from Al-Qadsiah. However, now they have to deal with one from Peps. Landed just destroyed. Here comes the downpour, and Exodial just steps to the left slightly and dodges it. Team Peps running over Al-Qadsiah, and there's the checkpoint.
And this is one of the more brutal feelings in terms of competitive Overwatch, where you are playing the mirror. It's something you're obviously comfortable with. Everybody's playing it in the region, and you just seem like you're not on the same level. At that point, you're like, okay, where do we go? How do we get an advantage here? Because Peps, I mean, you're gonna have the sound barrier here, and they're gonna combine it with an overclock, so they're gonna gain a ton of space.
Yeah, both teams using that combo. Trading out, and now here come the blades. Ken, checkmate a little bit further away though, 4% to go. They're gonna push in, Exodio ends up going down, and there comes Ken. Although checkmate finished him off, giving him a taste of his own medicine, dashing straight through him. But still Team Peps, Matt, they're getting a lot of space. And FD God is pressuring the issue. Ice, they're gonna chase him all the way to the spawn. No chance really here for Haku to get away.
And it's not like it's going to take the rest of Peps very long to get back into the fight, right? You're going to lose Haku here towards the end. Now everybody for Peps going to be back into the action, and they're not even going to lose much progress on the bot. You see the bot just move slightly away from the barrier, so they're going to be able to continue extending this fight.
They're just going to lay down the downpour as well. That is Tread getting out of there, and actually a boop kill from FD God shuts down Checkmate's blade, but they are still pushing, and they're still pushing all the way to the spawn too. Team Peps have not lost control of the spot.
And it's gone from bad to worse here from Al-Qadsiah. And now they're going to use that wall push up, try and gain some space. But if you're Peps, you can kind of back up to that choke, right? You can play around getting this orbital ray and then push on through.
And look at the space Team Peps are giving them, though. I mean, this is so as classic Esperanza, right? It's like, okay, we lose the fight here. Okay, back up to high ground. Get a better position for our DPS. Find a pick. Tredge trying to put pressure onto this high ground, but it's been so difficult. Pops the wall down, bit of an inconvenience there for Ice, but clambers around it. Here comes the orbital ray from Landon. Now Al-Qadsiah need to find kills. Sound barrier from FD God does connect. Ice has been caught by the ultimate threat, but the downpour is shrugged off. A return orbital ray from Peps now is Al-Qadsiah with a sound barrier, but it only hits 2. Checkmate and Haku get the overhealth, but everybody was already dead. As Team Peps, they lost their backline, but they still make control of the ball.
You could see that happening from like almost a mile away, where Haku's working up towards its sound barrier that entire fight, right? You're exchanging support ultimates. He's a little bit behind going into it, and as soon as those 2 kills come down, he's about to get it. He ends up dropping it and just connects, I believe, with him and Labda. They have another player live, doesn't even get the benefits of it. So pretty brutal stuff there. Is that you're almost better off losing the fight, coming back with the sound barrier, getting an advantage, and seeing what you can do after that.
All right, how quickly can they actually get this high ground? Doesn't like quick enough. Wow, both overclocks popped at exactly the same time, and Exodio schools Labda. A double tap, and that will be dead for the Sojourn. And Al-Qadsiah, oh man, it is not looking hot at all. 4.5 minutes to go, and they have 111 meters, and they're not afraid to play on that checkpoint either. They're gonna get a little bit more meterage here, and they're rounding the final corner.
Now, we've seen obviously crazy comebacks and push, but once you get that first checkpoint and you are behind by this much, it feels near impossible here as Peps kind of comes around the home stretch. You'll end up with a blade here coming up shortly. I think they're also trying to get this beat.
Oh, blade ends up getting popped. Ice is pretty chill though. Just kind of looks at the Gen.G, it shrugs the blade damage off. A lot of damage reduction on the hazard, funnily enough. And FD God unleashes the sound barrier. That's a very aggressive blade pull from Ken, but you're pressuring out Al-Qadsiah right now. A double kill, more meterage. This might even be another full cap map. We already have one today. Can it be another?
Luckily for Al-Qadsiah, you have Haku and Checkmate who have kind of stalled a little bit on the bot, so you're going to have some players coming out of spawn here. And you are going to have double support ult, but using double support ult here right at the end, I know, out of your spawn feels absolutely brutal, especially when you're behind by this much in terms of just raw meterage.
Yeah, luckily for Al-Qadsiah too, they did end up killing Ice during that fight, so Peps weren't able to stay around, but well, they're just going to reset. Like, hit the reset button, and we're back on high ground. And good luck, Tread, trying to get on top.
With how mobile the comps are too, right? Typically you would look at this and be like, okay, it's, you know, maybe 2-3 fights to get to that first checkpoint for Al-Qadsiah, but it may actually be more with how fast these fights can go.
Or Exodio caught in the downpour, and Ken and FD God are already dead. Is everyone just trying to find kills at this point, not worrying about healing the rest of his team? Potentially knows the fight's over already, especially with 2 deads. All right, there it is, Al-Qadsiah. They're going to gain a little bit more than 6 meters now with that team kill.
I mean, you're going to need at least checkpoint, right? Out of this. I mean, 2 minutes, 2 minutes 30 plus in the clock is not a lot of time, especially now when you're just coming up on, 15 meters or so. So we'll see if Tread can kind of control some of this high ground and have sound barriers to match here, though. FD God's done a much better job in this series thus far, though, compared to Haku, about getting value out of them.
Exodio a little bit too scared to push up to the window. Little wall behind him now as well. Oh, almost. Oh, Labda, wrong place, wrong time, buddy. Half HP, that's one railgun headshot, and you are mincemeat. Checkmate also 1 HP as Ice was ready and waiting for him in that small room. And checkpoint, Matt, I don't think they're going to get it, unfortunately. 2 minutes to go for Team Peps.
And they decide to use their sound barrier again, and I actually don't even really hate that decision because you need to win fights. Like, you can't exactly be like, oh, well, let's just disengage or lose this and back on up, right? I mean, you've given up so much meterage already. You have to kind of take a little bit of a risk there, a little bit of a gamble. You're only down one player, end up using the beat, try and maybe force a kill there, even things up, but doesn't end up working out. Now you're going to have the sound barrier here for Checkmate's Blade, although you've been doing a nice job just dodging it in general, right? So there's the sound barrier that comes through from FD God, catches just about everybody but Ice No.
Yeah, it's all good though, because the Hazard could protect themselves. Railgun for Labda. Just gonna have to make this one even, but he's kind of too scared to poke his head out this window at the current moment in time. Oh, and that's why. Exodial, yeah, scores him once again. Landon taken out, and with only a minute to go, Al-Qadsiah looking like they're going to fall over on their map pick. This Esperanza not going their way, not one bit.
No, and I mean, you're going to have orbital rays coming up here soon, but Ken's Blade, let's see if you can get any value out of it, right? No sound barrier on the other side. Maybe you can kind of track down Labda, and then also Exodial with how fast he can build towards these overclocks. Would not count that out if we have an extended fight with these support ults in the mix.
But I mean, we've seen the same fight like 5 times. It's just Peps on the high ground, Al-Qadsiah trying to get up.
Why take a different one? I mean, there's
exactly. They're playing this one perfectly right now. Landon on the small little flank. Tread is getting annihilated in the front line. And there it is. There's the orbital ray. 15 seconds to go. And what was not exactly a close map, it'll be Peps taking it. Al-Qadsiah just ran over. You could see the idea from Landon there. Get the flank off, hit the orbital ray. But the bot, where it is, and a downpour on top of it as well, that's going to signal the end of the map as Team Peps take match points.
Just a dominant performance from Peps, right? Being able to kind of control that high ground. Exodial, a key factor up there. FD God continues really strong play, right? We haven't seen anything where push it a little bit too deep, maybe gets picked off. Really good uses of the sound barrier as well, connecting with just about the entire team all the time in high value situations. So really strong play from Peps, and I believe who did you predict in this series? Did you have Al-Qadsiah? Okay, you didn't. I think at least one person had Al-Qadsiah on the desk, where I was like, this is going to be a very competitive series, but it turns out Peps seems to be on another level.
Yes, indeed. I mean, look, FD God, no Ajaxes just yet. I was suspecting that with the Lucio change, I'm like, man, we are never going to see Ajaxes ever, but I'm ready. I'm waiting. This season, regardless of that Lucio change, there's a lot of burst damage in these comps. Sojourns, Gen.Gs, like even Hazard, right? The Lucios are still having a little bit of a tough time, I think, getting the value with the sound barriers. But FD God, showing up big as he always does.
You take a shot from a Sojourn, and then the Hazard just flies in, and then just a swipe, I mean, you're like dead, right?
You're dead. Exactly.
I mean, that doesn't even account for like if a Gen.G comes through with a dash or something like that, where I'm curious what we see in terms of bans coming up next. Like, it seems like, I know for Al-Qadsiah, like, what, do you go for like a Hazard? Do you go for something like a Sojourn, right? Feels like you need to take a little bit of a gamble here in terms of what you go for.
Yeah, I mean, look, do you ban the Hazards here just to mix up the comps completely? Do you feel like your Hazard game is still a lot stronger? Because I don't know a single thing right now that Al-Qadsiah can do to kind of pull themselves back in, especially when it comes to bans.
If you're losing the mirror, right, try and remove things out of the equation that would have you just play the same compositions you've been playing. To just kind of do a ban to just kind of throw it in there, right, to just kind of continue down this road. I feel like we're going to be saying Team Peps wins 3-0 very soon if you keep going down that path.
Oh, Survasa was the pick for Al-Qadsiah. We'll see if they want to ban. They'll be banning first. So, look, do you take away, like, Lucio? Do you take away the Hazard? I think those are two decent bans coming through from them.
Lucio would be interesting, right? Because FD God traditionally has been, you can play other supports, right? But when people think about FD God and you want him on your team, right?
He played Lifeweaver on Gibraltar that one time.
Yeah. I mean, but you pick him up, you put him in the game, and he's on your roster to play Lucio, right? So potentially Lucio, an interesting ban here, but also Lucio seems like essential a lot of the times on Flashpoint. So quite a dilemma here for Al-Qadsiah.
Okay, we're getting a substitution as well. Labda out, QLM in for Al-Qadsiah. Okay, and no substitutions for Peps. So not seeing soon. Not yet, anyway.
Yeah, it would have been awesome too, right? I know soon, obviously, back in Overwatch, I know a bit of a throwback, fan favorite, right? Think back to way back, like, Blizzard Arena days, even pre-Blizzard Arena, right?
On Rogue.
E-League days, yeah. I mean, soon's been around since Johnny was capable of playing.
Yeah, I was like, wait, Soon's still playing at like top level OWCS. Like, what happened to Johnny, man? What happened?
Soon is playing on Team Peps, and Johnny is on our Face It League team. So that just kind of shows you the trajectory.
Diamond Face It League. Oh man, this is gonna go crazy. He's playing tank at least, so he's in his element, bro. Don't worry. I mean, you're on DPS. This is gonna go
DPS. I mean, that's gonna be lights out.
Oh, I don't know about that. That sounds like a hard carry from a certain member of the team, and it's not gonna be you, man.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Jake hasn't been playing that much, so that's really
that's so true. He's like, this game is in third person. What's going on? All right, we'll see what Al-Qadsiah want to ban as we load on in. Teams are just submitting those as we speak. As it sounds like Al-Qadsiah, actually, I'm just getting word in, they're actually banning Zarya. So, protecting a tank pick here, I would imagine.
Yeah, that we saw this kind of strategy used in EWC as well, right? Where you would ban, we saw Mercy ban, for instance, in some of the support games because the other team can't ban something from the same role, right? So you want to prevent them from banning, let's say, a Hazard or a Maga potentially, right? So you ban a tank that you just really wouldn't play, right? To eliminate the tank ban potentially from the other side.
Yeah, on Team Peps' side of things, I mean, they're kind of winning in quite a dominant fashion. Do you just ban, like, I don't know, do you just ban, like, Gen.G or something?
If you're Peps, right? Or did you even care? Like, just ban...
Yeah.
You could just ban something, out of nowhere, right? Like, hey, ban Baptiste or, Reaper, right? Just for, okay, fine, like, we'll just keep playing what we've been playing, right? I know the Zarya isn't going to really change anything here.
Yeah, so, yeah, maybe they just ban something crazy. Okay, actually not a crazy ban, but they do end up banning Ana. Okay, Survasa is the map pick. Al-Qadsiah looking like they want to protect that Hazard. So they're going to be rolling out with that, I'd imagine. But if they're going into the same comps again. Maga, yeah, that's true.
We saw a Maga ban early on, so potentially it's like, do you want to play something else? I believe it was Al-Qadsiah though who did the Maga ban, right? So get that out of the way early on, and we've seen them just constantly go over towards Hazard. So wouldn't be surprised we continue to see that.
Yeah, same comps as last map. I bet my bottom dollar on it, that's for sure. Let's load in. Survasa, map pick by Al-Qadsiah. Looking like a 3-0 for Peps right now, but this is definitely a map that can flip it on its head. I mean, we just saw Gen.G take this off of Virtus.Pro, even though it was a rather dominant series for VP. We'll see if the same can be said here. And of course, brand new year, brand new me, but the same old pigeons on a...
You aren't scared of the pigeons. This is just a bit.
It's a bit. Have you looked into their eyes, Matt?
This is just a bit.
You know the bit is transcended from the English broadcast as well. You know they do it in the Japanese broadcast too, and the Korean one.
What?
It's actually transcended.
They scared of pigeons?
Yeah, every map there's pigeons. It's crazy.
I mean, this is just...
I don't know how it's gone so far.
Is there even a phobia, like a pigeon phobia?
There has to be. There has to be a pigeon phobia. We'll look it up in a minute. We'll look it up in the break. Here you go. Here's the comms though. QLM coming in for Al-Qadsiah 2. That's sub coming in on the Sojin. So we'll see how he fares against Peps, who are right now, honestly, on a bit of a hot streak.
Yeah, I mean, Exodial and crew looking quite good here for Peps, but they'll end up losing Exodio right off the start here. So Checkmate now playing the Tracer QLM will end up playing the Sojourn. So obviously the DPS change here comes in for Al-Qadsiah. It's Checkmate, a phenomenal Tracer banned in the last match, so we'll see if that can maybe turn the tides.
Yeah, QLM known for more long-range hit scan, Ash, Widow, etc. So yeah, showed up in a pretty big way. He's had decent placings in the Saudi E-League over his time being a player. Al-Qadsiah off to a good start though. This is it. This is the confidence build you really need. First fight, okay. You got the jitters off. It's all good. It's a brand new season. Now we'll see if Checkmate can connect this pulse bomb.
Yeah, a real confidence builder. They won one fight. You're going to need to do a little bit more than that.
That is confidence.
I mean, look, you've never been a part of one of these matches where it snowballs like this. You know, winning a fight does not bring it back
like attitude,
for the squad.
I don't like your attitude. If you bring this attitude to the basic games on our team, we're gonna have to have words. Oh, tread. Please don't die. Okay,
no
well,
way
he did.
This is a good stall though from Al-Qadsiah, right? You know, the kill comes in. The first kill comes in this fight quite early here for Peps, where it's like, you know, about 35-40% for Al-Qadsiah. So they gain, you know, almost double. You know, they have just kind of Haku tread, go in, juggle the points. So although they end up losing it, they give themselves a great chance to be able to go in, take one fight, and flip it.
FT God with the sound barrier. But I do worry for Team Peps in this fight. They haven't got a Ray. They've got that rush coming online, but it's not quick enough. Al-Qadsiah have already got the orbital Ray, and they're going to make good use of it. Good. A lot of damage there from Landon. Those Pulsar 2 videos connecting with quite a few members of Team Peps. They do end up using the sound barrier to prolong themselves in this fight, as well as that downpour. Here comes the rush 2. Ice taking a whole heap of damage, though, as Exodio is trying to make good use of that rush. And Ken popping that blade, chasing the Lucio away. Actually deflects the tread downpour there, actually connects with you. As Al-Qadsiah still not being able to finish this fight, as Team Peps closing in on that OT, and Exodio with such a good spot for a Sojourn. That railgun now is going to hurt. Al-Qadsiah also going to return with one of their own. A pretty even fight so far as a QLM shuts down FGOdog and Exodio, and now only tread for Al-Qadsiah remains, but not before Ken has his way with him. Eventually, Team Peps end up capping this points, although a couple of staggers coming in here as Haku makes his way back. Same with the Tracer.
Yeah, few players trying to work their way in here for Al-Qadsiah, right? Landon here as well, Checkmate still in the mix, but I just do not see it happening, right? The flip,
there it is,
not going to happen. Team Peps will take our first flashpoint. And you know, when you have the Tracer and the Gen.G, those are really kind of the two differences between these two teams. You also end up having a support difference, right? The Gen.G can get immense value inside of the Kitsune rush, right? So you're going to end up playing the Kriko with this type of setup, where I know Landon can end up playing the Juno, right? A little bit more damage, and they were end up playing a Tracer, but they're going to match with a Gen.G.
Big wrap around to the high ground here for Checkmate. Or spots FD God. Good slip away there. Both supports disappearing from Checkmate's screen in a blink of an eye. Ken going very low. Actually just dies to the wall. All right, just neutral fight win there for Al-Qadsiah.
Yeah, they, you know, Team Peps gets there first. I mean, this could look exactly like the first point, right? Al-Qadsiah takes it first early. Team Peps, even though they get there first, right, off the back of winning the first flash point, they still end up giving it up. And the Team Peps will have a slight advantage here in terms of support ults, right? They're going to have both support ults a little bit earlier than Al-Qadsiah. We've seen this a few times throughout the series, right? Where Haku will get this sound barrier towards the end, has to get good value out of it or save it.
All right, Russia versus the Ray. Well, the sound barrier is going to tip the scales in Team Peps' favor, at least for now. Exodio has to get out of there, though. Look at that. Team Peps just trying to gun for Exodio, make sure he stays alive. As Al-Qadsiah were descending on him rather quickly. Speaking of which, Tread's still in the fight. QLM takes down Zerion, but it will be Ken and Ice making sure Checkmate and Tread are kept in line. Al-Qadsiah still with control, though. They're eking these fights out. I think Team Peps are, to be fair, doing the same kind of thing. These fights aren't definitive, and with QLM using this railgun here, it's going to be an even longer fight, although that should end it. They eventually lay it down with Ice's ult, and that will be the flip.
And now both teams mirror matching, right? You're going to have the Juno on both sides of things. So the damage output that Juno can provide, and then also being able to play inside those rays. That's why you're going to see both these teams make that adjustment as Peps now with control of the point. You have Exodial with that overclock, right? He's done a great job in the last fight. Gets really low, takes a shot from QLM, gets to the opposite side, gets some healing. See what type of positioning he takes here.
Oh, FD God, good dash there from Checkmate. Takes down Exodial too, and easy targets locked down by the downpour. Yeah, Team Peps quickly dealt with. You literally and physically cannot avoid that combo, the downpour and blade.
And they get a kill actually on the Landon first. Exodial hits a railgun shot onto him, but it's the really nice downpour there from Tread, and like you mentioned, the blade that comes through from Checkmate to clean it up. You're not going to be able to go back and contest here for Pep, so it's going to be Al-Qadsiah tying this one up.
All right, okay, Team Peps now. We're getting caught out on the rotation. Zerion ends up falling over. Good heads-up play there from Al-Qadsiah, knowing Team Peps' rotation and catching them off guard. This will be surely a first point cap here with 15 seconds to go. A really nice, aggressive way to put Peps in their place.
I mean, putting up a much better fight here is Al-Qadsiah compared to the first two maps, right? Some of Control pretty competitive at the start, but last map was just a blowout for Peps as the point finally unlocks. That's a nice shot there from Exodial. That's going to trigger him actually using the overclock.
Yeah, it looks like QLM's going to be able to get out of there, though. Sound barrier from Haku, too, just to make sure they secure the fight. They end up capping the point as well. Can Team Peps escape? That's the big question. It's a big utilized map. FD God didn't have the sound barrier online, but honestly, I take that any day of the week because Al-Qadsiah, they've still got the raid to their name.
Well, the kill on FD God is massive, right? Because they were going to try and do similar how they played that first, control point, right? They were going to try and disengage there and then come back with a later sound barrier. They'll actually use their orbital ray here first with a downpour.
Oh, that's a big downpour. Those supports kind of trapped in that small, oh my word.
Brutal.
Ice. Yeah, just brutalizing them, tenderizing them, Matt. Both of them caught in that downpour after the ray was used. That ray was slowly moving away from them. And what a play from Ice.
And they're also able to hold on to their sound barrier, right? So it's like, oh, you have a sound barrier advantage. You can come back, maybe open things up with that. But you have the sound barrier now to weather off Checkmate's blade, as Checkmate has definitely started to play a little bit more like the Checkmate we've seen in the past over this map, right? It was pretty strong, especially now switching over. I know playing some Tracer, playing the Gen.G as well.
Well, they got the combo now. They got the downpour blade or the poor blade. I don't know. Oh, it's a salvage. Oh, FD got Ajaxes. Oh no.
We jinxed it.
We actually did.
like 5 minutes ago.
Oh my god. All right, there's your first Ajax. Well, Zerion at least, Zerion and Exodial still keeping it competitive though. Checkmate eventually gets the reset. There's Al-Qadsiah. I don't think they're going to be able to stay in the fight. Don't worry, guys. I died early, so I can get back to the point quicker.
Yeah, tactical death there. Reset. Tactical reset.
Oh, FD God.
Dude,
it never gets old.
That Al-Qadsiah has to win. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, Checkmate's got the blade. Surely he wins this one, right? Oh, he's in the disruptor shot. Quick dash back to the point. Quickly get healed up as well. Exodial trying as he might to try and find headshots, but still manages to snipe QLM.
Yeah,
he was hit with the downpour as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's rooted there in the downpour, even using the overclock, and just finds a sliver of a head there of the player trying to cross it away from the point. It seems like everything that could go right for Team Peps is happening at the moment, as they're just one flashpoint away from putting away Al-Qadsiah.
Oh, that looks so good.
That was sick.
If I'm QLM, I'm slamming the desk at that point. All right, rotation here from Team Peps. They got the downpour. Juno orbital rate coming up soon as well. Gonna try and take an early fight. Al-Qadsiah. They got the sound barrier. Ideally, you don't want to use it right now, as Tread takes a very aggressive position, but Exodial and FD God. Whoa, fine, you come at us. 10 seconds to go before the point unlocks, and Al-Qadsiah already back to spawn. Nice little stagger too, actually, onto QLM.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it just seems like they're not on the same page, Al-Qadsiah, right? Like, Tread is in there quite deep. I believe Haku there with him, but they have no chance to survive, right? I mean, they're just kind of like in the midst of everybody on Team Peps. Seems like Al-Qadsiah not operating on the same page at the moment.
Big ask here from Haku now. Sound barrier versus the orbital rate and that downpour. Here it comes. Sound barrier doesn't hit QLM, but it might be good enough for at least a survivability tool to get into the point, maybe. I mean, Checkmate's already dead. They trade for ice at least. FD God, it's close to another sound barrier map, but here comes the orbital raise. They're eventually going to cross as FD God, he secures the beat, man. He got it off. No more Ajaxes.
And the beat comes down much later, right? So you're going to get the extra benefits of this shielding, which should result in Peps taking the fight.
I've never. Okay, FD God. FD God. Oh, he sailed across the map trying to kill the Juno, and he still doesn't get it. Downpour on the point. Ice is still getting healed up here, but yeah, he is caught in place. So easy headshots from Al-Qadsiah there. It's Team Peps, they let go of the point.
With Hazard's mobility, these fights at times just seem to like chain together, right?
Yeah, seriously.
The speed from the Lucio, the Juno, get players back in the mix. Even, you know, Gen.G Sojourn, right? But then specifically Hazard being able to just basically just use the leap at will, coming back from the spot. I mean, the fights just keep on going as QLM with the overclock takes a nice angle here, kills Exodial, so that'll back up Peps.
Can they actually reset here? Any kill for Al-Qadsiah might just be the fight win and the point as well, but it doesn't like Team Peps are going to give them the opportunity to do so. And in fact, Checkmate's the one that goes down. A good shot onto Ken though, as both Genjis end up falling. A 4v4 now, but Team Peps still need to touch. 10% times ticking. Landon falls though, and Ice is hot on the tail of Haku. And with the very speedy DPS in Exodial on the Tracer, they're going to be able to get this touch and the flip.
And what do you think, just ditching the Sojourn here at the end seems like a little bit of a last ditch, just trying to get back to the point, right? Play with the rest of the team, get a touch, but the Tracer Gen.G could be devastating here for the
downpour in this choke.
Backline. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have the downpour in the choke, you're gonna have Orbital Ray, you're gonna have the Blade. I mean, yeah, a lot you can go for.
Oh, QLM just gets destroyed. Orbital Ray end up coming in a later one here for Team Peps as the blade just popped like Ken. They got to deal with the sound barrier, but it might not matter, to be fair. The Orbital Ray is just going to do so much work for the blade. Ken does end up securing a kill. In fact, sends Landon pretty low. And now the rest of Al-Qadsiah just trying to touch the point. Haku Checkmate already dead as the beat comes in for FD Gods. Another downpour does hit the point, but that's it. Team Peps are going to wipe out Al-Qadsiah. A very early downpour in the choke point was good enough for a win. And a 3-0 for Team Peps to start the series off and the season off strong.
Yeah, and even all the downpour just kind of connects with QLM. They get the kill on to the Sojourn. It's still massive, right? After that, you know, it forces out the Orbital Rays quite early. You know, then you have a Blade that comes through from Ken, and you're able to capitalize there from Peps. They looked very impressive today.
They really did. Quite frankly, I was not familiar with their game. I'm a little disappointed in myself.
With,
no. Okay, no. Listen,
no, I wasn't talking. I wasn't calling you out. Sorry, I wasn't calling you out. I'm just happy we saw our first Ajax.
I'm just saying, someone which may or may not be named Jack actually did initially have Al-Qadsiah as the winner, and then he wanted to switch it up for variety's sake.
The
are you a true Peps believer?
Alive.
Yeah, it really
He's never left us. He's never left us. But yeah, like Peps, obviously they're looking great. They didn't skip a beat, literally. They got so much great value of their abilities. They looked really well rehearsed. Their engages, their disengages. I'm very impressed. It looked very smooth. Now, did LQ like push them to the edge and really test them? I wouldn't say that was the case. However, there were signs of life from that spot as well.
Yeah, I thought QLM coming in at the very end there did perform really well on the Sojourn. I mentioned at the very top that how are both teams going to utilize their subs kind of throughout the series and the season as well, because of course Team Peps still has Soon on the roster as well. And I'm glad to see Al-Qadsiah more than happy to kind of swap people in and out when things aren't working. And QLM, yeah, nice Sojourn play. You are going against Exodial, who's a little bit of a prodigy, but still performed quite well in a losing scenario too. I am very happy we saw our first Ajax this season. I'm glad it was on day one as well. But regardless, I think FD God and the ability for Team Peps to play at a very fast pace just kind of trumped Al-Qadsiah in this series.
Al-Qadsiah, right? They're not short on talent. Like, this is a very talented team. It just seems like that Peps' teamwork and just kind of decision making, right, on how to engage, when to engage, and what to use, was just superior here today against Al-Qadsiah. I think Al-Qadsiah will go back and look at this series and probably think like, man, we had numerous opportunities to make this much closer. But Peps, I mean, obviously a very talented roster, but the decision making and the way they played today was really impressive.
Yeah,
what you were picking up as well, Zoe, there was Team Peps, their knowledge of like when to back off, when to push in, because of how quick these comps are with Juno Speed Ring and Lucio Speed Boost as well. And you were saying it as well, Matt, as well, kind of adds on top of this, is like with the Hazard, it's like these fights are just chaining together. But Team Peps is like understanding of like how far we can push and then pull back is really exceptional. I think it highlighted very well in this series.
Yeah, it's the veterancy. It's the experience of these players.
Yeah.
That one. That is just on full display right there. Ice Gnome is getting the honors of a player of the match. Ice Gnome has been around town for a long time as well. It's great to see him in this squad and performing so well.
Very well deserved. Yeah, the downpours, which are very hard to actually connect in these comps, did extremely well. Like, again, playing super far up in that last fight, even catching like support players. You catch what is a classic like grab scenario. It's like, if you catch one, it's actually okay. Like, that's good because you can just focus fire completely on one person and they just instantly die. So yeah, really, really well deserved. I mean, I think a lot of Peps members could get it. I think Exodia also had a good game, but Ice on the new Hazard, yeah, looks clean with it, honestly.
And I do believe we do have Ice Gnome joining us for a quick chat as well.
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm hearing things.
There we go.
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, what's up?
Hello, Ice Gnome. How are you
Thanks,
feeling?
Alex.
First match in the round robin done. You must be pretty pleased with the performance of the team.
Yeah, I'm really happy with how we played today. We had some pretty rough scrims the last days, but today we locked in and it went really well. I'm really happy about how we played, everyone at the team. Except for the Ajax.
How are you guys? Oh yeah, except for the Ajax. We caught that in 4K though, don't worry. We got that. We got the clip.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel about the pick and ban? Because right now, with the new system completely, it's going to throw a lot of teams off, I feel like, especially teams that are more like, okay, we only want to play this style. How has the team been around this new format change?
I mean, me personally, I really like the change. I don't think it's like bad for us. It's pretty nice. I think. I was really we were all really surprised. We were like thinking, oh, what are they gonna do now? Because we were like winning the mirror, right? So we were really thinking, okay, what are they gonna do? Maybe like they ban Zara. Maybe they're gonna play D.Va. You know, we were looking into that. But then, I mean, they just played the mirror again. So I mean, this match had like basically no bans, right? Like the bans were pretty. I mean, except for the first map, I guess we were forced to play Kiri instead of Juno. But other than that, like the bans basically had no impact. But what I really like about the bans is that even if you're losing the matchup, the meta matchup, you can like cheese it still, like by banning strategically, picking the right maps. Like I think we're gonna get some really good matches this stage because of the bans.
I actually want to follow up on that. How does your team approach the hero bans? Is it more player-led, coach-led? Is it more reactionary, or did you come in with a playbook?
I mean, we had the Juno ban prepared, right? Because we wanted to play Kiri on that map because everyone really likes playing Kiri. But I mean, in general, when we're like trying to figure out what to ban, I guess it's like everyone is doing it. Like our coach is gonna do the end decision, but we all giving inputs and stuff. I mean, we didn't really have to use bans this match, but I think in future matches where we need it, we're probably just gonna discuss it and try to find the best.
Yeah, we were a bit surprised they didn't try and move away from the mirror there on that last map on the Surf. Your Hazard was really just crushing the entire series. What is it like, with that new tank now in the pool, right? The competitive Overwatch. This is the first time the OWCS season that we've had him in. So, what is it like playing the tank with that much mobility?
I mean, Hazard is like the most fun tank in my opinion. I really like playing him. I mean, you can just move around wherever you want. You can kill whoever you want. Like, I mean, I just really like playing him. He's like my favorite tank at this point, even. I mean, you can just pretty much play him everywhere, anywhere right now. That's why we were really expecting the Hazard ban on map 3, because I mean, we thought they would move away from the mirror. But yeah, I mean, I would just really like playing Hazard.
Well, it shows. It's been looking great for you and the team. We can't wait to see more of that. So vielen lieben Dank, Ice Gnome, and we hope to chat with you again very soon.
That's actually pretty good pronunciation.
Ich spreche auch Deutsch. Ich habe ganz lange in Berlin gelebt. Also, ja. And everyone watching right now is just like, what is going on? Surprise.
Spec into English, please.
Okay, sorry.
Das nächste Interview dann komplett auf Deutsch. Das nächste Interview komplett auf Deutsch. Das
Wäre
wird
ich
super.
dabei, warum nicht?
Super. Danke dir fürs Einschalten und viel Glück in deinem nächsten Match. Thank you so much for joining. Best of luck match.
Dude,
I shocked
Matt
him.
was
He
like-
did not know that I speak German. That's so funny.
That reminded me of, for whatever reason, it reminded me of a season. God, what was it? Me, Bren, and Josh got like Korean lessons from Danny to ask. I think it was like bumper questions, and Danny told Bren to say like basically like I'm a dumbass, and like Bumper just kind of looked at him like, wait, what? Like it's like when people.
Oh, I know that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you're not expecting the language to come out of someone's actually
I was just
wait, what? What did I hear?
I'm not guessing.
Let's take a look at our standings after this match. Just the second match, of course, of the day. We have so many more to go. We are playing in a round robin format. So, yeah, there's still going to be a lot of movement in that group standing board. Team Peps and Virtus.Pro getting those first dubs. But it's not going to be the last time that we've seen LQ, my new homies, as I call them.
Hey.
And Gen.G, of course.
I'm excited to see how the team evolves over the season. I think, yeah, this is a lot more one-sided than I think a lot of people anticipated. Like I said, look, I was flip-flopping. I pulled a Johnny, yeah. But I thought maybe this would be like a close series, just going on a lot of the name value. But I'm not sure how I feel about this next series because apparently, look, Ultimate's probably number one in the league or number one in OWCS at the moment in EMEA. I think a lot of people are kind of, a lot of people are putting them at their number ones right now. So yeah, we'll see how this match goes down.
Yeah, Sakura Esports definitely coming in as the underdog, but you'll never know with Overwatch and with hero bans in the mix and map bans in the mix. You know, there's a lot of room for surprises. As we said, Sakura Esports and the Ultimates are coming up next. You don't want to miss it. For now, we're heading into a very quick break, and we see you on the other side. A first day of round robin is in full swing, and we're about to hop into our third EMEA match. And to talk about the series, I got myself a very special guest. It's going to be OC joining us to break it all down. OC, it's so great to have you on broadcast. How you doing?
I'm doing good today. It's a good day. I'm really excited.
It's a good day.
OWCS is just getting started.
That's right, that's right. And I'm so glad that we get the opportunity this year to bring people like you in, pick your brains, get the opinions that matter the most, because they're coming straight from the community. And also, you will be co-streaming some of the action as well. Is there a team you're actually cheering on? Anyone you're rooting for? Could also just be an individual player?
Yeah, I mean, today I was definitely rooting for Gen.G. Big fan of Krusty. I wanted to see what he could do in Europe, right? That was a big one. But also, you know, Sakura coming up. It's really exciting to see Calling All Heroes players like Hitori make their way into OWCS, and I love to see that.
Let's talk a little bit about that. Little Birdie told me that for this next series, you got your eyes on that tank matchup between Chase and Hitori. I assume we're going to see more Hazard. Which of these two players do you feel has the upper hand?
I would maybe go as far as to say Hitori might, right? And it's really interesting. The Hazard meta, it's been very difficult for some teams, and for other teams, they've benefited a lot, right? I think Hitori, she is really, really good with the Hazard. She also was able to prove that in Calling All Heroes, and she rolled in the qualifiers as well. And then Chase, on the side of the Ultimates, especially from what I've heard, they at first, at least a few weeks ago, were struggling with the Hazard compositions. It was a little sloppy. So I want to see if they can improve on that, or maybe if they'll go a different route.
I mean, one thing also Hitori got going for her is that she got the German tank buff. That gets you very far as well. So there is that.
Yes.
Absolutely love that. Let's talk Preds then. While I know many people's hearts will be rooting for Hitori because we got to follow players like Hitori, and actually a lot of the people from Sakura Esports for some time now, the Ultimates, they have to be considered the favorite here, right?
Yes, I do think that the Ultimates have the upper hand. They're a super strong roster. I do think that the Hazard meta is a little difficult for them, but also I've been thinking about it, and especially from what we've seen in Korea recently, honestly, we've seen things where teams are not running Hazard as much, right? Maybe they go with a little bit of Diva, maybe they go with a little Ramatra, and who do you have on the Ultimates? For those heroes, you have KSA, right? So there are options, and you don't always need to stick with the Hazard composition, even though it's super, super strong. So Ultimates, I have them winning 3-1 personally.
Yeah, I have a 3-0 in my head if you're asking me for the score. It's just like the backline is so stacked, like Twilight and Faith, and like the front line, obviously, like Kai and Kevster. It's really, really hard to vote against them. But we'll see. We'll see what's about to happen on the server. But before we're jumping into that game, I know you like playing games, right? Right?
Yes. Yes.
I need a little tricycle when I like introduce games we play with our guests. We got something fun for you. We all are obviously very excited about hero bans, so we prepared a little game which is called Bandemonium. So I'm going to name a player on either Sakura or the Ultimates along with two of their most iconic heroes, and you just have to shout out which of the two heroes you would ban if you're about to play a game against them. There will be some curveballs thrown in there, and you have an overall of 45 seconds to get through as many as you can. Are you ready?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay, hold on with the timer. Hold on. I need to put the sheet up, the prompts. There we go. Okay, I'm ready. OC is ready. Is production ready? Yeah! That was so enthusiastic. Thank you so much, Eric. Okay, Bandemonium. Let's hit that timer right now. Kai, Widowmaker or Sojourn?
Sojourn.
China, Tracer or Pharah?
Tracer, 100%.
Good choice. Hitori, Winston or Ramatra?
Ooh, Winston.
Casters, Jake or Johnny? We have too many J's. One needs to go.
Johnny. Sorry.
Good choice. Great choice. Kevster, Tracer or Gen.G?
Ooh, Gen.G.
Okay, oh shoot. Judo, Ana or Baptiste?
Ana.
Animals, cats or dogs? Choose wisely.
Cats.
The internet's watching. You banning cats? Okay, KSA,
Oh
Diva
no,
or Moga?
banning cats, no! No!
You banned the cats. You have to actually, it's game over. I think you lost the game just with that hand.
Yeah. I think you got me there. You tricked me. You got me.
I did. Yeah, it was all just one big trick. Although, actually, you would play against the cats, right? So you banned the cats, so you banned the stronger one.
Ooh. Yeah, maybe.
But actually, you won the game. You won the game. I think we just figured out that you won the game. Let's run with that.
Yeah.
Oh, see.
Yeah.
It was a confusing game for everyone involved. So I'm gonna work on that. It's a work in progress. But thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat. I know you will be co-streaming some of the action too. So very quickly before I let you go, where can people find you and cheer you on?
You can find me, OWCS, over on Twitch if you want to watch me on YouTube. Big YouTube channel. I'm sure some of you watch my videos. I appreciate all of you, and thank you for having me, Zoe.
Of course, we appreciate you too. I can't wait to see you in action on your streams. Now, next up, we have Sakura versus the Ultimates, and to cover all the action, we got Matt and Jack on the mics again. So take it away, friends.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that was a good game. I like that. Look, we're bringing back the games, Matt, and then we banned Johnny from OWCS. This is perfect.
If anybody goes against Jake, they lose. You know, the chat, they can do any poll with Jake, and he wins every single time.
Yeah, we're gonna have to change that at some point. Come on, man. We've got to root for Johnny at some point. We've already slandered him once today on this broadcast already, Matt, and that was you.
Yeah, Overwatch Homelander. Jake has gone too far. He's gone too far.
He's okay. I don't think he's gone that far. All right, let's have a look at
that far. Pretty far.
Let's have a look at the Sakura roster, though. Zoro, China, Hattori, Strebor, and Prota starting for today.
Yeah, and like they were talking about, Hattori, calling all heroes legend. We've seen great things from her, and then China as well. We saw really strong trace play from last year. So this is a really nice roster. It's just the roster on the other side is just crazy, right? For the Ultimates, I mean, you kind of look at this roster top to bottom, right? It'll be Sky and Faith in today, right? But you got Twilight on this roster, Chase. I mean, just really strong top to bottom.
And we have Twilight on the bench as well. So yeah, there's always that. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing the roster in action. Looks like a hog ban for the Ultimates. Okay, an Avenger ban.
Roadhog pretty dominant in the meta at the moment.
Yeah, pretty good. Sakura Esports banning the Venture. Of course, that's probably a protection pick. I'm gonna be honest. Like, we want to protect the Hazard. We want to protect the something. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not sure there's too many things that the tank
for the Ultimates,
on Ultimates can't play.
It's definitely more of like a protect, right? Like, let's protect, like, you know, basically all of the tanks. Like, at that point, right? You can play just about anything once you get Roadhog out of the mix. And then for Sakura Esports, it could also be like, hey, we don't really want to get rid of anything in either pool, right? So let's just kind of, just chuck one out there, just because we have to, and then just get right to it.
All right, let's jump in. Samoa, the first map. The Ultimates versus Sakura Esports. Hog ban on the Ultimate side and the Venture ban on Sakura's side. Yeah, a real star-studded lineup. I'm curious if we're ever actually going to see Twilight. I hope we do. Of course, the Ana GOAT played for San Francisco Shock as well, was on the bench forever, and then would be subbed in randomly for other maps, would dominate, and then go back on the bench. So yeah, there's definitely a chance we see him.
It feels like forever we haven't seen Twilight kind of play, right? When this roster was announced, it was like, wait, Twilight? Like,
yeah,
back. But yeah, we just get perfect. I was gonna say, get those tops flipped, and we're good to go. As it'll actually be just Sakura Esports, right? They'll be running the Curie instead of the Juno, and then they'll also have Tracer in the mix.
Yeah, see, this is the point in time where I'm like, okay, are we ever gonna see a Hazard ban, really? Really? At some point, it has to come through.
Well, like Ice Stone's dead. He's just so fun to play. Like, I'm sure the tank players are like, hey man, like let us just have a little bit of fun, right? Like let us not play Maga, or not play like a Risa. Like, this character is so fun, hyper aggressive. Keep it in the game.
Oh, okay. Well, KSA going down, not a good start for the Ultimates. Although the point is still going to get capped by them regardless. Hittori's in. She ends up getting the kill onto Kepster, and Sakura, they're going to have to try and get the Ultimates off of the point. It's a notoriously hard point to actually get the flip on, but they do manage to succeed with that as KSA a little bit too late back.
I was gonna say KSA could have gotten back. You know, if he did get back a little bit faster, you could have actually contested that. But with no Gen.G, no hazard, you're not gonna just kind of throw bodies onto the point. As that shot does not connect on the Sherboard, but it'll be Hattori taking out Sky early on. China gets a pick on the Kai, so good things happening here for Sakura Esports early on.
All right, yeah, with Strebor there, there's no chance to stay alive here at all. Still need to actually get out of it. There comes the wall. KSA in a lot of trouble. And yeah, they're going to be able to hold on to this one quite easily by the looks of it.
Yeah, they do lose 2 players towards the end, so you're going to have a brief window here where the Ultimate's going to have a player advantage.
Well, I mean, Hattori down, Matt, but I mean, this fight is... It's going to continue for quite some time. China also dead. Okay, eventually, yeah. Slippery Hero's dead, so can't contest the point for too much longer.
Yeah, even though the Ultimates lost a few players at the beginning of the last fight and ended up losing it, towards the end it was Kevster and KSA who were able to get some picks. So those 2 kills that they end up getting kind of allows their teammates to get back into the fight, just gives them a little bit of a buffer there, and they use it to push in and take Hattori out first.
Pulse bomb available for China. Although we're faked with this Soundbarrier and Kev with the blade, I mean, you just layer them in pretty easily. Oh, what a stick from China, though. Sky already going down. Oh, Ultimate's actually going to come into this fight. Kevster is pretty low. Trying to find another pick, but that just might be that. Prota did end up using that rush near onto the side of the point there. And Kai and KSA is still managing to get kills, Matt, but, I mean, the problem is you lose your tuner that early. Yeah, you're not staying in that fight for much longer.
Yeah, Sakura Esports bounced back in another big way, but just like that, we got another fight here brewing. Is Kempster with a blade here, potentially. Strebor is just trying to hide, get a good use of the sound barrier.
Oh, no, yeah, there's no way KSA. You see KSA was like half leaping away there.
The burst damage is crazy there.
It is ridiculous. Nice deflect kill from Kevster, but this fight is surely over.
And this is definitely a little bit surprising, right? No, OC did mention potentially Ultimate's not the best at the hazard, right? Maybe don't have that under their belt as good as some of the other different types of compositions you can play out there, but just off of pedigree and talent, right? You would favor the Ultimates regardless of what's going on. But Sakura Esports looking to be very formidable opponent early on here.
Decent damage down from China, trying to look his way into the back line. Soundbarrier ends up coming in for Sakura Esports. He must survive for a little bit longer here, but Hattori's actually the first to fall. I mean, the sound barrier against the Ray, ideally you just want to get away from that using that overhealth, but it's just too much damage if you're sticking around. You need instant kills and instant impact, which is not something Sakura Esports were able to secure. They got 99% though, so they've still got a couple more opportunities to come back in.
Still, I mean, 99% on this point, although it is a little bit scary because you kind of contest this for ages, it seems. If you're Sakura Esports and you were told, like, hey, guess they're going to be at 50%, you're at 99, you get basically like 2 fights with a chance to win the first point, like, you would take that any day of the week, right? You would take those odds. So we'll see. Maybe it's going to be Proto's Kitsune Rush is going to turn the tides, but China also with a Pulse Bomb here coming up. Got a kill with a Pulse Bomb the last time. Would be huge to open things up, as Faith is just trying to track where he's moving.
Yeah, you got to keep tabs on him. Keps has already unleashed this blade, though. Can China find the Pulse Bomb that they require to stay in this fight? Doesn't look like it. Pulse does connect to Sky, but Kevster and Kai have already found kills. It is a 3v3 now on the point, with Faith trying to keep Kevster and Kai alive. But I mean, if you got your hazard up, that hazard ain't going down quick, that's for sure. Even if 2 DPS are looking at him as the point flip comes through.
Point flip does come through. Kevster here, though, being able to gonna stall this for a second. You're gonna get KSA back into the fight. Faith as well on the other side.
I mean, with Kev dead, I mean, Hattori just playing doorkeeper right now, playing bouncer. And can KSA stay up? No, doesn't look like they can. Zoro with a quick railgun shot does end their life. And there's the first round. A little downpour to finish it off.
Yeah, downpour backs them up through the choke. So it's China actually who does come through there in that fight. Like we were kind of setting up, talking about. Comes through with 2 kills, one with a Pulse Bomb, another kill there, just kind of cleaning it up. Towards the end is the Tracer from China pays off, gives Sakura Esports that first point.
All right, I can't imagine we're going to see too many crazy changes coming into this next map, but you never know. Curious if Prota is going to continue on the Kiriko. Kiriko Juno has been a bit of a toss-up recently. Feels like a little bit more preference than anything else at this moment in time, although the Ray is still so strong.
We'll see China just use a TP here potentially. Yep, now go over and play Tracer. So It's been the biggest difference here, right? Tracer Kiri versus the Gen.G and the Juno. China, every time with the pulse bombs, definitely come up clutch here early on. We'll see, though, with the Sojourns, right, controlling some of this high ground, who can get the better of that duel.
Ultimates have a nice spot on the point. Well, Kevster does at the very least. Hitori is like 1 HP. She does manage to get away. And Kevster eventually being checked. Oh, China, a little bit of a tag team action there. Zoro peeking his head in, same with China, and they managed to take down Kevster. It was in a nice spot, stopping a lot of people actually showing presence on the point. Now China, yeah. I mean, that block, unfortunately, for the Hazard only works one way.
Yeah, I mean, if it weren't all the way, I mean, that character would just be even sillier. But it'll be Sakura Esports who takes control here first yet again. So really taking it to the Ultimates. When you look at the Ultimates team, right, this is a team that should dominate EMEA. Sakura Esports showing that they're not going to be an easy out in any of these regular season games.
China just permanently in the backline right now.
Yeah.
They're doing it, forcing the recall, but it's so close to a pulse bomb. Proto TPing towards Suzu as well, lay it on top, keeping Hitori alive. Even that rush being used on the point too. Zoro does end up going down, but still, Sakura Esports are in control of the point, and they're just pushing the Ultimates to their very limit right now. KSA going down, and wow, this is looking a lot more Sakura Esports favored than I initially anticipated.
Even like how you mentioned, right? China just putting pressure on the backline, gets a pulse bomb kill here, but it's just taking away resources, potentially keeping like KSA or Kevster up, right? As the supports are just desperately trying to keep each other alive with the pressure that's coming through from the Tracer.
Well, away from Sky now, these have got that their advantage. But Hitori can lay down this ult pretty easily on this point, although maybe looking for something extra. Does end up diving in. Here comes the orbital ray on the point. They're going to downpour. He's going to catch Kai, but can Kai stay alive? Somehow, some way, Sky's able to heal him through it. That's an orbital ray definitely aiding in that one. Even Faith dropping that sound barrier too. Eventually, the Ultimates are going to be able to win a fight here, Matt.
Yeah, they end up matching the sound barriers here, right? So Strayboard throws his in for Sakura Esports, and they don't actually kind of get any value from it, right? But with all these support ultimates off the table, Proto could potentially start to farm up this Kitsune rush, right? Have a little bit of a window of opportunity where maybe you have a rush in combination. I know with maybe even, well, I mean, just the rush with our Tracer, right? Pretty strong, right? I know being able to just put down lots of damage. Don't really have any other ultimates you can kind of combo with it, but still, having the rush versus nothing would be quite strong. This is going to be a blade, though, but because you don't have any sound barrier, no way to respond.
Yeah, I mean, there's an easy kill there for Kevster. Even forces the Suzu out as well of Proto. Still needs to kill regardless, though. Although maybe chasing them away is more than enough. Looks like a little swift step. And the Lucio should die too. Wow, that point was so close to being flipped as well. Good on ultimates there, keeping that one alive.
Yes, now they're starting to build up a little bit of momentum, right? This will be an interesting fight, though, coming up next, right? Overclock Pulse Bomb, potentially a Kitsune Rush here for Sakura Esports for the Ultimates. Like, if that Kitsune Rush comes out, right, do you downpour? You can answer, you know, in return with your own Overclock as well. This will be Zoro using the Overclock early. It'll be responded by Kai's.
Yeah, Hitori's already dead, though. Now Kai has basically free reign over the battlefield. Doesn't really need to fear anything because the rest of his team are going to dive with him. And Sakura Esports, they've relied on China's pulse spot a couple of times now and securing a kill onto Sky, but can they make it happen again as the Ultimate is now approaching OT?
These fights are taking so long to develop, though, right? For Sakura Esports is they haven't even been, it's like, what, 2 fights, almost 3, have not been able to build up towards the Kitsune Rush. Hitori maybe has gained like 20% in ult charge in that time. Just players just getting mowed down there by the Ultimates.
Right, China, yeah, whips the pulse bomb sadly, which just pressured out too much there. It couldn't even survive with a recall intact. Sound barrier, I mean orbital ray, sorry, from Sky should keep them in this fight. Faith does end up falling though before that orbital ray ends up connecting. And here comes the downpour. They're already locked in place. Hitori under the pavilion right now has just been forced out. China does kill Sky, not with a pulse bomb, just with the pulse pistols this time around, but forced to recall straight into a wall and might just find their demise at the hands of Kevster, but looks like the round's going to be over before that even happens. The Ultimates do end up tying this map up.
even though they lose faith as he's approaching a sound barrier, the orbital ray, just in terms of what it can provide, is still so strong. Tori just kind of using the block, just trying to hide on the point as Hazard extremely low, and the ultimates just kind of push it through and clean it up. So much better look from the ultimates there on the second point. That's probably, you know, typically what we expect to see from them, right? Playing at this extremely high level with these players. As Sakura Esports potentially hovering over a little bit of a change. This has been quite interesting.
Okay, we've seen Mao get banned earlier today. I didn't expect we'd see Mao. Yeah, I didn't expect Mauga to be played at all. Well, close to, well, not at all, but close to 0%.
They continue with the, they continue with the sim as
right
well. So some big changes here, right? Sojourn and the support stay in the mix, but they're playing a little bit more around this Mauga, a little bit more brawly, right? These fights with the Mauga and the sim, like, you're fine if they go extended, right? You want these kind of like death ball fights that are all together and they actually take out Faith early on, really separated from the team.
Oh, China's dead to Kai's Railgun. It seems gonna have a tough time finding a lot of value, although pretty easy to kind of charge up in the front line, but against the comp ultimates are running, not exactly where you want to be. Good stomp there. Kai just Kai was getting booped around there, and that wasn't him sliding. That was just the Mauga and the Lucio just kind of bopping him.
Well, and with these comps that are built on a lot of this burst damage as KSA goes in, deals with Zoro, like having the Mauga, right, the cardiac overdrive plus some of the health, right, it can kind of prevent some of that bursty nature. And the longer these fights go with the sim and the Mauga, you just start to ramp, right? You just start to ramp and ramp and ramp. So it's like, can you use some of these big abilities here to keep the team alive around the Mauga and then just win a battle of attrition, right? Just lasting longer by just having the larger HP pools to play with.
Yeah, my guy's just shooting in the front line as well. Tori, she's just dominated. Like, the Mauga is so ridiculous sometimes, Matt. Because Mauga, what did he do? He just sit there and shoot. Like, it's so, and then Hazard's like jumping around and stuff. It's just such a funny like dichotomy of heroes, right? It's the complete opposite.
If you didn't know, you wouldn't even think they're in the same like role, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like if you were just new, like you would just be like, wait, well, these two characters are trying to do the same thing. It's like,
it's so
yeah, kinda
the same thing, but not really.
Yeah.
All right, Hattori, she's got the ultimate coming up soon as well, and KSA. If KSA gets trapped in there, I mean, good luck. Tori also just jumps on in. Faith gets boofed up, and Faith instantly dies. I mean, that's the orbital ray for you. And now Hattori, oh, she ends up actually going down to Kai's railgun. Okay, an overextension there, but Sakura Esports still 80% on the board.
Yeah, Ultimate's gonna have absolutely everything to work with here coming up, but this is a must-win fight, right? If you're Sakura Esports, if you can get back together as a group, start to, invest pretty heavily, you have a chance to basically end the game here, Jack. I mean, 88% is a lot. It's gonna be overclock here used from Zoro.
Yeah, oh, downpour. Oh, the blade ends up coming in as well, but Kepsa, doesn't really want to deal with that overhealth. Does end up getting the mega health pack, but Sky is already down. It's looking good for Sakura Esports as they can play behind this sim wall as well. I mean, this is just going to be a win here. Ultimates, the numbers are falling, and they're falling fast. Faith is alive. He's got the beat in about 5%, but it is all Sakura Esports right here, Matt. They do end up foregoing the point for a brief moment, so there could be an additional touch from the Ultimates, but this is not looking pretty.
Well, you have a cage fight here from Hattori. She can just kind of like play up close. Maybe we're able to catch a few players inside of it.
Oh, goodbye,
she actually
Kepster.
drops on the point, and it looks like they just catch Kepster, which is totally fine.
Yep, sound barrier doesn't coming in, but you're in a 4v5. Hattori's in the front line now. Does end up getting just kind of disintegrated by Kai's railgun. Another touch here for the DPS. Like, can they survive long enough? These turrets, honestly, are doing just a heavy amount of lifting right now for China. Kai was unable to pay attention to them, and they end up just vaporizing him, and that'll be Sakura Esports securing map 1.
I mean, that is a bit of a curveball here at the beginning of this series. I think everybody would have expected the ultimates, right? We heard from Osi and Soe, 3-0, 3-1, respectively. Sakura Esports comes out, and I know they play a really interesting comp there towards the end. It definitely was effective against the Hazard on the other side. You may need to start thinking about, like, okay, like, do we need to start, like, banning things for real at this point, right?
Yeah, hey. Did you ban the Hazard? Did you ban the Mauga, sorry? Maybe that's something you're going to do this?
Could you ban
this upcoming
Tracer,
map?
right? If you're the Ultimates, right? Get the Tracer out of China's hands if he wants to play that pretty consistently, right? We didn't see any Gen.G there from Sakura Esports, so that could be an avenue as well.
There's a lot of avenues they can go. I mean, yeah, China's done so much work on the Tracer. It was kind of known for the Tracer regardless, right? And this is the kind of meta that you want to see China in, being able to pick that one up. But in the pick and ban, with the ban, it could be a little bit more tough, you know, sticking to that one hero. But do you really want to just sling a ban over towards China for a map? We'll have to wait and see. Of course, it will be the Ultimate's map choice here, Matt, as well.
Yeah, but do you want to just like ban the hazard right away if you're the Ultimates? I mean, that doesn't really feel like good, right? You kind of would then see the hazard pretty consistently throughout the rest, right? Maybe there's a world in which you ban Maga, right? Eliminate options other than hazard if you feel like you can still kind of win that mirror. You know, take those away. So a lot of different ways they can go here with the bans coming up. But Sakura Esports definitely a pleasant surprise there. In map number 1, I think some of the teams probably looking through their schedule were like, yeah, we'll be able to get by them. Like, you know, maybe, you know,
yeah, I'll be all right.
A chill week. I don't know about that anymore. I mean, that was a pretty good performance.
All right, Dorado is the map pick here for Ultimates. So what do you think about bans here if you're the Ultimate?
A lot of high ground, a lot of verticality, right? So this is almost like Tracer's not really good here, right? So you can almost like kind of like, if you were like, oh, we're going to ban Tracer, like you can almost do that by picking Dorado, right? Because it's a map that traditionally like is not good for Tracer whatsoever, right? So maybe this opens up an opportunity. You wouldn't think to ban Hazard here, right? Because there's also a lot of high ground where maybe can you even play Maga here, right? With the amount of verticality. So it gives the Ultimates a lot of flexibility in what they want to do in terms of bans.
Yeah, they could go for a little protection pick as well, or a protection ban. Just protect one of their roles. We saw Mag on Wrecking Ball earlier. Something that maybe they could do. Chase, obviously, very well known for their Winston too. So a lot of options here for Dorado. It's still like a divey map, but especially on second, or like pushing out of the first doors, you see the massive stairwell now, or the staircase, which leads up the high ground. So a little bit easier for these kind of rush comps. We do see Chase subbing in for KSA. So
this could be your Winston, like you were talking about.
Yeah, this is a Winston-y kind of thing.
Yeah, this could be like a hazard ban. Let's play Winston, right? We know they probably can't play a ton of Tracer here. You feel like Chase maybe has an advantage over Hitori in terms of the Winston battle. So that could be the path that the Ultimates wants to take here in map number 2.
We'll have to wait and see as we jump on in to this next map, this Dorado pick, and we'll see as the teams are now just submitting their bans. It will be Wrecking Ball. Okay, Ultimates ban Wrecking Ball first, and then Sakura actually banned Kiriko in the backline.
So it seems like the Ultimates going with a bit of a route where they're kind of using some of the Ultimates to more like protect certain roles. In this case, I'll say, so the Ultimates actually banned Kiri. So the Ultimates banned Kiri, so that's actually flipped. So they actually don't go with a tank ban. Interesting enough that it's Sakura Esports who ends up going with the Wrecking Ball ban, but the Kiri we did see played by Sakura Esports, right? That was like the main difference. They're playing Kiri with a Tracer, and the Ultimates played that Juno the entire time. So getting rid of the Kiri is one direct ban coming off of map number 1.
Right. Okay. Do you know Tracer then, or Ana even here for Ultimates? If they ban the Kiriko here, it could leave an Ana open for Ultimates too. So we could be seeing Twilight come in. Oh no, we've just seen the subs already.
So
yeah, that's true. Damn it. Okay, I was hoping we did, but
like I don't believe Twilight's in the game until we like until it's physically on the screen and the game has begun. Like that's
I was so happy to see him back, man. Twilight, my goat, my Ana goat. We'll have to see if he does end up playing this season. I hope he does. Of course, it doesn't mean to say that we won't see a little bit of Ana here as well. Another very powerful support pick currently. But as we jump into the game, we'll have to wait and see what the teams want to roll out on. No Wrecking Ball, but Chase in. We're going dive here for the Ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, no Kiri in the mix, right? So the Ana could even be stronger, right? Ana pretty good on high ground, so see if there's maybe a little bit of an Ana pick that comes out here from the Ultimates.
Surely. I saw a little bit Doomfist on the spawn. We did get a Doomfist ban earlier. That was a map 1 ban at the very top of the day. But Ultimates are on the offense here, not on the defense. We'll get those little signs swapped around. But Sky on the Ana, wouldn't be too surprised to see that. But Sakura, yeah, just kind of what you expect here. No Juno, though. It will be the Ana instead.
Yeah, so looking at when that support ban comes through, right? Juno potentially an option, but the Ana with the high ground. Ana also pairs extremely well with the Winston, right? So it'll be the Ultimates on offense. They'll be playing the Winston. That's kind of what we thought when they bring Chase into the game here. But Sakura Esports, they'll actually commit to the Hazard. So curious how these two things kind of clash against each other.
All right, Kevster on the Tracer. And yeah, just a classic kind of dive comp here for Ultimates, but holy one clip. All right, well, trying to kill Kai. That was pretty quick.
Yeah, extremely fast.
Trying to get out?
I know.
Ooh,
We
does.
looked like he
Nice.
almost wasn't going to be able to make it out, but gets in Proto's line of sight, gets him huge healing. The Tracer still, especially when you want to play some of this like long-range hit scan, right? Whether Widow really at the start and then Kai playing the Sojourn, the Tracer could be really disruptive.
Oh, that doesn't kill. Okay, I was like, ooh, that was close. Nice dive so far from China. Chase struggling to get up into this high ground, but Victoria is pretty low. She's not going to get out either. Yeah, no, Kai's going to chase that up. And DPS Passive coming in clutch there for the Ultimates.
Yeah, we'll see how much space the Ultimates get. Oh, this is a sick sleep there from Proto. Has the nade there towards the end, but it looks like actually the wake up from the sleep happens and the bubble comes in from Chase, kind of blocks the benefits of the anti-heal that would have came through from the bio grenade. So Chase able to stay alive here. Sky working closer and closer towards that Nano, but it's already going to be available for Proto.
Yeah, another dive in here from Chase. Nano boost available, like you said. You can even apply to Zora if you need to. Oh, Zora, I think, was it maybe inside that bubble? Unfortunate there. Proto still with the Nano boost. Another good sleep onto the Winston. It's not going to survive all too long, though. A good nade to the front line. Can't get the Nano off in time. And now Chase is going to separate the rest of that healing. Coming from the Lucio with that bubble in the front line. Tori still, and Sternball take down Sky and Faith. So the Ultimates right now with no backup, no heals, no support at all. So they're getting out. There's 2 minutes to go in the Ultimates. They've been struggling to get it up this point, and Sakura still have Nano.
It's just the pressure that Hitori and China in combination can put on the backline. It makes it really difficult, even with the Brig in the mix, to be able to stay alive, right? You're trying to protect Skyrip at all costs. Now, if the Brig is not able to do that with this pressure from the Tracer, it's going to be very difficult. And now look at this, Keps are going to play Tracer here as well with a Pulse Bomb.
Oh, that nade into the backline.
Yeah.
3-person bio, good sleep though, stops the aggression. However, they're still going to back up. Can't mess with that Hazard. He can one-shot regardless of the amount of Nano or not, bro. So, yeah, you don't want to mess with that again. Chase with a Primal Rage, gets slept again, instantly woken up. A nice little wall, though, is going to waylay Chase for the time being as the sound barrier comes in for Sakura. Zoro is coming back from spawn in just a moment in a perfectly placed bubble. Kevster, Chase, chasing up Prota. Hattori finally felled as the Ultimates. It's been struggle streak, man, but they're still making it work. A minute to go, and they're going to get this first point.
Yeah, that would have been almost impossible there for Sakura Esports to win, right? They're putting pressure on the backline. Faith with a rally, right? So he's going to give all the benefits of that to Sky and Kai, who ends up having the overclock rolling. And it's just a great dive combination there from Chase and Kepster. We actually catch. He takes out Proto. So
that's unfortunate.
Really nice combination there towards the end, and then losing a Tori here. I mean, that is quite brutal, right? This is going to allow Ultimates to gain some space. Also going to give them sick high ground control, right? I mean, they're just staggering. These players are just going to gain so much progress off of this.
That was a stagger and a half there from Chase and Kevster. Good follow-up, too, just knowing how far they can push Sakura Esports after her Tori dies. She's going to get back here, but like you said, now Sky and everybody else have this high ground control, and Sky's nearing on another Nano.
I mean, you're going to have high ground control, and you're also going to be able to, like, kind of control this underpass where this, where the car kind of moves through this bridge.
Oh, good nade.
This is the most important part to control here of this high ground.
Chase doesn't press the issue here. Railgun. Oh, that shield is so low. Nano boost onto Chase, though. As Zoro falls to the ground there, out of LOS of his supports, although it wouldn't have survived too long anyway. Chase does end up getting bio-nated, but still with the Primal Rage, might just want to continue this one. Sleep Dart not available by the looks of it, as Prota ends up falling over to Chase's Primal Rage once again. 2 minutes to go, as it is a bit of a trade of the backlines, Matt. A very traditional dive way of life. Here is the Ultimates are now trying to kill Hattori, who once again, who's just been kind of caught out, pushed away from her backline, as the Ultimates now finally finding their footing in this map.
Yeah, but are you going to be able to touch this again here for Sakura Esports? They chase down China, so Kepser, with some help there from Chase, able to deal with that Tracer yet again, as they're starting to put the pressure on the Sakura Esports, and Sakura Esports seems to be breaking at the hands of it. Hattori, extremely low ramp. Somehow kills Kai.
Yeah, Nanode, just one shot Kai there with the shotgun. Kevster, I was going to mention Kevster there a second ago. He's still got a pulse bomb in hand. Ends up taking down Prota and okay, Zoro. Yeah, dead too. All right, a classic Kevster carry there on the Tracer.
Well, what's also interesting is like this map is not historically a good Tracer map, right? Like, you know, this is a map with like a lot of the verticality where even when Tracer is in meta, we'd see teams kind of move away from it at times, but both teams opting to go with the Tracer, and Kepster in great combination with Chase, just collapsing on these weak targets, killing them basically instantly. But Chase takes a load of damage, not able to jump out. Tried to jump out with the bubble, save himself, but Zoro with a nice shot there finishes him off. So that's going to stop some of the progress there for the Ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, he's just one of the best to ever do it, let's be real. Can't really argue that at all. Pulse bomb in the hands of China. They still have Rally. They got the downpour. Sakura Esports in a good spot. Pulse bomb, unfortunately, going a little wide though. So that's one out down, 2 more to go.
We'll see now. Potentially, working over towards this overclock. Also worth noting, Chase Trevor ends up using the
downpour
rally here. As they actually, I don't know if that downfall actually hit anything.
It didn't.
Like players just kind of got out of LOS.
Yeah, Faith was like chilling. Same with Sky. Pops the rally, hits the shield back, and Hattori dead again. Oh, good whip shot onto Zoro. Hattori kind of being a maker right now, as the Ultimates just taking full advantage of the aggression that Sakura Esports are throwing at them currently. And look at the ult bank for Ultimates as well, Matt.
So we'll see now as how they push them back towards the door, right? I mean, you can use whether it be the Primal first, then kind of channel into a Nano. They actually use a Nano here on a Kai, actually. He's actually getting dove here.
Oh, no.
Put down some sick
yeah,
with
good
the
luck.
overclock. Yeah,
good luck.
Out of the spawn there.
Nano, overclock, primal rage at the spawn doors. Yeah, you can't win that. You cannot win that. The Ultimates do end up full capping, but still, Sakura Esports really push them to the limit there. 1 minute and 11 seconds. A nice little rounded time back there for the Ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, that is just a brutal way for Sakura Esports to kind of lose that one, right? They were playing pretty good defense there at the start, and then once the Ultimates were able to get some of those stackers on that second point, get to the high ground, and then push on through, there was just no stopping them after that. The suite of Ultimates they had at the end as well, just no way you're battling back from that. So Sakura Esports, they have a big hill to climb here on offense now.
We'll see what the defense looks like for Ultimates, but yeah, I can't imagine they're going to change anything up. Just going pure dive. That's what they do best, especially when Chase is in the roster. And speaking of the roster as a whole as well, Matt, of course, Kai and Kev, they are the only DPS on the team, but KSA and Chase, two very kind of different hero pools. So they have, especially if you look at the year as a whole and with the ban system, the hero ban system, they've got a lot of depth they can play with. Like KSA is a formidable off-tank player, playing Malga to an extremely high level, Chase extremely good on these dive heroes. So yeah, their roster is extremely well-rounded. Not exactly something that you can scoff at one bit, and Sakura Esports kind of feeling their wrath at the very end there.
Yeah, also, it's a bit of a wake-up call, like map number 1, right? You end up losing that there for the Ultimates, and it's like, okay, we need to kind of come in here with our A game, right?
Right.
We need to take this to another level where you were going to get their best play here in map number 2 for Sakura Esports. So shouldn't be a surprise to them. More of the Ultimates kind of now picking up their games. Prota in a really tough spot up on the high ground. Oh, barely makes it out.
It's hard for Hattori to stay around here as well. Sure, you can clamber the walls over and over again, but if you're doing that, you're looking at Kai, Sky's also looking at you. Like, it's really tough to stay around, and then Winston can just continually hold the high ground. It's what you want if you're Zoro right now. You want to at least put pressure on Kai so we can't free peek.
Yeah, that's true. Zoro trying to get towards that high ground yet again, as Chase has done a great job controlling this, right? We see time and time again teams try and control this high ground on the defensive side to prevent this, right? Zoro getting free access to it and shooting across that range where Chase can get up there and just be present, right? Doesn't even really need to kill anybody. Just do what he's doing right there, right? Put Strebor down to the low ground, then just sit up here, wait, kind of do it all again. That's a huge win there in itself for the Ultimates.
Chase dodging the sleep there. You hear that little cooldown come out. Hattori, she's managed to get the payload onto the bridge. So, okay, this is big moves here from Sakura Esports. So, Ultimates cannot stay around that high ground position, play the same game they've been playing for the last couple of minutes. They have to back up now, rearrange their pieces, and eventually make their way to the fountain area. Kevster with a pulse one, forced to recall, but had faith it is back just for some help. Nice sleep onto Chase, but won't last long. Anti-nade, though, will make sure Chase has to get out of there. Even with the nano applied, you don't want to mess with that.
You do have the nano here for Proto, though. We'll see it actually put on Hattori. She tries to jump into the background. Actually looks like she gets a boot back, potentially. Gets knocked back there by Faith with like a whip shot. So not going to allow the nano on the Hazard to get into the backline, cause chaos. So that nano there for Sakura Esports goes for nothing.
Yeah, that's what we call in the biz a rough one. Serbor's got the sound barrier there, Matt, but Faith with the rally coming up. Hattori's in the backline right now, but what backup does she have? A stick is good though, but no, it's blocked completely. I believe that was probably Faith's shield. Eventually taken down though on a stick onto Prota. I mean, Kevster. Different years, same star player. Just an absolute beast on the Tracer, making Prota's life a living hell. A minute and 20 seconds to go as Chase survives on the point with that Primal Rage. And the Ultimates, yeah, making map number 1 look like a fluke right now.
They're making it look easy here on Dorado, especially now. Sakura Esports, they don't really have anything great to work with, right? I mean, Zoro could end up using this overclock, but not great line of sight here, right? Being stuck at the choke and then the long range and all the cover that the Ultimates can play around. Ultimates with double support ult as well as we head under a minute to go. Looking in a fantastic spot to get a first point hold here on map number 2.
Rally, Nano, they've got OC, like the overclock's just going to go crazy here for Kai, but oh no, quickly taken down by Zoro. I'll eat my own word, shall I? Nano boost onto Faith, who's got the rally, Matt. Yeah, good luck. A good little sleep though is actually going to hold the progress of the Brigitte. Prota actually going a little bit aggressive here with the rest of their team as Hattori and Prota double up there and kill Faith. Okay, Sakura Esports, they might just be able to cap this first point, but they still need to kill Kevster. Eventually brought down by Zoro. There's still a couple of lingering members. Looks like Chase has managed to get out of there. OT swiftly approaching.
Yeah, Chase had to back up, was extremely low, gets the bio on the way in, and then China with a pulse bomb is this looks like the first point take here for Sakura Esports. So Ultimates with a very good first point hold takes them down to the wire. They're potentially not going to get staggered here as well, as you see Hattori trying to take some of this high ground, right? This was so effective for the Ultimates on their side that Sakura Esports wants to mimic it, but the Ultimates should be able to battle up for this high ground, right? See an angle potentially here, you know, Kevster just trying to work his way around as Chase jumps right to the high ground.
Kevster looking for a pulse on target, but Faith's already dead. Oh, pulse from one on the side of the shield there. Prota's still pretty low. Hattori handily dealing with the front line. Yeah, pretty scary character, Hazard, they say.
Chase tries to like jump away and run away, but he uses the leap to get to the high ground. Doesn't realize that, like, you know, Hazard has like 3 leaps in the same amount of time. Just chases him down. So this is where they can make up some time, Sakura Esports. It's going to be really difficult to match the time in terms of the Ultimates, but you can make up a little bit of time here potentially.
Can Prota actually stay alive long enough? That's the question. All right, Kevster's killed Strebor. Nano boost in the hands of Prota. Oh, gotta get out of there. Kevster escapes alive with a minute and 20 seconds, Matt, and a lot of Ultimates coming up for Ultimates right now. Sakura Esports, maybe using their sound barrier early would be good for them. Just run over the back line.
The biggest thing is like they're being fought up on the high ground, right? The Ultimates doing a nice job playing for this high ground. You see this angle that Zoro has to play from now. Chase constantly doing this, right? Jumping up, taking that space, pushing them around the corner, doing a tremendous job of not allowing Sakura Esports to get in anything.
Hattori?
What is this? A Hattori flank?
Okay, I mean, she's gonna get an angle, but Prota's dead with Nano. Yeah. 45 seconds to go. Overclock comes out for Kai. Chase has gone down, but the spawn positions are pretty close, and Kai handily dealing with that 1v1 with Hattori on the point.
There's 2 support ultimates for Sakura Esports, but that's given ultimates enough time to build up to a nano of their own.
I like the idea there from Hitori, and she gets around on a flank and ends up taking out Chase. Just takes a little bit long, and I think also ultimates realize like the hazard is nowhere. They push up a little bit, they get that first kill, and then it's really difficult to kind of fight from this spot. So Proda with this nano boost still. Pulse bomb there, doesn't connect with anything from Peps.
Nano boost, oh what a sleep! Oh no, got woken up by Chase! Should be good though, at least for the time. Chase taking a lot of damage though. Well, I say good, I meant the complete opposite of that actually. What a sleep onto Zoro. That right click from Chase was, I guarantee he was flying through the air exactly the same time as that sleep dart there. That is rather unlucky, but Sakura Esports with a double ultimate, double support ultimate usage, they do get it done.
Kev's still blurred.
Kev is, yeah, they know.
Also because they were running the Brig in the last round a little bit on defense. On offense, they wanted to, obviously the speed with the Lucio kind of play a little bit aggressive. So Kevster does not have to worry at all, like going for that back line, right?
Oh, what a stick from China.
Sick.
All right, okay. The Primal Rage, though, for Chase does net 2, and it's both supports of Sakura, so this will be a reset. Not sure you can stay around too long. Chase ends up going down, so they're still able to gain the space and actually secure it too, so they don't have to back too far up, knowing Chase is dead now.
And even though this might be an ultimate win in terms of maps, Esports definitely has hung in here. And then now you look at some of the bans, some of the stuff available. This series still has the potential to go for a pretty long time. As Sky, though, with the nano, does it go on to Kai? Does it go on to Chase? Both viable options here. Even Faith as well if they go in deep. But no, it's going to be Chase getting the benefits of the nano. The bio grenade actually connects over the top. So we saw it a little bit there. Sky, gives the nano over to Chase and then kind of throws the bio deep, almost from spawn. Connects with 2 players there as he jumps in. That is sick.
Yeah, dirty nade angle there, and that will be Sakura Esports halted in their tracks with Faith using a rally in the spawn doors. The ultimates on their map pick of Dorado are going to secure that map.
Yeah, so the ultimates, we knew they would battle back. This wasn't going to be a series where they were just going to kind of roll over and die. Sakura Esports and gonna have to earn this one, right? They do it in map number 1. They put up a really good fight. They win it in the end. The ultimates here, though, they bounce back in a really big way. I'm curious now what Sakura Esports decides to do, and then also the impact the band's gonna have on this, right? They were playing a lot of the Curie early on. Dorado is a map that definitely favors Ana. It's not as great for Tracer, although we did see a play there throughout, so maybe we see teams go back to the Gen.G. But curious what they could do with the bans here and just map selection that would throw the ultimates another curveball.
I'm just saying, like, it's a different year, Matt. It's 2025, but Kevster is still frying on the Tracer. I mean, we know like longevity of players. If you look back way back when, like Apex days, 2016, 2017, etc. Like some of those players are still playing, man. And there have been players that have come and gone as the years have gone by, but Kevster is one of those guys. Like he is still messing with the best, and he is still up there in one of the best Tracer players to touch the game. And yeah, it's just it's so sick to see him still work it.
I mean, Kai and Kevster, it almost always feels this well. Like whenever we've watched them over the years, we obviously know how sick they are, but like you can probably name, or just count on your hand the amount of times they've had a bad game, right? Like these players are so consistent, game in and game out over the course of their entire careers, right? It's really difficult to do. I know you can, and when we do see them kind of lack, it's like a huge shock, right? Because it almost never happens. Right. Al-Qadsiah to pick here for Sakura Esports, so that's definitely throwing a little bit of a curveball in the mix.
Okay, I was kind of secretly betting in my head, like, okay, how long until we actually see a Al-Qadsiah? Okay, now we're talking Matt's language, little parlay.
No. The fact that you were definitely thinking about this, right? This was definitely top of mind for you.
Yes, okay. How do you know what's going on in my head, Matt?
You're feeding your fish this morning, or messing up your chair and desk. You're like, what? Al-Qadsiah could be in today.
I messed up my desk and it won't go back up now. I have to reset after the broadcast. Okay, we're just gonna get that out of the way. That's why I'm sitting down. Okay, Matt. At least not slumped in my chair, bro. Like a come on, stand up, get your back straight.
I have elite gamer posture. This is the
elite gamer posture. Matt almost going goblin mode.
Tier 1 gaming posture.
Tier 1. You barely get our diamond, Matt. All right, Qualifier is the map up next. I was curious when we're actually going to see this because Esperanza, historically, and Runasapi as well, which unfortunately is not in the map pool, has historically been the more popular of the two maps. So yeah, Qualifier from Sakura Esports, it's their chance to ban first here as well. So are we going to see a Tracer ban, Matt? Or which also limits China's hero pool, which is kind of frustrating, or are we going to see maybe a Hazard ban?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right, for Sakura Esports. I don't think you would want to get rid of Tracer because China seems to want to play that constantly. Right. Even in the supports, it seems like Judo, Kiri, Lucio seems to be all in like their wheelhouse. So you're not going to ban something like a Brig, right? You're not going to play like a Brig here. Potentially, it's like Sojourn in play. Another hero in the mix, right? Where it also seems like for Sakura Esports, like why ban like the Maga or the Hazard? Like it seems like I mean, if you were gonna ban a tank for Sakura Esports, it'd almost be to like protect the tank role rather than a target one, at least it seems. So maybe that second DPS slot.
Yeah, just getting word in now that actually Sakura are banning Sojourn as their ban for this one. So, okay, so you're banning Sojourn here, not banning the Tracer, like you mentioned, probably wise. Don't want to limit China too much because China extremely competent on the Tracer. And it looks like a Hazard ban from the Ultimates.
Well, they saved this, right? So they banned Roadhog earlier, right? We saw them ban Roadhog, which kind of protected that tank role for a map. So now it gives them an opportunity here to ban the Hazard. I'm curious if we'll see any subs here for the Ultimates, at least with Hazard gone. Yeah, so they'll stay in with Chase, potentially another Winston. I'm curious for Sakura Esports, right? Getting the Sojourn out of the mix, does that take like hit scan type characters off the table completely, right? Like, is there no Ashe here? Is there no Cassidy? And is this like Tracer Gen.G, right? Like, what is the look you're trying to go with?
All right, let's look how they're going to play. Because if you're keeping Chasing as well, you're just going to want to play a little bit more dive here. Ultimates don't fancy themselves in a map that's a little bit more front to back, you know? You aren't like perma-diving high ground as Winston over and over again, unless you're around that second point. Like, especially the mid-fight is extremely important. So banning the Hazard and giving Chase a little bit of a reprieve from that makes a lot of sense here, I think, from the Ultimates. Chase over in the Wrecking Ball right now. Kai, long-range hit scan, exactly where you want him to be. Kevstar on the Tracer, or literally anything. And it looks like Hattori, she's going over towards Diva.
Yeah, so we've seen Chase play the ball in the past. Interesting that we'll see like Ashe versus Cassidy. The sightline here on the first point definitely feels like it favors Ashe specifically, right? I know the long sightlines here on Al-Qadsiah has even favored characters like Hanzo in the past, right? So I think this definitely plays into what the Ultimates want picking this comp.
Sakura Esports, so on the other hand, Matt, like they're just going the anti-ball. Like they wanted to be able to hinder the ball as much as possible, matrix as many shots as possible from Kevstar and the Wrecking Ball. Like very much, we don't want to play against Wrecking Ball, the comp, as they do end up controlling the point. Although unfortunately, that's a kunai to the face as China ends up going down as they are putting a whole lot of attention on Chase.
Yeah, I mean, they're desperately trying to get Chase to stop, just being a nuisance in the backline, right? And also at the turns, that is Zoro. So, but I mean, look at what Zoro has to deal with, right? Chase coming from one angle, Kevstar another. You also have to worry about Kai at range, so you have to try and protect
Zoro.
protect the backline. So somehow they're able to keep him up. That's fantastic support work here from Sakura.
Yeah, the support, Matt, I'm just telling you right now, it's probably one of the more stressful things to play against the Wrecking Ball because it's slamming you, slamming the backline, and like, oh, they've called no Magne, by the way, and they've definitely called no Suzu, so now comes the damage. Yeah, there you go. Instantly, Zoro gets taken down. Unfortunately, Cassidy doesn't have multiple Magnades, or flashbangs, sorry. Not Magnades.
I mean, you're eventually going to run out of some of these resources, or it's going to, get forced out, right, over time. The Sakura Esports, they do a nice job hanging around in this fight early on, but they actually don't really kind of get any kills per se, right? Like they just kind of live, which actually might end up being like the worst option, right? Their just health bars are just getting wilted down over time, and then they're really not building towards any progress or any ultimates at that rate. So good start here for the ultimates.
All right.
Mines, rush, beat, pulse bomb. All right, well, we'll see what ultimates can do. Zoro is checking every angle possible, Matt. Please, someone help my mans. Okay, straight to the back line for Zoro, though. Maybe just got to take the fight to them. Nice little headshot onto Kai, but can now he deal with this Lucio? A high noon popped, getting a little bit of a reset. Pulse bomb landed at Zoro's feet, but managed to just roll away from it. Sky felled by China, but here comes Kevster. Yeah, and against the Wrecking Ball as well, Matt. You are just getting booped all around, all over the place, and Kevster can just run you down. But recalling straight into a pulse of China, not exactly what Kevster wanted to do. But as these fights also break down, Matt, because everybody's trading back and forth, it gives the Ultimates and Sakura Esports as well, to be fair, time to re-engage, and this bot doesn't really move at all.
And I'm curious for your opinion, right? When you're going against this like ball type of comp, is the, obviously ball is always a threat, but is it a little bit of a bait, right? Like, should you kind of like, okay, let's like deal with the ball, like don't let him get and kill anybody, but then get aggressive onto the back line? Because yeah, look at this. I mean, turning Zoro, they move on in, they get you with Kai and Faith. There's not really a huge amount of support there for those two players at that moment.
Yeah, using that rush, just kind of forcing the issue. And yeah, that's kind of how you want to play that, right? You want to play as fast as you possibly can, so Kai doesn't have time to chunk people down. Headshot the Cassidy so you can follow it up. Headshot the Tracer, maybe headshot somebody. And doing that with the rush is kind of perfect. Looks like Ultimates actually are going to change up their backline. They're going to go Sky, Ana, and then Faith back onto the Brig now.
Yes, we'll see. And with the Brig in the mix, right? They were doing this on Dorado to get some extra help, as that's going to be the Bob thrown in there. It's just going to be right on top. I mean, this is a brutal scenario for Sakura, right? To be able to fight in that close quarter area with the Bob. It's in a great spot. Oh, look at this. They actually go to the high ground. They just kind of circumvent this completely. It's going to be 3 kills here for Sakura Esports.
Oh, what a stick.
It's Hori with another.
Okay, you take that, actually.
Yeah.
You get a little remake there, a pulse bomb for a remake, you're nice. Kai is not going to be able to survive this.
Dude, it's a sick ball from Kai, and then they get 2 kills right off the bat. And then Tori and both supports somehow make it to the high ground, do with 3.
Still getting a little bit of time on the point, but I think Kevster is there. Although not anymore. Okay, sorry, Kevster, kind of jinxed you there. Mines deployed on the point. There it is. That's the time and space that you want if you're Kai. And here come the kills for the Ashe. All right, Ultimates, they eventually get a clean team fight. Nice little sleep on the back of that too. Sakura Esports, they wiped, and now the bot can reset.
Yes, but Ultimates, that definitely was much harder than they probably originally thought, right? They thought they were going to, drop the Bob, jump down, just kind of maybe the Bob gets a kill right away, which I believe they do get a kill instantly off of it. It was either Kai or Kevster to finish it off and then just clean it up. But it's Tori with a tremendous play. She makes the high ground, deals with 2 players along with the supports, and now it's Sakura Esports in the lead.
Gotta heal. Do not let the D2 happen. Oh, that's not good. Nice nade onto Zoro. Now it's just the baby diva. I mean, Hattori is playing this like she's playing actual diva. She was just running people down. Might not survive too long against the Wrecking Ball, though. Yeah, there you go. All right, eventually the fight breaks down as the Wrecking Ball takes over. Without that diva to matrix people, it's very tough to stay alive against a good Wrecking Ball like Chase.
Yeah, you're either trying to die instantly there on the diva, right? Or do enough damage to get the mech back, so may as well get into the frays.
Oh, good hack.
Sombra here, so we just ditched the long-range hit scan all together here for Sakura. So the Cassie drops, and you actually have Sombra. It's a pulse bomb off the rip that somehow connects with Zoro. But the Sombra definitely in the mix for the ball, right? Sombra always traditionally has been really strong against Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, the hacks don't last too long at all, but it stops the momentum of the ball to get a lot of like focus fire down, which is what's going to be important for Zoro. But yeah, struggling on the Cassidy, not too surprised there. Lots of ways to kind of counter it, like you were mentioning, Matt. Double support ultimate for the Ultimates, though. That's going to be fun to say the whole season. The Ultimate's ultimate. Here comes the rush, though, from Sakura Esports. Met with the rally, and everybody's grouped up in this small room. That overhealth is going to be building pretty quickly. Hattori probably doesn't want to mess with that. Prota definitely didn't. And even a nano boost, too. A bomb, just everything thrown in by the Ultimates there. China lays down the pulse bomb, but unfortunately it didn't end up hitting the floor. And yeah, you're just running into a meat grinder if you're Sakura Esports. And Faith just juggling the shield, helping Chase stay alive. And that might be the lead gained as well.
Yeah, I think that would be the key, right? Is this going to be the lead off of this? It's going to get extremely close. If not, you actually kind of think this is pretty good for Sakura Esports. They get right on top of it. They want to prevent them from getting in the lead, right? Because you have 2 players coming off the spawn still here for the Ultimates. So yeah, Ultimates have to back up. They don't have a player advantage at that moment. Sakura would have had it off the spawn, and they do a great job of preventing them from taking the lead.
Yeah, 0.13 meters. Mines ends up coming in. That quick hack not quite activating, unfortunately. Got to upgrade your Cyber Arrow or something if you're Sombra there. Sturball dead. Pulse bomb in the hands of Kevster, and here comes the lead, Matt. Kevster's just got to stay alive, and he does. Slips out of there. It looks like, and to be fair, spectating good tracers, it really does feel like they have unlimited blinks. And EMP for Zoro does connect with 3, but Kevster, Kai, and Faith were able to stay alive. Faith eventually ends up getting taken down by the Lucio, but Kevster is still alive and well. The dive, and an aggressive one after that EMP. Looks like they've overstayed their welcome, and Kevster again. A good connection onto the D.Va, stops the D-Mech coming in, and Chase is there for the finish.
He's a machine. It feels like Sakura Esports at this point, though, Jack. They're just kind of throwing bodies at the bot to prevent that lead from being taken. It feels like they need to just kind of like take a breath, slow down, and play for a good fight here. As Tori will go down. Just playing behind the barricade because there's still a decent amount of time left. I mean, a minute 55. Even if you give up, the lead by a meter, I mean, you just need 2 fights to go your way. You're back in the lead.
Yeah, but it's actually getting those 2 fights, Matt. Giving up, I think actually just giving up the lead here it might be a loss for Sakura. Got to be so careful.
The lower the clock gets, right? I mean, if you're going to give up the lead, you would have given it up before, right? I mean, that's a huge kill there.
That is a big pick from China. Can they actually even this one? Kevster does not have a pulse bomb right now, but this Wrecking Ball still being quite the nuisance. Looks like they're trying to chase Kev. Kev not with unlimited blinks that time around. China gets his revenge as the Suzu comes in. Not quite in time, though, to save for Tori's mech. And now she's in trouble. She's on fire, and Prota is so low. They end up killing the baby D.Va. And here comes the snowball. They just need to make this a quick and clean fight, and they might be able to take the lead. A late rush from Prota. That's disastrous. 1 minute to go now as the Ultimates are pushing Sakura Esports to their limit.
Oh, I mean, that rush is, yeah, I mean, you would all love to have that one back, especially if you end up having to win a few more fights. Histori just jumped down onto the bot. They want to stay in the lead as desperately as possible, but looks like they're going to give it up now.
Yeah, GLHF. Ain't no way you're fighting that fight. Nano boost, Bob, pulse bomb, 30 seconds to go, and Hattori is down for the count, Matt.
I mean, Sakura led for, it feels like a majority of the game, right? We were just constantly getting fights mid-map. It just feels like whenever they got close to taking the lead, the Ultimates, Sakura just kind of throwing bodies at the point, throwing Ultimates out there, and the Ultimates, they just stayed well composed, right? They weren't just kind of throwing things in there just to try and gain the lead, right? They played for this big advantageous advantage to get a huge lead.
Kevster ends up going down. Thought he could maybe just challenge China and Sturball. Soundbar available. No ultimates here for Sakura. That's the ideal situation for them. They don't want to invest too much. Overtime is here, and with 85 meters to 59, it looks like Sturball has to use something as Chase, Kai, and Faith, they're feeling the kill feed with Orange, and that will be the match with an ultimate to spare. The Ultimates, they're going to take match point in the series.
Yes, they go up 2-1 now as it felt like for a while Sakura Esports holding on. The clock was kind of dwindling, but they still had that like 2-meter lead. But as soon as the Ultimates, they kind of put everything together, right? Sakura just kind of funneling there onto the bot, just trying to prevent a lead change. Eventually it ended up backfiring, and then it's it just kind of opens up the floodgates there for the Ultimates, take a big lead towards the end.
I'm going to be honest, that was one big fight, that whole map. There wasn't really too much downtime. I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Part and parcel with Wrecking Ball, Tracer, all these fast comps. It makes sense that everything was just kind of one big skirmish. It wasn't like, okay, consistent, a big team fight, okay, team wipe, okay, another team kill, another team kill. It was one big mess is a polite way of putting it. The Ultimate's really coming up big, and Chase on the Wrecking Ball, and now banning the hazards. You can see exactly why. You don't really have to worry about too much if you can just play this nice little dive tank and then dive the backline with Kevster over and over again. There is the stats from the last map as well. Dude, 5.3 to 1.2.
The deaths, I mean, it's just Sakura Esports just dumping their body on the objective constantly to prevent it from moving. which they did a good job of preventing it from moving, but they weren't able to like kind of prevent it from moving for like long stretches, right? They jump on, they'd hold for a few seconds, then the bot would get moving. Like they never really kind of played for a strong hold and like a big fight. They just kind of kept playing almost to. You're almost playing like not to lose at that point, right? Where you're just kind of like, okay, let's just throw our bodies at the cart and hope that eventually we win a fight or they mess up, and then the bot moves back a little bit further in their territory and we kind of win, as opposed to like, okay, like let's give them the lead by maybe 5-6 meters. Let's all group together, right? Because you could have just said, okay, let's give them the lead, and then you just could have like played from the high ground on the bridge, right, where the bot like was. And just play for like a winning fight there in that type of scenario, right? They would have may have had to just move off of the bot, right? They would have not wanted to fight in that position, right? So you could actually got a better fight on the ground.
All right, then we're going to a Flashpoint map here. Sakura Esports choosing Suravasa. What do you make of this map? What do you think the bans are actually going to go to?
Oh, I mean, the bans, let's see. So we just saw Sojourn gone in that one, and then the Hazard. I think, obviously, Sakura Esports, I think they keep the Hazard in, right?
Yes.
Do they maybe try and like go after a support, right? We've seen Kiri gone throughout it. I believe that Kiri, though, was a ban from the Ultimate. So like maybe there's some type of a support ban in play for Sakura Esports. I think that could be in play. So KSA comes in for Chase.
This makes sense, I think.
Yeah, so this says you're probably going to see Hazard, right?
Yeah, you banned the Hazard last map. You're like, okay, we want to play a little bit more divey here. We have Chase on the ball. Hazard cannot be banned by yourselves, at least. And you, like you said, Sakura probably don't want to ban the Hazard either. So subbing KSA makes it perfect sense here for the Ultimates. No substitutions by Sakura Esports as well, just to just clarify that as well. And it will be Sakura banning first. So at this point, I don't know. I'm like, should we just ban Tracer? Like, and have China play something else?
But they
I know, but like, Kev's so good.
I mean, yes, I agree there, but
he can also play everything, to be fair.
Yeah, exactly. Like, is the you're kind of almost looking at it like the gap between Kevster and China in terms of Tracers closer than like China playing Gen.G, let's say, and Kevster playing Gen.G.
Sure, yeah,
along those lines, right? So, it may not be the best outcome, but it probably. When kind of looking across the board in terms of damage dealers is, but they actually, Sakura Esports goes and bans the Juno and the Ultimates bans.
And then Ultimates bans, okay.
I think that's good from the Ultimates. Like Kevster can play just about everything, put the pressure onto China, make China play something different, right? Because you're fine, like, hey, Kevster can play Gen.G, he can play, I mean, just gonna go down the list of heroes, can play literally everything. So you're totally fine eliminating the Tracer from this match.
Yeah, so Ultimates here. I'm expecting Sojourn, Gen.G, Hazard, Kiriko, and then Lucio. That makes the most sense to me.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a mirror, right? Just run it back. I mean, we saw this like earlier in the series. So the Kiri is gone. Was he at the no? It was Juno that was gone.
Juno is back.
Juno's gone. Can you play Maga? Right? We saw the Sakura Esports play that early on. Like. The Juno's really sick with the Maga, so like I don't know, but that would be something to keep an eye on, right? That even if Sakura Esports like they fall behind in the mirror, maybe they try and bring out that Maga hit again.
I don't mind it. I don't hate it at all, actually. And if you're not confident in the mirror,
when we saw Sakura Esports not play Tracers throughout the series, it was the sim with the Maga, right?
Right, yeah, and Suravasa, not the worst map to play sim, I'd say. I would say not the best, but not the worst. So that could be the different flavor that they bring out. If you do end up going that way, I would say, well, Kevster probably goes towards maybe even an Echo. Well, actually, maybe not. I think you could play Echo or Gen.G, to be fair, in that matchup. But you get high value duplications, and Echo is just so strong. It seemed like such a small buff, but like the beam doing more damage when you're above 50% really helps it tick over that 50 and then just like actually burst someone down. So yeah, Echo.
How many times have we had a patch and then like a hero like just becomes absurd, and then the conversation is, well, it started off with a small buff and it looked like a small buff, and then all of a sudden it's
it's huge.
The hero's 100% picked right now. But hey, with the bans, right? I think it's going to open up a lot of different things for teams, right? And for a bunch of teams, that obviously played at EWC, they have some experience, with the ban system. Where a lot of these teams, right, they've kind of used it to get to this point, but then now kind of going against the top tier teams with like coaching staffs and whatnot, and like deep tools to be able to kind of like look at and analyze what to ban. It'll definitely take, I think, some teams a little bit of time to get up to speed in the best strategy.
Yeah, we're just resetting the lobby just to make sure everything's all chill. So as we do that, we'll be in just we're getting in just a moment.
Rose's internet was hosting this lobby.
She was hosting the server locally.
Yeah, I was hosting
from her machine.
Her machine, yeah.
That feels so like old school LAN party vibes.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than like you just have internet issues out of your control. Hopefully Rose gets it all sorted tomorrow. Everybody wants to see her.
I think she's getting a new router delivered, so yeah, we should be.
What?
Sorry, Matt. Let me put it into a router. A router.
A router.
A router. Yes, if
right, that would
do
be
British
like
English.
There's a U in there.
Yeah. Zoe is
being banished from the EMEA broadcast.
All right, let's get in before you actually do get banished. Zoe has control over the Discord, so you might get kicked any moment. We'll never know. Sakura Esports. Match point scenario for Ultimate, so they got another chance here to come back. Sakura, they look good in their first map on Control. Can they repeat the same success?
Right, even though a loss here for Sakura Esports, like it's not the end of the world, right? Like this is a team that probably looking at it, you're like, hey, you know what? Like we don't have a great shot. But it's a series where you've played them extremely tough. It should give you lots of confidence going into some of these other matches, right? Against some of the top tier teams.
New jump scare just dropped. You telling me those eyes don't look demonic, Matt?
No. So we actually got some confirmation. There's like a bird phobia.
Okay.
Like there isn't
Can
any
you pronounce it?
specific for pigeons. Matt, I'm not gonna butcher this for there's people who study and work on this stuff.
Do it for the stream, Matt.
I'm not gonna ruin it. I'm not gonna ruin it for them by butchering it. But it is a bit of a lie though, because you're not scared of all birds. So
that is true. Maybe they'll come out with the pigeon exclusive one. All right, here we go. China, no surprise here. So China versus Kevster on the Gen.G. Mirror matches as we see the Hazard in play as well. High ground control imperative here for both Sojins, and it looks like unfortunately for Sakura and Zoro, they're not going to be granted that, at least not for the time being, as Satori just chased out of town.
I think this is good though for the ultimates, like we were talking about in the pregame, right? Obviously you get rid of Tracer, that takes it off the board for Kevster, but you feel good about him playing any other type of hero. And if you can even widen that gap right between Kevster and China, and you're already winning, you think then it results in almost blowout type wins.
Tori's got a fair bit of ult charge though. She was able to get 50% in that first fight. Although we've mentioned before, although I think people had a very adverse reaction to seeing Hazard's ult initially, and like it going through walls and terrain and stuff, but especially when how fast Overwatch is getting, especially with Juno and obviously Lucio being a perma pick a lot of the time, like it's actually fairly easy to get out of with a lot of mobility, which most characters have these days.
I mean, it's also just something that's like completely foreign to Overwatch, right? Things that like go through walls or, around certain like objects and kind of like do impact. So I think as soon as everybody sees it to start, it's definitely an allergic reaction to it. But now that it's been played with for a while, I think people are kind of getting used to it. And this has been a blowout on this first point though, Jack. I mean, this is the ultimate dominating.
I mean, Kevster, he is just a machine built in Sweden to play Overwatch. That's
built different.
Yeah, he is built differently, that's for sure. And he's got his ult.
In Sweden, we were there. That was an awesome.
Yeah, you like Sweden, Matt? Name your favorite thing about Sweden in Stockholm.
I liked the hotel.
Yeah, you like your room, huh?
Yeah, food was good. Although they gotta get some Italians there, because some of the pizza that they're making, man, that is not good.
We'll get Johnny on that. I heard he makes a good pizza, bro.
He told me and so we were to get a pizza. It was not a good one.
There's the downpour being used on the point. It doesn't look like it connected with KSA, but
safely around the corner there was KSA, and a sound barrier, well, on top of that, also the rush. So you are not dying. That is for certain if you're the Ultimates. Kevster is 1 HP. Doesn't really care, though. Does end up going down to China, but the Ultimates do end up winning that fight pretty cleanly.
Yeah, and this is getting really dangerous for Sakura Esports. Like, now that you have this sound barrier, like, are you going to hold it to match the blade here that comes in from Kevster? Everything used there, but the Ultimates in the last fight. I wonder if there's a way, though, that the Ultimates can kind of force this sound barrier out maybe a little bit early. Or do you take a fight early, right? Try and get them to use on the Sakura Esports side. Maybe they use 2-3 Ultimates, you end up losing the fight. You still have an advantage coming back.
Soundbar for Strebo. You can see him hanging a little bit far away. Soundbar behind the pillar. Hits 5. Here comes the blade from China. But Kai, turns Zoro into a liquid there with that railgun. Nice ultimate there from KSA, locking everybody down. Ultimate still control that point, and KSA is still pumping out the damage. And Hattori struggling to just even grasp onto someone, Matt. It's tough for someone to get locked down without that ult.
You don't even need Kevster's blade in that fight.
Yeah.
That's like, I mean, winning it with no blade is like kind of absurd. KSA though with a sick downpour though, right? They're going in with the blade. China going for a swing, gets kind of caught in a Zoro hit as well. And now the Ultimates find themselves just one flashpoint away here from winning this series. Maybe a little bit tougher than some people had expected, but still would result in a positive outcome from the Ultimates, a team that a lot of people think is going to be the best in the EMEA.
Yep, blade and another rush too in 10%. All right, Zoro starts the fight off with an overclock. Little deflect there from Kevster, not the target you want to shoot now. As KSA escorts himself out of the point. All right, just some space. That was all that was garnered from that Ultimate. No kills, unfortunately. Ultimate's doing a good job of backing off, but Kevster in trouble. Does end up dashing away. Oh, a good wall too. Oh, it's going to trap the Lucio. Faith ducking around the corner there, maybe trying to help Kevster from getting caught out by Hattori. Good positioning there from the tank, as Sakura Esports are now going to hopefully grab that point, but it doesn't look like Ultimates are done just yet. A rush on the point, and Hattori is taken care of as they end up capping too.
They actually decide to end up using their Kitsune rush. It's like Sky, Kai, and KSA, but I believe they lose Kai right before it goes down. So the Ultimates do gain a little bit of percentage, right? 8, but you know, nothing to brag about. As we'll see them. Kevster's still holding on this blade. We'll see if we get a use of it here in this fight coming up.
Oh, and straight to the backline goes Kevster. They didn't really see it coming. There's the Suzu already used, trying to get the swings, and there's the reset dash with the help of KSA. Hattori, though, straight in the front line. Good proactive play from Sakura Esports, as Hattori gets 2 kills with the little micro missiles there, the micro needles. KSA does end up killing Hattori, but it doesn't matter because Sakura still control that point, Matt. It was a bit of a scrappy affair, but with KSA dying last, it's going to be a little bit of a dangerous game with Ultimates fighting on the point.
Yeah, doing a nice job, though, there was Sakura Esports, right? Taking the advantage in terms of going fast, going first. I think kind of caught the Ultimates off guard, but like you mentioned, it's going to be Sound Barrier here to kick things off here from Sakura Esports.
Defensive downpour there from KSA locks Hattori in place, same with Strebor. Lucio already dead, and the sound barrier in the hands of the Ultimates right now. They don't ideally want to use it, but they unleash it anyway. As soon as Zoro pops that ult, takes care of Kai. Sound barrier didn't come in time, but Ultimates needed to win this fight. Sky with a perfectly timed Suzu and Swift Step to save his own life. Eventually does a fall. In fact, Prota kills 2 with his kunai headshots. Okay, didn't really expect the Kiriko to come up with kills there, but you'll take it nonetheless.
But it's still, I mean, it is the Ultimates coming out on top, and that one, Sakura Esports still 1 fight away, though, from taking this flashpoint. But just kind of looking how things are aligning here, Jack, it's not really looking great for Sakura Esports, right? The Ultimates, you'll end up having this blade yet again for Kevster. You're going to be able to build this quite quickly. Kitsune rushes to match, but it's going to be Kai with that overclock. Pretty huge advantage. We know how devastating he is just with Sojourn in general. Now with the overclock, though, a clean window on the other side, right? No, like, sound barrier to counter it. Could be huge here.
China's still trying to grapple with this small flank that's happening right now, taking a fair bit of damage from Kevster. Just the neutral shurikens kind of landing some headshots. There's the blade, it's been popped, already taken 1 body shot though. Oh, Kai! Oh, just dipped China.
I mean, that is the fight. And Matt, I think that might just be the map as well. A late blade from Kevster, everything thrown in. And Sakura Esports, they got the wave respawns, but they're not going to be able to get back to the point in time as the Ultimates truly showing Sakura Esports what they are made of as they take the map in the series 3-1. Fully warmed up now.
It just took so long for Sakura Esports to kind of get that fight there towards the end, right? They're kind of like trying to build up towards Ultimates, but the Ultimates on the other side, I mean, you had the overclock, you ended up building up a blade, right? Because it took so long. You don't really give yourself another opportunity to be able to fight and bounce back. So the Ultimates take advantage there against Sakura Esports. Map 1, a little bit dicey, but the rest of the series, they look great.
Yeah, I did love what we saw early on, though, from Sakura Esports, right? They were off to a really great start on Samoa. China on Tracer, obviously a big part of that, absolutely popping off. And baited Kevster into that Tracer duel on a non-Tracer map, which then allowed for the Ultimates to heat up. And then finally, of course, they kind of ran away with it. But interesting stuff there. Love that Maga sim composition we saw there as well from Sakura Esports. That worked so well against Hazard. Is that something you guys expect to see more of, perhaps?
The sim comps specifically, probably not. Maybe a little bit here and there. Maybe that's just something that they've got in their back pocket. We know Hattori can flex to a lot of tanks. Like, she's good on the Winston, pretty damn good on the Malga too, and the Hazard. It's just, I think the caliber and like them Ultimates warming up at the very end there and kind of running all over them. But I think it's a good confidence booster for Sakura Esports, facing against a team and even taking a map off a team that everybody is kind of ranking their number 1, number 2 kind of squad right now in EMEA. So a lot of things to kind of look for here, and a lot of tape to review as well if you're Sakura Esports. Yeah. I'd definitely be happy taking down some veterans and honestly just gods of the game like the Ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I also think it's going to be really difficult to have series, especially, I mean, even with the bans, in which Hazard doesn't play like a prominent role in, right? It would seem odd to get a series where both teams would kind of like opt to ban Hazard for like a certain map, right? As like the, things kind of start to develop at least early on. So like you're going to have to play this style of comp and style of play, right? With Hazard in the mix. It's just what other things can you fall back on, right? Especially in a map like Dorado where you still need to play something that can like be divey and have some type of vertical presence. So I think the Malga was really cool. I just don't think it's something that you can run on multiple maps.
Absolutely. It is good to show those different looks right now as well, especially with hero bans, because you now are forcing the hands, right, of the oppositions. Like, now we're running into the territory where you have to ban specific heroes and maybe waste a ban with it. So it's like a whole different set of mind games heading into this. I do like that.
Yeah, it's like being able to flex to many different, especially tanks right now is really important. That's why we're seeing KSA and Chase being swapped out. And I think their team, the Ultimates, as a team, are very well equipped for this this hero ban system that we have now. I think especially teams that have one tank, there's a lot resting on your shoulders. There always has been, but there's even more now. So I think we're really going to start to see the gap between teams that have a very cohesive like duo tank in the roster or like a single tank versus teams that were very reliant on like, okay, we're going to play this one style, we're going to play this one style only.
Kevster earning themselves the player of the match honors. Some things never change. Like, this could be any year to slap it on. Kevster on that Tracer, absolute menace in that backline. I mean, he had his work cut out for him. China did push him, shut him off that Tracer in the first map, but then Kevster is just like,
I mean, he just slaps.
Here.
Like, the guy just slaps. There's nothing to be said. I said it in the cast, and I'll keep saying it again.
Yeah, you said he's frying.
Yeah, he's frying,
like
exactly.
Is that what the kids say these days?
Yeah, he's using his router to fry them.
Shut up, man. What is he saying? You've got 2 more games of this, by the way, audience. I apologize for that. At least Mitch will put him in his place at least somewhat. But like, seriously, Kevster, the more things change, the more things do stay the same, Zoe, and the guy is just going to be a menace until they shut the servers down for Overwatch. The guy is just too good at the game and too good on Tracer too. Like, it's insane.
You know, it's Overwatch is in a good state when you can have tracers popping off left and right. Like it's just that's just exciting. I love that fast-paced kind of style, and we see a lot of that right now in the meta. Of course, with so much mobility from the hazards, like see those diving compositions. It's just so much fun to watch, and then you have those players like Kevster who can absolutely take over a lobby like that. Now we do have an interview, not with Kevster, but we got the next best thing, and that is of course Christopher, their coach. Christopher, thank you so much for joining us. Happy start of a new season. How you feeling getting that first dub?
Surely I'm a better interview than Kevster if we're being real though, right? Like,
yeah, but I didn't, you know.
Surely I'm the best you could get.
That's the spirit. That's spoken like a true leader. Christopher, I want to talk about your team's approach to hero banning, right? Because we did see that very targeted ban of Tracer. We know obviously that Kevster can be a difference maker, but he's also so flexible that it's not that bad for him. And China obviously gave you guys some trouble on Samoa on that Tracer.
Yeah, I think when we built this roster, a huge, I guess, like realization of the new meta, like the new format hero bans is flexibility. So I guess there is a hope somewhere that if the enemy team has one really good comp that they're good at, then we can kind of pick around it pretty effectively. I think, I guess across like the last 3 maps, we kind of forced them into matchups maybe they weren't as comfortable on, or heroes they weren't quite as comfortable on, and maybe that's like a path to success for us when we're not playing our best, I think.
I did want to ask, like, the power level of the other teams right now. Gen.G, VP. We saw VP obviously just kind of run over Gen.G. Obviously, apart from yourselves, who do you think is maybe vying for like top 2, top 3?
Yeah, I think actually the level of teams impressed me more than I expected. I think obviously I was quite vocal about VP not being good, but actually once they started scrimming, I was pretty impressed with them. I think realistically TM maybe looked like the best team right now, and then I think there's kind of like it feels like even teams like Peps, like it's really, like they can really beat you, you know, like it's maybe 5 or 6 teams in Europe that like on their maps and on their bans are really strong. So I think the level is never been high. Well, maybe it's been higher, but it's pretty high.
So I'm curious, so when building this roster, you kind of mentioned like focusing on flexibility. Like what other things did you kind of consider when putting this roster together? And since you actually get them together, you know, things start to get a little bit different. Is anything surprised you now once you start to work with them a little bit more?
Yeah, I mean, I think for the most part, this is a group of players I've never worked with. I think obviously we have quite a strong core that were on ENT last season, who were kind of my arch nemesis for like the past year. I think their personality style is actually very different to SSG, you know, like on SSG, we were like, quite family oriented, like if you said anything even remotely negative to certain people, you have to like really like sugarcoat it. Whereas this team doesn't, like there's no sugarcoating this. I think it's like a more direct feedback style for everyone. It's not necessarily toxic. To be honest, in a lot of ways I prefer it, I think. But I think with that comes its own struggles perhaps. I think, you know, on SSG maybe we had like players that really were like super duper leader types. And I think we're still kind of building that in this team.
I did want to ask one more question, actually. When are we seeing the GOAT, the Twilight GOAT? When are we seeing him? Surely he's coming in.
Tonight. Yeah, I think his flight is in like 2 weeks, hopefully. So probably just get him in just in time for playoffs, especially, you know, get a new patch before playoffs, and I get super duper buffed, and then it's over for the rest of the competition.
Okay,
perfect. Good. That's the road to victory. Christopher, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your next games.
Thank you.
Always great to hear from Christopher. I love that insight though. Like, you know, SSG, the family vibes now are a little bit more military, a little bit more straightforward. It's very European also.
They're not messing around. That's what I was thinking too. I was like, not messing around. I was like, that's straight to the point.
Yeah. It seems like you know, SSG, obviously you're all like close knit. It becomes like a family. This seems like you know, we're clocking into work, we're getting things done, and then we're bouncing.
Yeah, and I can see those players fitting into that system, right? Like a Kai and a Kevster is like no emotions, just straight up.
You know what we should do? I thought of though during that.
What should we do?
When Christopher's talking about like, you know, doing the interviews with like Kevster or whatever, we should get we should have production. I don't even know. I don't think it's our production. We'd have to have somebody do it. Equip Christopher with like a rubber mask of all the players on the team. So when we do the interview, we can say we're doing it with Kevster, and he just throws on Kevster's face.
What
Maybe
are you
answers
saying?
A few questions as Kevster.
What is bro
Like
saying?
like a little Halloween mask of like Kevster, you know?
Should we just look at standings and let
let's
the old
do
man
that.
ramble?
Standings.
Like that's a great idea, Matt.
Bro has had something in his
This is
coffee
a safe
for sure
space.
this morning.
This is a safe space. I think that's a great idea, Matt.
You didn't sound
Yeah,
overly
well, it was-
enthused by it though.
This is a work in progress. Okay, we're
Heavy
brainstorming
work in
and
progress.
whatnot.
Concept of an idea.
That it's a concept of an idea, and it has been voiced, unfortunately, for everyone who is of the capability of hearing. Now, this is our current standings as we're wrapping up the EMEA Region 4 today. We only just started, of course, with this round-robin format. And it's been exciting. We already saw some good surprises, some good first looks. Which of the teams impressed you guys?
Oh, I mean, VP came out swinging today. VP is very impressive. Ultimates too, when they got kind of warmed up, I think everybody thought Ultimates was going to be top of the board for sure. Yeah, I would flip it around. I was disappointed with Gen.G today, actually. Very like
disappointing arc.
Yeah, like I don't know.
You're actually going through every team that played today. You're only supposed to pick one.
Oh, sorry, Matt. I have more opinions than just a single one. Okay, like leave me alone.
Well, I'm happy you didn't say the team that I was really excited for. I thought Peps played really strong today. I was pleasantly surprised with what we saw from Peps. They have the potential, but it seems like at times you get excited about this team, and then they kind of always let you down. But I was pleasantly surprised. They came through.
Yeah. Matt rocked up this morning in the green room and was like, they are washed, no chance they're gonna win.
did
And
say
I did
that.
prove
Well,
him
look,
wrong.
I wasn't
That's
in
crazy.
the green room this morning because I wasn't supposed to be here this morning. So
You're always with
I
us in
arrived
spirit.
about halfway through the day.
True. He flew in. Absolute hero moment. Now, we do,
Don't call
of
him
course, have more Matt on the horizon. Unfortunately, we will be saying goodbye to Jack, though. So thank you so much for joining us. We see you again tomorrow. We're heading into a quick break. And on the other side of that, we will be starting to cover all things. And hey, you don't want to miss it. See you right after this.
your side. Someday, at my day, I will change my life. People, it doesn't matter where you go. Don't stop for me. People, this is the place where I follow. I'm here, okay.
The match is about to start.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top.
I'm on point, dude. Gen.G, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger, let's stagger.
On me, on me, on me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander.
Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold card, we're down.
That was so bad.
Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving backline.
Nah, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart. Stop the cart.
Oh my god! Ah! Go to do you see that?
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Hey, and welcome to day one of the OWCS 2025 festivities. We just wrapped up our first day of round robin action in the EMEA region, and that means we're now ready to shift gears and focus on all things NA. But first, let me rewind and tell you just a little bit about what we have in store for you this very year. In case you missed it earlier today, just gonna run it all back for you, don't worry. First things first, of course, let's talk about the in-game goodies, the most important part. That's right, drops are enabled once more, so make sure to connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account, and then you get to pick them all up. Here's the hours you need to watch. Also, of course, we do have co-streamers for each and every day, and drops will be enabled on their streams as well, so make sure to check that out. Now from here, let's discuss the schedule. Big picture, it's very simple. We have three stages. I'm very good at counting, and 3 live events. There we go. Now, if we're getting into the nitty-gritty though, let's talk about where our journey started, because we kicked things off with a Swiss Open qualifier where the top 16 teams advanced to our double elimination bracket. The 5 teams from the double elimination bracket, that's a difficult word. That's right. The 5 teams from the double elimination bracket then qualified to compete in the next phase, which is, drumroll, where we are right now. The regular season. So the 5 qualified teams and 3 partner teams will go at each other in a round robin format for a few weeks, and at the end of those, our top 6 teams advance to the playoffs, while our bottom 2 teams will drop down to relegation matches, where they will have to fight for their spot in the OWCS. I mentioned it already earlier in the show. That can also be one of the partner teams, so they're not safe just because they're partnered. I love that. So much drama. just right around the corner. I'm here for this. Now, top 2 teams, however, from each of our 4 regions will make it to the playoffs and secure their spot at our live events. That's right, international competition is on again. They will be fighting for a trophy and, of course, a lot of prize money. And these are the locations where the battles will be held. We are finding ourselves first in China. We're also going to be heading over to Riyadh. And last but certainly not least, we're gonna wrap it all up once again in Stockholm, in Sweden. It's so much fun last year. We're just gonna run that one back. Now, this year is gonna be very exciting with the changes coming. So let's talk a little bit about where we started, though. Qualifiers, I already mentioned them. We have to break down what happened there. And I once more don't want to do that alone. No, I got myself a real wrinkly brain to break it down for us. And that is no other than Avast, who is joining us in a second. Avast, can you hear us? Are you with us? I'm starting a seance.
I think so.
Apparently.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I am. He's with us, guys. Right. Yeah, thank you so much for taking the time and joining us. Let's talk a little bit about the qualifiers, specifically, of course, the NA teams. Was there any particular team or a player that stood out to you, impressed you, or maybe disappointed you even?
Well, we'll stay away from disappointment. So we're going to focus on the positives.
Okay,
so
love
we'll
that.
focus on the positives here. There's 2 teams in particular that are both on, I think, the same like sort of point I want to make, but 2 different sides of the spectrum, which came out of open qualifiers, which would be Nightmare, of course, which is a staple, but they're returning again through the open qualifiers, and then Amplify, which is a new team coming out of there. And both those teams are really interesting because I think for similar but also different reasons. And the fact that Nightmare, obviously a big staple, had a great year last year, new org to the scene, a lot of returning players and faces. You know, you're going to see like Kuffa, Clear, Vision, Lethal, etc. Zero, of course. And what's interesting about them is that they had a really, really great qualifier performance. And you should still be expecting great things coming out of them. In fact, I would argue that they might be even a favorite to win stage 1. A lot of people think their current form is really, really strong. And what's interesting about them that's going to link them to Amplify, I think, is that also a lot of those players, and of course, you know, they picked up UV, who is sort of from that NRG like Diaspora, right? And those players that swapped off that team there. So they have a really strong backline as well with UV and Admiral that's remained with the roster. And I think here when we look at Nightmare and we think about their form, what's so cool about them, and it kind of links them to Amplify too, is that not only are they so strong, but on the opposite, in Amplify, this is a brand new team. This is a team that we haven't really seen. A lot of these players have been grinding out like the tier 2, tier 3 collegiate level for like a long time, and they made it through. They had a great performance playing like a lot of Hazard and Sombra coming through that open qualifier. And what's so cool about both these rosters is that there's a lot of collegiate players on both these teams. Maryville, you know, Redbird Esports, UTD Esports, my alma mater, for phone from Amplify. And additionally, also what's really cool about Amplify is that a lot of these players were playing in like community tournaments, like BPL, things like that, that a lot of like really long-time community members have been a part of, and, you know, even participating in like some of my subscriber tournaments. And it's really fun. You know, they're kind of like, I don't think they're nearly as strong as Nightmare currently. They have a lot to prove, but what's really fun is seeing kind of that narrative that's kind of built and convalesced around OWCS this year is you can make your way out of anywhere. You can make your way through the top, through the bottom, and now you're here to an OWCS.
What was that? Sorry,
I don't know. Did you see that? Was that
just
okay?
that
Well, I don't know.
That happens in a seance. Another spirit came into this seance. I'm sorry. Like I channeled some weird energies, I guess. But yeah, great shout outs there, of course. And it was great to see those teams in the open qualifiers. Let's look at all the 8 teams which we will be seeing here in the round robin and talk a little bit about those other rosters as well, especially those we haven't seen in action just yet. Are we buying into Scrimbucks here? Name value, brand value even, with Space Station Gaming, Team Liquid being up there. How are you feeling about these?
I mean, Space Station and Space Station Gaming in particular, Team Liquid, I mean, they're both looking really, really, really strong. There's been some additions to both those teams that, I mean, with Bliss coming over to Space Station Gaming, because they're like new from EU coming out to NA, and also Sugar Free Kellen from NRG, etc. Like the Seeker, of course, from Nightmare. Like, this is a really, really strong team. So is Team Liquid. I mean, to be fair, it's a Toronto Defiant, formerly Toronto Defiant core, plus they've added Infected, plus they've, you know, like, oh, we got a tree too. There's all the, once again, this recombining of all these old NRG players coming back to these teams. And I mean, Liquid, I mean, that's a crazy name just to see in general, because like back when Liquid was still around in Overwatch Esports, I was playing against them. I was being like, me and Jake were playing against Liquid like from a very long time ago. So overall, those 2 teams are definitely going to be the favorites to beat this year. People are going to be, if there's any teams to beat in North America, it's those 2. Their rosters are insanely stacked. They have really, really great players. It's just gonna, and also of course, how could I forget Knife as well? Knife coming over Crazy Raccoon after a second place finish from last year, and an incredibly talented DPS player. So realistically, like, if a team wants to be top tier, they have to be competing with those rosters, and it's gonna be pretty hard to beat them with how strong they are.
Yeah, they're definitely going to come into this with a target on their back, potentially a lot of pressure, but so many veteran players on all those rosters that I don't actually think they're going to be too faced by that. Another thing I want to discuss with you is, of course, that we're going to have hero bans this year, another really cool change, and we've already seen it today in the EMEA region. I think we saw like every part of the spectrum. We saw targeted hero bans, we saw throwaway hero bans, we saw protected or protection hero bans. Here on your screen, you can read up again how it works. Once more, a reminder, of course, yeah, hero bans happen right before the map, during each match draft. Individual roles cannot be banned twice in a map. So if I ban support, the opposing team cannot also ban support. Now that means I can, of course, big brain this one, and banning first, that's just a great way for me to like protect a certain hero from a certain role, and ban a throwaway ban or something targeted. So yeah, how do you feel about it and how it like changes things up here?
I think overall for bans, this is probably the best year for teams that are coming out of like the open qualifiers to potentially beat some of these really established teams. Because what happens is, I think we get into longer to the, you know, as the meta becomes more solidified, is that, and especially when you have players like, let's say Knife, for example, on Liquid, is that they're so good at Tracer. It's going to be really hard for most talent to match Knife on Tracer. So what do? Okay, let's get rid of Tracer for a map. Let's try to like give ourselves a map win here by just taking Knife off that comfort here, right? I think it's where it opens up for a lot of these other rosters that are a little bit newer, a little bit less experienced, to potentially take some maps and take some wins by removing comfort picks from players that are so talented on them. You know, like for example, like RuPaul's Ana as well, right? So really, that's what we look at bans here for a lot of these new rosters, and these teams are coming up trying to make their way through Space Station Gaming and Team Liquid, who are, you know, kind of clear favorites, and even Nightmare, obviously, of course, is let's get rid of heroes that are really suited to those players, and like let's try to make our own strategy and build our own, like take ourselves, pretty much make a new map strat for every map that we go to.
I love that. I love just the other layer this is adding. We just saw that on display in the Sakura match as well, right? Like China popping off on that Tracer, and then Tracer gets banned, so he has to flex over. So yeah, lots of great things coming with those hero bans. Now, before we're jumping into our first NA match of the year, I want to play a little game with you, Avast. That's right, but I don't want to just play with you because I know I need a little mask and a tricycle. I already said that earlier today, but that's a throwback for everyone. Did I just age myself with a movie reference?
I know the reference. It
doesn't matter.
I know the reference.
Yeah, let's bring in some more old people, shall we? Mitch and Matt will be joining us. For this game because I have no faith in Avast to do it alone. Apparently, yeah, we're gonna play. He's like mad offended.
I'm not old. You are actually. I think you're old.
Oh, you're old,
elderly.
Matt. You're so old, Matt.
I don't think you're old.
Connor, yo, you got a new place. That place looks nice, bro. You're doing
the deflection.
Thanks, man.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
That NIG stint really increased his quality of life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I love the cabinets.
Oh, for sure.
Very pretty.
That big cutting board. You see how thick that cutting board is, bro?
That's
you
a
couldn't
quality cutting
believe how
board.
tall these cabinets are, by the way. These cabinets, these were built for Yao Ming. Whoever made this building, this is way too tall. Just gonna say
that's crazy, bro. Are you buttering your toast with Dragon Blades? Why is that cutting board so thick? You know what I'm saying? That's hell unnecessary.
It's just a nice cutting board, man. I don't know. I cook like most people.
Is it bamboo or?
That's 1% of thickness on that
it's
cutting
maple.
board.
It's
okay?
maple. This conversation's for the 30-year-olds.
That's
This is
the
the conversation for the 30-year-olds. Good thing we got them all in here.
Yeah, we got that out of the way. So let's play a game which is also a bit of an age throwback. How about Overfeud? Can I interest you in that? Because we polled over 1,400 OWCS fans on a variety of Overwatch-related prompts, and your guys' job is to guess the top 5 most popular one.
Okay.
That's right. The answer from our community, so you have to channel our community, you have to be our community to figure out what their answers could have possibly been. You have 3 wrong guesses, and then you lose.
Oh, so just straight up.
Let's start it. Yeah,
all right,
that's
easy. American game?
Easy.
American thing?
That's right. That's an American thing. Okay, yeah, apparently so. All right, let's take a look at our first prompt and start the game. I think we're only doing 1 prompt, so scrap the first. That's it. Right, our prompt is name a hero that is most likely to throw your game.
Fast.
Do I buzz in?
With you.
Do I buzz in, or how do we do it?
No, I'm in charge of this. I'm in charge, and Avast goes first.
Perfect. I'm lock me in as a Symmetra, Zoe.
Ooh.
Symmetra?
Okay.
Lock me in. Lock me in as Mercy.
Oh, facts.
Okay.
Okay, I want.
Actually, that was
top one.
that is the top. That's the top one, Matt.
Check it out.
That's
so smart.
Let me in on the Roadhog. Give me some Roadhog action. Sorry, Crocs. Give me the Roadhog.
Why would that be a throw?
Bro, am I?
If someone picks Roadhog, they're like, you got to be confident.
That's crazy.
All right, I've asked your
I
turn.
disagree with these picks. I'm gonna
Yeah,
say
you're
then
2 strikes already. by the
two
way.
strikes
So,
already
like,
is
this-
insanity. I'm gonna.
That's
okay,
2 strikes. So
give me
you
a
literally
wrecking
are
ball.
about to
Give me a-
lose.
I thought they were each.
No, you're a team. You're a
it's
team.
total? We're
It's a
team?
family. It's over feud.
I'm the only one who's contributed to this team in a positive way.
You might be.
This
You
will
might
save
be.
it. This will save it.
So you said.
This will
You
save it.
said
This will save it.
wrecking ball.
Wrecking ball. Wrecking ball.
Okay, let's lock wrecking ball. Is wrecking ball? Yes, it is.
Oh.
All right.
My God.
An actual goat.
Widowmaker.
Okay. Why are you laughing at that?
Bro, what, bro? This guy.
Wait, what was the buzz?
This
What
is
was
all
the
Matt's
buzz?
hero pool. This is Matt's literal hero pool right now. I'm telling you.
Yeah, the caveat was it's always a throw if Matt plays.
Actually, though.
Yeah, I mean, you could just put 40 boxes or whatever. I could go.
It's just
Matt's
Matt's
Alright.
cool, man.
You
All right.
still 2 more to go, and you only have 1 life left. Pick wisely.
Oh, I'm actually.
Mitch, please.
What else
I'm
is
gonna look into
cool?
the community thing.
Mitch has 2 kids. He's probably the farthest removed from gaming, so maybe Vast and I take this one.
That's
But also,
crazy,
his
Junkrat.
kids are closer to the average community's age, so we need to. All he has that connection.
Junkrat?
You said Junkrat? Are you sure? You want to lock in Junkrat?
No, I'm not sure.
Yes,
Just
Junkrat?
lock it in. No. I said something else. I don't remember.
I think you did, actually.
Oh, okay, bro. Seriously, listen. The community has ruined Overwatch. They have ruined.
Hold on. You guys come in here.
All right, let's reveal the answers. What else would be a throw pick according to our community? Lifeweaver? I actually forget that Lifeweaver even exists in the game. That's how seldomly I see Lifeweaver.
I don't think it's a throw. That's crazy.
Well, Doomfist, I think Doomfist is.
about it.
I can sort of see, but Lifeweaver, listen. I'm just gonna say that next. Okay?
Yeah, when Lifeweaver's gripping and stuff, I mean, he's a throw.
Bro, Mercy main community, Matt right here. He's the one you need to go after. He's actually the one that is the progenitor of all the anti-Mercy sentiment in broadcast. It's actually him.
that was community voted.
Yeah,
I knew.
That's true.
I knew what the community was thinking deep down, but I know
You
that
are
there's another
the
vocal
community.
community who will not
Just
like
turning the propaganda
right.
out.
Yeah, no, Matt is the people. He's a man of the people. He is the people. Avast also a man of the people, and that's why you're one of our co-streamers. Now, chat, if you can't get enough of this guy, he will be, as I said, a featured co-streamer tomorrow, I believe. So make sure to stop by his channel and collect some drops while you're at it as well. Other than drops, what's the benefit of watching you, Avast? Can you give me a quick sales pitch for Avast stream?
Very few. There's very few benefits, honestly, if I'm gonna be honest. But other benefits is that you can have a fun time in the Twitch chat. Are you gonna learn a lot? That's up for debate. That's up for debate. But other than that, we have a great time, you know? And we're gonna be stuffing the ballot boxes for the next community vote to make sure that Matt doesn't get anything right in the next game that's played.
This guy needs to be impeached.
Unbelievable.
Perfect.
Too big to rig. That's me or whatever it is. You know, you can't rig the community vote against me.
Who brought Matt back for the season? Who was in charge of that? I don't know, but apparently he's going to take over together with Mitch now. I've asked once again, thank you. And guys, take it away.
Okay.
I am stunned that you guys didn't pick Mercy first. It's a community vote. You know the anger that goes towards Mercy.
No, I know, I do. But the problem is my self-preservation instinct just kind of kicked in when I saw the results. So I went for stuff that, like, I don't know. I guess I have a different feeling about like Doom. I think it's fine. If Doom is good, I just so feel them, I guess. Anyway, let's talk about Team Liquid here, of course, in this matchup. We have a pretty exciting game to start us off. We haven't even had a chance to really discuss these teams, but Team Liquid is, in my opinion, probably the best funded team in NA, and they're definitely looking to put together the best roster they possibly can muster.
I mean, we know this backline is awesome, right? We saw them last year with RuPaul and Vega, just a tremendous duo. You kind of throw them in there. I know with Knife, who's a very talented player, did get a lot of time to play, but then also with Tree and Infected, one of the better squads in NA. And then Timeless is not a roster to kind of scoff at either, right? It always seemed like they were close to like breaking through the top and making it to the next tier, and just couldn't really do it during that first season in the OWCS. Very close. Rocket and Chopper, good to see them back in action together again.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team, you know, mostly anyway, that have played together for quite some time. They were on Wisp initially, and then Timeless, then TSM, then back to Timeless, and they really just fell short in the big games where it really mattered. This is super interesting, actually. Jumping into this match already, we're starting on Samoa. There's a lot about these teams I want to talk about. We'll get there. We have a Tracer ban here by TL.
Yeah, it's really difficult, like we talked about in EMEA, like with a lot of teams wanting to play Hazard. It's really also difficult to like target ban to get him out of the way, because a lot of teams, right, you're playing Gen.G. If they ban the Gen.G, you can play Tracer with it. Sojourn, right, doesn't seem to be like essential to it either. And you just have one tank ban per team, right? So you would have to be kind of like throwing that out there right away, especially on a control map, right, where you're better off kind of using that huge ban when you have a massive advantage, right? Because you get the map pick and the ban, right? So there's no reason to kind of like throw all your eggs in the control basket here off the start.
Yeah. This Team Liquid roster with the core of last year's Toronto Defiant, including their coaching staff, Caceres and Danny, are there. One of the few teams that sort of has two people in that coaching role, and Infected was hailed as one of the most flexible players in North America. The Tracer ban also might be to target
it's
Rocket,
also
honestly.
I mean, you kind of talked about it a little bit before. Man, it's awesome to see Team Liquid as well back in Overwatch. I mean, that's like when we first started casting, like way back in the day, right? Some like Overwatch teams,
pros.
Rafa, ID, right?
ACK, Dehang,
yeah, some awesome players that have come through. So both teams will end up playing the Hazard. Nothing too surprising there. An honest setup here for Timeless. You have that Nano, whether it be for the Hazard or the Gen.G. And then for Team Liquid, actually quite interesting is that they don't play the Sojourn. They all play an Ashe at range. So Jack was talking a little bit about it during EMEA, that we didn't really see a lot of Ashe, but Ashe still seems pretty decent right now. They opt for the Ashe instead.
Yeah, there are some hitscan players that are more like Ashe than Sojourn oriented individuals. But still, I mean, it can give you a lot on this kind of map. Chop already opened up the account, though, with the beautiful pick on RuPaul, which is obviously the Lion's share of Liquid's healing, which is so crucial given that Infected is constantly putting himself in harm's reach. This time of squad again. They have the Ana, which in theory makes them a little vulnerable to that sort of dire pressure that comes in from Liquid. And very quickly, we have a flip back. Rocket, the most recent pickup. But again, Chopper has found the Kiriko.
Well, I guess the benefit here for Timeless, right, is even not having like a Lucio in the well, not having the Kiriko in the mix, right, for some extra mobility to protect you from dive. It's not like Tree is going to get into the mix right on the Ashe, where the Sojourn like can get into the mix, can put a little bit more pressure onto the back line. And this point's been exchanged like what, 2 times already? Or really odd here at the start. Bio grenade sent across, doesn't connect with anything.
I mean, it flipped because RuPaul got shot in the face by Chopper. That's been kind of the issue. Allowed Timeless to lean into this a little bit more. Once again, the Kiriko's under extreme pressure. Timeless doing a great job focusing RuPaul. Again, he's down. Rocket this time finds that purchase. Tree, unperturbed here by the Gen.G, but only able to find the 1 kill in this fight. One of the most promising DPS players in A. Cannot put Liquid in pole position in that fight, and Timeless have a lead now.
Yeah, Timeless also working with a Nano for the next fight, right? So Nano plus the downpour here from Riker. You could kind of use this aggressively, potentially at the choke, how they want to play against this from TL, and see if Liquid can actually make it out of this choke. Timeless putting up a really good showing thus far.
Got me knife going down first. Riker
instantly.
That's ridiculous. Able to pick him off. I mean, RuPaul finally finds an opener in this fight. He's had a tough time here. Getting rid of Lukemina was massive. It was a nano boost, I think, employed there earlier. Got Riker in a position to make it work. And he's going to be able to take that downpour into the next fight. Liquid, fortunately for them, have not had to expend anything huge in this engagement in order to have a decent chance of flipping the point back. RuPaul again down to Chopper, though. I'm not surprised to see, this ultimate come out. The downpour used by Infected there and Sound Barrier. So Liquid are spending really heavily to try and stay in this game.
Yeah, Chopper ends up using the overclock there. Maybe seeing if he can get like one player on like an exit, right? The Team Liquid's being very aggressive, pushing on up. Maybe you can actually stay alive, get a kill. Doesn't result in anything. But with the sound barrier gone, Rocket has a huge opportunity here with this blade potentially. But look at that. Chopper just moves a little bit further out. They capitalize on it right away. So I don't know if you're going to push up here if you're timeless.
And that's the raw mobility of this composition on full display. Sojourn is not by any means an immobile hero, Matt. But Chopper really looked like they had nowhere to go. Liquid are very all in with this setup, whereas Timeless obviously want to try and play more statically with their Ana backline.
Yeah, I think Rocket just looking for an angle here, right? Who can he go and attack with this blade? How can he get in position? So Vega still miles away. Oh, look at that knife actually just coming right across. Gets sideswiped there by Riker. So, but you lose your support, Mitch. You lose Lucamino, who's got that beat.
Yeah, it's gonna Timeless taking a backseat for the time being. It looks like they're trying to throw a nano here on Riker to give themselves a little more posturing power in a fight where they've lost that main support. And honestly, so far so good. Chopper able to find Infected. He's been extremely consistent, I think, over the course of this game. And even though Rocket's Tracer has been banned out, this Gen.G has been really effective. So Timeless now get back to parity, have a sound barrier to take into this next engagement, and there's a beautiful setup with a biotic grenade that catches onto Tree. One of the less mobile heroes, anti-healed. Timeless have done well, but they do invest this sound barrier aggressively here, and 90% and counting.
Yes, Timeless looks like they're going to back out here towards the point. They've used absolutely everything, but Chopper takes out RuPaul, so you're not going to have the Kariko here at the start, where Knife going to go with a Desperation Blade.
He's found it, got one kill, but isn't able to deflect in time for the biotic grenade to come in. It does anti-heal him, but he's able to deal with Squid on ping, mind you. Knife here getting it done. Still, Team Liquid have to flip the point now. It's a healthier Riker that will eventually fall. Lucamino in no position to help. But again, the burst damage off the slash is so hard to predict, and Riker at least makes it a 1-for-1.
Yeah, I mean, the burst damage, I mean, in EMEA, we got a lot of, obviously a lot of games, a lot of hazard, and the burst damage is crazy. That like a Sojourn shot, and then whether it be a Gen.G dash or the hazard slash can put into a target. It's Timeless. Now you play a little bit slower here, Mitch. You're going to end up building up towards this overclock, but Team Liquid gonna have this sound barrier this time to play around it, but they lose Rocket right at the start.
That is huge. Just the wall, in fact, taking Rocket down. Now Liquid have the numbers to beat. Oh, Vega very close to getting picked off, but able to get that ability off. Is it going to be enough? Chopper's been crucial this round now with an overclock threatens to really put some of these Liquid players away. There's the downpull here for Infected. Looking for someone else affected by that, but again, it was Riker falling to the spike wall. Again, that little bit of damage is non-insignificant. Now, of course, getting into Chopper's field of vision. Very difficult for him to see past Infected, who just spike guards up and gets ready to put that damage down. 65% damage reduction is a big deal. Still a stagger out. Slash doesn't quite connect. There would have been enough to do Lucamino win, but Infected still is able to finish the kill and has that durability available still. From above, you'll see Vega trying to keep him in this fight. Suzy going to be thrown down on Infected, but he needs healing more than anything else, and the Doomfist has now arrived. Riker with the punch, and Timeless end up getting a quick flip to take the round.
Yeah, so Timeless actually had flipped the point a little bit earlier there. And then it looks like when you end up losing Infected, I think it was actually Vega who's on the Lucio, just pushes up a little bit too far, and it doesn't look like anybody was actually on the point to touch and keep it contested. So back and forth first round is Timeless just squeaks it out.
This team looks really good. They have played together as a unit for quite some time, and it shows. We are obviously, in a situation where the Trace is banned out, so neither Knife and Rocket have that option. It's not a Tree hero, so don't expect to see that. But again, you really expect a little bit more from Team Liquid. It's the Kiriko pick, though, something that's really mobile that gets exploited by Timeless early in the round, as Chopper just ain't missing.
So we're going to see Moira here. So this is an interesting one. We didn't see Moira in any of EMEA, so it'll be Squid playing Moira here for Timeless. Moira has pretty good survivability on her own, right? They being able to fade out, and then also just kind of a nuisance in terms of like the damage. But really, I mean, the healing in group settings typically is like why Moira is excellent.
I mean, she can match Iari in terms of damage output, which is kind of wild to think of. Moira gets a lot of sort of free damage opportunity there. Even if she maybe lacks
Don't give the people at home any more ammo.
They don't need ideas, bro. Every game of rank, bro.
Next
they don't need ideas.
Moira will be on top.
No, I'm seeing it. She has the ability, of course, to have pretty absurd damage output.
Yeah.
I just want to point out as well, I think Vital Leap is one of the most powerful abilities in the game, Matt.
Yeah. The thing with Moira, though, the utility stings, right? I mean, the team utility stings in comparison to like a Kriko or a Juno, right? I mean, that's the only reason why you don't.
I'm not going to argue with it. Yeah. She has their numbers, bro. You know what I mean? And also, like, can sometimes give you like pretty safe. Again, like if the healing has to be sustained over a longer fight, then it's a bit of an issue, right? Timeless definitely want to try and wrap this one up quickly. Ideally within the window that like a healing biotic orb has been deployed or something like that. They don't want to drag it out if they can sort of help it. But again, Squid is, again, trying to be a damage threat here. Just nipping at the heels, playing around the corners, but Rocket maybe could have used a little bit of healing there instead of maybe the more adding to the damage tally in total.
I don't really get it here, specifically for Moira, right? Because you were playing totally fine. Although you did have an Ana in play, Ana potentially, right, with no high ground here is a bit harder to play, like really susceptible to like this aggressive style of play. So maybe that's the thought here, that it's a little bit easier for the Moira to play safe. But you're not like threatening out the Suzu with like bio grenades, right? There's no threat of a sleep, no nano boost, obviously tremendous, especially in combination with like a Genji or a Hazard. So like, sure, there is like better personal survivability for the healer, but like it feels like just as a team you lose so much.
His Coalescence now in thrown into the fight. It's going to be Infected falling first, but Tree is able to cut through that healing of the Coal that would have provided were it being used defensively and brings Luke Mino down. However, Rupal's out of the picture now. Liquid exit that fight but maintain a couple of important ultimates going forward. Timeless, though, are going to have a trove of them.
Yeah, they should be able to kind of chain some of these together, right? So Team Liquid uses the downfall and the sound barrier there in combination with Overclock, right? Tries to get aggressive push in the spawn. It's the Coalescence ends up working out there for Squid and Co. And now they can kind of combo that, right? You have Blade, you have your own sound barrier. You're in a great spot here to maybe win another fight or two.
Okay, here's the Kitsune rush from Team Liquid, a bit of that utility that maybe gives Kiriko makes her favored over the Moira in some scenarios, but Liquid aren't able to make use of it. Knife here wants to extend a little bit further with the blade and sees a Squid without the fade. He's able to pick off the Moira now, forcing the sound barrier out from Timeless, but they can sit behind this a little bit. They've got time. Liquid don't want to force the issue into that beat, so they're going to wait, but Tree and Rupal are picked off in the meantime. As Timeless do use that Lucio ultimate as a springboard for aggression.
Yeah, but to be able to get into the backline on the Hazard and take out two players, I mean, that is sick, right? And you feel like you needed to win that fight. You ended up using your beat. Like, you can't exactly just kind of like use the beat, let them back up, and then come on back in. You get 2 kills off that. That's going to buy you more percentage here for Timeless, and you still got this Blade to work with. So fantastic stuff here from Timeless trying to mount the comeback.
Blade for Rocket now. Needs to find something with Listen Vega is just dangling in front of him as a tasty morsel. Into the back line we go. Was Knife sat inside that room, but he is infected. Oh, the Spike Guard finds 2. Unreal. They linger a little bit too close to the Hazard while they're low. And while Knife does go down, Infected has had an outsized impact on this fight, putting Team Liquid back in the driver's seats.
See, we were talking earlier when there was a Maga in action. Like, if you didn't know, like, you wouldn't even think that like Maga and Hazard were in the same category of hero. I mean, just the gameplay is just night and day. As I mean, right there, sick plays from Infected. He'll come up with some massive kills, like 3 in the fight. It's gonna have Riker going over the ball, just get back in a touch.
It's inspirational switch here for Riker. Vega's been picked off. Chopper excellent so far in this game, and there's a little bit of the upside that Moira provides you. Squid apparently wins a duel against the Gen.G. Again, as he struggles sometimes to deal with her uncounterable damage. That's unless you're deflecting an orb, but Timeless back in control, coming up on another Coalescence here. This next fight, obviously, pivotal in this round.
Yeah, I mean, Coalescence, but they're gonna have double support all for Team Liquid. I mean, they're gonna have just about everything here. So, like, there's a... I mean, feels like it's Liquid's to lose here. You know, they're gonna lose this fight. It's gonna be because they're gonna stuff it up a little bit.
Here we go, Liquid. Wrapping towards the point now. Disrupt the shot thrown just to try and guard that corner. A lot of damage coming down already on Chopper's head. He's got to be careful. Tree is going for it. In the backline is the Moira. What is going on? Okay. Rupal goes down after the Kitsune rush, so a player advantage here for Timeless to leverage, but Infected comes in with that slash, and it cannot be interrupted. The deflect times out, and there's 80 damage straight to the face. Nice burst for Hazard there to finish off that target. As Squid eventually falls, Timeless throw caution to the wind and go for a little bit of a pincer move. The Infected's able to get away here from the Sojourn. Chopper turns around, and Knife descends upon him here. Like I said, on ping, but it doesn't seem to cause any issues for him as Liquid even Samoa up.
Yeah, Riker just trying to keep it going there towards the end. You know, a little bit of a spin to win variation on the point there, just trying to keep it alive, but you end up losing. Chopper ends up using the overclock, gets actually Infected quite low, but not enough to finish him, and then Lucamino falls right as he's about to get beat. So once you lose those 2 players, things really start to fall apart for Timeless, and Team Liquid, as expected, bounce back.
Yeah, looking in general, pretty good here. A bit of a curveball, I think we see in terms of the Moira. I think the jury's probably out on how effective it is. There were a couple of times, I think as soon as someone like Knife Matt sees that fade is off cooldown, he knows there's a good chance he can go in and pluck that Moira off.
Yeah, absolutely. So Squid will go back to Ana again. I think it was just really for that last map, right? I think just the way that there's not really high ground, there's not really a spot for the Ana to hide. I think it's just a little bit more of a personal support safety preference. So we'll see now back on the Ana if it makes a difference here for Timeless.
Brack is trying to inflict psychological damage on Infected, by the way. Yeah, by picking ball and making him very jelly. But sorry, Infected, you're at the Kasser's school of Overwatch now, bro. You are going to play Hazard, and you are going to like it, brother. That is the way the draft documents have been drawn up for you. He's like Liquid Hero getting with that decent positioning. Again, that early biotic grenade, Matt, was staved off, but is another one Infected as RuPaul and Vega are picked off. This backline pressure is kind of nice.
And they really had a difficult time. It kind of was garbage time, but taking out that ball in the end, that's where I think you see these players just lingering around for Timeless. It seems like time and again, they're able to come up with some kills. It's like, Liquid's not able to finish these fights in like a commanding fashion, right? I mean, here comes right back in the action.
Chopper, though, holds his ground. Eventually going to be forced off the point, though. Once Infected gets healthy enough, it's an issue. Another Bionade on towards Liquid's Hazard, though, and it's going to force Infected to play back on their side of that central pagoda. Here comes Riker, though, again. Just wants to disrupt as Tree has switched over towards the Cassidy. You have to think that's a bit of a measure against the Wrecking Ball. No position to make use of the hindrance right now. Tree needs to hit these consecutive shots, and that's excellent. Squid almost gets around the corner, but gets caught by the heel as the Peacemaker rings true.
Yeah, the Cassidy coming in, it's definitely a respect that, hey, there's a lot of aggression on the other side with the ball and the Gen.G. That's going to be minefield dropped here. It's going to be sound barriers so they can push on through and keep it contested, but you can definitely tell that Timeless playing this aggressive style of play. It's definitely throwing Liquid for a loop.
I mean, those are layered support ultimates. For God's sake, from Liquid, they're going to lose this fight anyway. Oh, economy-wise, that is absolutely disastrous.
Yeah.
I mean, presumably RuPaul wants to give the haste to allow people to dodge the mines and also have the increase in healing throughput to cover it, but that is not what you want to see from Liquid. That's very messy.
No, and now Timeless, right? You have kind of control in terms of the support ults. You have an opportunity to nano blade here. You can nano Chopper if they get right on top of him, keep him alive, overclock. I mean, you have so much to work with, and it's not like Liquid got a ton of percentage. I mean, that's a really tough angle. I mean, how is Tree even fighting that really in that type of scenario? But it's not like Liquid gained a ton of percentage here, Mitch. I mean, this is you're already going to have a lead swap.
Yes. And you haven't had to use any support ults yet. That one pick off that we saw from Chopper basically guarantees you a fight win, 10 to 15% of that capture progress. Infected here, even when anti-heal, by the way, can still, have a big amount of damage reduction, obviously, off that spike guard, so can still survive the Ana nade pretty well. Here's a blade from Rocket, though. He found RuPaul. Infected sat out in the open and looking a little bit silly as Rocket gets his job done and pulls off the fight. It's just going to be Infected to find one. And there it is, as we expected, Timeless able to use those saved up support ultimates to win another.
Yeah, but it's actually pretty decent for Liquid, right? I mean, they end up using on the opposite side Blade, Overclock, and both support ults, right? I mean, you needed a way to kind of shift the ultimate economy here back in your favor, and you definitely did that for Liquid, right? They're just going to have that minefield, which you should be able to kind of circumvent here for Team Liquid. So although it's a losing fight, you're still getting 4 ultimates out of the other side. I mean, that's massive.
Just don't get headshot by Chopper, and I think you're fine as Team Liquid. They still need to build up to that critical mass of key ultimates here without being heavily disrupted by Riker and have someone picked off. Chopper's under pressure. Infected goes in the direction of the Sojourn initially. And there it is! Vega's down! Perfect for Timeless. Can they convert? They've lost Riker, though, and now the Katsuna Rush is in play. The minefield doesn't seem to be in an overly impactful position. And there's another from Chopper. He's done it. RuPaul goes down once more. Even with all that mobility still being exploited. This is sick stuff from Chopper, but there's a little more to be done. Timeless are at 99% now, looking to clean the map off, and without Infected, it's looking pretty dire for Team Liquid. Tree tries for a Deadeye, but instead just gets a free reload, and now Vega has to run away with his tail between his legs. The Lucio's under pressure. Chopper is dicing him up. Back off the point now quickly. As Liquid come in with a sound barrier, but there are their support ultimates. They've been worked through, and Timeless are still finding picks. Luke Mina's about to have a sound barrier to throw into this fight, and there's not a whole lot that Liquid are going to be able to do to stop it. Here it comes. Beat for 4. Love to see it. Timeless, though, still need to get Squid back in the fight, but the pressure's been immense here from the team in orange. Nice forced off the point and very, very low, constantly pressured down by Luke Mina, and eventually Riker gets him out of the game. Liquid now come back in with the Reaper of all things, but out in the open tree, struggling to have the impact. He's 6. Knocked away by Riker, cleaned up again by Luke Mina, and Timeless here. It should just be a matter of landing the plane. It's a Wrecking Ball switch for Infected, which of course is familiar territory for him, but they're too far behind, Team Liquid. Timeless takes Samoa away in stunning fashion.
Timeless able to put an immense amount of pressure onto Team Liquid, and Team Liquid just seems to not be able to respond and make as much of a threat, it seems, right? Like when Chopper and Rocket are putting pressure on the backline, you see Team Liquid reacting, where on the other side, it doesn't seem like you're doing that as well for Team Liquid. And also, like, obviously Knife playing on ping most likely, and, trying to make a play for the backline can be quite difficult. And then also, like, Treat, right? Didn't really play the Sojourn a ton there. We saw it for a little bit, but, some Ashe at the beginning, Cassidy as well, some late swaps, but, not able, it kind of gets outranged there by Chopper towards the end. So, really interesting map 1.
Well, here's the problem, Matt. When you're playing against Wrecking Ball, is that ball forces you to make reactive swaps that don't necessarily further your win condition. They're just designed to answer the disruption that Wrecking Ball can bring. Like, if you have to pick a Cassidy into Sojourn, you're feeling pretty bad about it. But if you need that hindrance, or if you feel like you need that hindrance so badly to deal with Ball and you have no choice, then so be it. But that just means you got absolutely owned by the Wrecking Ball switch.
Yeah, it also shows that, like, if you're, the team playing the ball and trying to be quite aggressive and they have to go to the Cassidy, like, hey, what we're doing is working. And if you continue to win, it's like, oh, okay, maybe they don't have an answer to stop this, right? and you have to feel pretty confident about how you can play at that point. So I really was impressed with what we saw from Timeless. I mean, a lot of these players from last year, right? We saw have great success. It was just like when it was time to qualify for the tournament, to qualify for this, like they just kind of fell short. But map number 1, very close, extremely competitive. Timeless comes out on top.
I really do think that when you have a team that's been together for as long, or a group mostly, this Timeless squad have been together for so long, we won't talk about where their ceiling is as a team, but their floor is higher, right? Whereas someone like TL, purpose-built roster to sort of be the best, they come in probably still needing some time to acclimate. That floor is lower. That ceiling perhaps is higher. But right now we are seeing a TL like somewhat in disarray. I think that like they're really, making concessions to this Wrecking Ball comp, but we know Cassidy functions much better in a more of a brawl style setup, or at least a comp that can play around the Cassidy instead of leaving him as a loose end and making him very susceptible to being dove by the ball. Cassidy does not want Wrecking Ball dropping in on him. Not a Sojourn able to line. Like, again, the combo is power drive the Cassidy into the air, and Sojourn has an easy headshot with a railgun. Like, it is far too consistent.
It's a pretty good point you make, and you just kind of even have to think about it as well, in that, like, think about RuPaul in specifically, right? Florida Mayhem last season Overwatch Leagues plays with Merit and someone, right? Last year plays with like Merit and someone, and Vega on Toronto. Like this year, like now just playing with Vega, like you get so used to like playing with someone in Merit and like the decisions they make, right? And like maybe Infected doesn't make the same decisions, or Tree doesn't play the same type of way, right? You're trying to like adjust. It can be quite difficult at times, especially when you've been playing consistently with like a core for a while.
Yeah, like I do think that, we didn't actually, we're so quick in this show, we just jump into the games. We didn't have a lot of time to like talk about this Liquid roster and what they're obviously trying to achieve, but it is that sort of Toronto core. And Casperus has been pretty clear about saying like he thinks that Infected was like the best NA tank prospect possible. I think a lot of people like, you're using your import slot, or one of them, on essentially a substitute player from South Korea, right? Knife obviously was excellent, but he was on the bench on Crazy Raccoon, and on Fnatic at least was able to have a run. But what's really sick about that guy is that he's mega flexible, because we are right now in a meta, let's call it a meta, with hero bans where you make your substitutions, Matt, before the bans come in. So players can be targeted, right? Their picks can be targeted, just like Timeless are trying to target Tree, by the way, with this pick. So
it's not a meta. It's the way the game is now, right?
Yeah.
Like it's not even a meta. Christopher talked a little bit about it in EMEA, where like building the roster, for the Ultimates is really about like flexibility, and I think that's like super key. I mean, how many times have we seen Mitch? I mean, we've been here for. I mean, it feels like I was actually gonna say it feels like a decade, but like it actually
it's almost a decade. It's 8 years.
Yeah, but teams that like have to make substitutions to kind of fill holes for different comps and whatnot, it always becomes a circus. Like you need a team that can, for the most part, at least for a stage, right, keep the lineup consistent to foster good results. Seems like that's going to be even more important now.
Yes, I mean, yeah, having flexibility. That's why, like, you have Infected, someone who can play basically every tank. That's why you have Knife, someone who's played hit scan and obviously like Tracer and stuff like that. Now, Tree's Echo is the one pick that Casper said he was looking to see him improve a little bit on the off season. So curious to see like how that sort of plays out here. But they do have that Echo Tracer style with the dive. Liquid obviously with Infected on the Winston. It's always great to see that. But now the Juno's come back in, right? Rupal is on the Ana, but we have Juno, Lucio set up here for Timeless on the defense side. So actually really quite distinctly different comps, Matt.
Yeah, and Timeless, they banned the Ashe because, really it was Chopper just consistently playing the Sojourn in that first map. And, Tree started off with the Ashe right away. This is a really good Ashe map. And then on the other side, right, banning the Kiri, that opens the door up for some Ana play throughout the entire map.
Yeah, absolutely here. Rupal obviously has to have his wits about him, of course, with the dives coming in, but like a defensive dive set up around the Winston here looks pretty good, and Tree can sort of wrap around and find these eliminations after the fight has sort of begun. Infected naturally just can drop down off the high ground and still have his, jetpack cooldown available. So a very anti-dive backline in Rupal and Vega. We always saw the Ana Briggs set up to sort of deal with like the Winston setups in like the Sombra era. So see how this plays out. With Timeless again, Chopper was incredible. They protected the Sojourn with an Ashe ban, so they're expecting him to put in some work.
And we'll see now from RuPaul's POV, right? Perfect angles to potentially land the bio grenades. Also, Timeless, because the Kiri's banned, right? You can't actually get the cleanse out, right? So these bio grenades are going to hurt.
Okay, here's a nano over towards Tree instead of Infected. Okay, focusing beam makes pretty darn short work of Lucamino, though. And that pulse is just avoided by Tree, but Infected is not lucky enough to get away. Firenade might have connected onto Chopper, but he still is ready to fight and rocket. Now back on that Tracer pick. Can wrap around. No high ground control here being exerted by Team Liquid. They're all playing from low for the time being, so Timeless have an opportunity here to fight for that. Now they have to play out in this main choke. Vega can't do a whole lot against Echo. And here comes Squid pushing out with a big volley of pulsar torpedoes, but the damage is nice. Little Bionade there on Riker and Lucamino, and Tree's able to follow up on the Lucio.
Yeah, it looked like maybe somebody from Liquid was going to contest the point from the backside. It may have actually been Knife on the Tracer. And the orbital array kind of comes in. They push through the front, but the contest doesn't come in from the backside. So Timeless actually just takes the point. Getting that orbital array right around the corner. Nice first attack. The first push doesn't result in much, just one tick, but they're able to get in that second elongated fight.
Gotta be feeling good about that if you're Timeless. Tree goes for a dupe of a Hazard here, but doesn't really have a whole lot to do with it for the time being. Sees Riker somewhat low, but can't follow up, and there's also a downpour here that Liquid are at risk of being subject to, but Riker holds onto the ult. Chopper's able to knock Tree out of duplicate here, and here you go, Timeless to dive forward. Riker trying to go for the downpour, but Infected has the perfect parasol. Throws the dome down, covers it up, and Riker's made a bit of space, but isn't able to start a proper fight off that.
Yeah, let's see, you get some payload progress around this corner, right? How you want to set this up for Liquid? Do you want to, use that nano onto Infected, let him go deep? That's going to be the sound barrier here. They want to get quite aggressive with that overclock, and it's Chopper who takes out Vega.
Bionade, though, coming on a Chopper, so it ends up being a 1-for-1, but Rupal fell in the meantime here. So Ana's out of the fight. The lion's share of your healing is not available, and Infected doesn't want to use Primal here. There's no point. You maybe make some time. He's going to go for it anyway. Okay, so it might be a matter of stalling for the rest of the team to come back here, but it looks like he used it just to avoid being staggered.
Yeah, and Vega dies at the hands of Chopper, and I'd love to see a replay because I actually believe that Vega was using the rally there. So, the rally comes out, and I actually think he dies, right? Not even really get much of a use out of it.
Oh, no.
Riker is taken out, Infected yet again. Man, it just seems the Hazard is so much more impactful than, having a Winston in the field. Just the mobility from the Hazard as Infected makes the swap. It just seems far superior than the Winston at this point.
It's the burst damage and it's the damage mitigation. I think Spike Wall is huge because it also reloads your weapon, so it affects your DPS, because it allows you just to go back to shooting people with Bone Spur after you've had like a 65% damage reduction. It's really hard to match, I think, Riker, like the individual on Hazard's, you know, like kill threat on a backline. I think Infected agrees. Here's an orbital ray though from Timeless as the dive comes in from Liquid. Infected again just gets absolutely torn to shreds. There's 3 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock here, and Team Liquid have been frozen solid.
Man, this is not what I expected from this series, to say the least. Is Riker is pushed up to the spawn door here, trying to basically just lock Team Liquid in. This would be a sick time, Mitch. They're able to finish anywhere close to having this much time on the clock.
Rocket though, out of the game. Tree finally able to get something started here. Right, just trying to stretch that spike guard out for as long as humanly possible. They're able to get away, disengage it. There's Chopper again. That is stunning. Beautiful headshot on Tree, and now we have the 5v4. Timeless also note that Knife is lurking on that high ground. They probably heard the Cyber Ninja make his moves, so they're able to play around it. Look at the pressure though. Infected's trying to find Chopper. He has to kill this Sojourn if he's going to get value, and he doesn't. RuPaul gets caught out eventually by that downpour, and Infected loses in the 1 versus 2 in the backline. Everything possible going wrong for Liquid in these fights. They've had such a few moments of reprieve. Otherwise, the pressure has been relentless. Tree's going to be body blocked from going into spawn. Spike guard almost is enough to account for the Sojourn kill. And that, folks, was an absolute drubbing.
Man, yeah, like you mentioned, Infected dove on in, tried to make a play for Chopper, but some good support help there from Squid and Lucamino. And then on the opposite side of things, right, Riker just doing whatever he wants to the backline of Team Liquid. I mean, just really impressive stuff thus far from Timeless.
They really have this Hazard composition locked down. They're looking excellent. We've heard tales from like a bunch of different teams, like, hey, you know, we're still getting the Hazard comp under our feet a little bit, right? Especially for those teams that like had a break in the off season or formed a little bit more recently towards OWCS starting. But Liquid, it's their coordination, Matt, that doesn't seem to be there. There's moments like there's like Tree finds a key pick, or like the Echo allows him to get in there, or maybe he kills Rocket, but
it's also
RuPaul's getting punished so much.
It's also so fast, right? Like, the thing about some of the metas that we had last year, you know, like with you know, Maga and reset times, like Sigma, you know, Ramatra in the mix, like even like Winston comps, like you just look at them and they look like they're stuck in the mud when, you know, compared to like Hazard, like jumping around doing all this crazy stuff. It just seems like, you know, one, obviously we have a lot of new teams, but then two, it's an increased pace of play, right? Yeah. Where it makes it pretty tough to like judge win conditions, especially for a lot of these teams.
I mean, RuPaul won world championships in a dive meta, right?
Yeah.
So like, there's so much experience on this team, like, you know, to have you able to deal with this kind of stuff. Infected, I thought, was one of the better dive tanks in North America last year. But still, it's the pace of play, like you mentioned, that Liquid don't quite seem to have a mastery of yet. However, instantly blowing Riker up is great. Team Liquid here come out with a burst of impetus, and they're able to dismantle the defenders instantly.
You see how those walls play into effect, right? You know, you can't exactly back up your Chopper there. Infected just drops a wall behind you, just blocks that area.
And just, you know, like, you can keep getting knocked back by it. Every 1.75 seconds, you walk into the wall, it knocks you back, it does 50 damage. It's very annoying. It's a very powerful ability. Knife gets rid of Squid. However, Chopper is going to be there, and it's an easy kill on the Gen.G, who cannot do anything about the disruptor shot. Chopper stacking those kills up as Timeless recover after getting rushed off the point.
And it seems like the Timeless obviously extremely comfortable with Chopper taking this matchup, right? In the Sojourn head-to-head, you ban the Ashe because you don't want to allow those long sight lines from Tree, specifically to try and force this type of matchup, right? It feels like they're totally fine with it. And you see Chopper come off the spawn, get 3. Allows them to just get right back into play where they only give up 2 ticks.
Okay, Jagged Wall thrown up there by Timeless, rather, blocking the rest of Liquid. So Infected was briefly caught out. It's like you don't even need Mei anymore, because the wall lasts long enough, Matt, for you to actually turn it into a pick in some of these like choke positions. It's so powerful.
It's like if Mei had Winston lead.
Yeah, exactly. And damage winning. Oh, it's just so good. It's crazy.
Yeah, Reaper, shotgun, Winston lead in the wall.
No wonder every tank's like, no, I really love Hazard. Honestly, just having a great time. Of course you do. He does everything. Here's a downpour. Doesn't really look like it caught on to many of those Liquid players, kind of owing to the fact that they were deceased before it arrived. Another really solid defensive effort here from Timeless. And this will be a stagger on Infected.
Yeah. He's just trying to find a kill, but cannot whatsoever. So even though you give up 2 ticks, still getting hold here for Timeless. Also, one thing to note, Timeless doesn't want to go towards the Ana. We saw them play the Ana in the first map. An opportunity to play Ana here on defense, but they actually have to just keep the Juno in the mix. So maybe they even like with the potential like great sightlines for Ana and the threat of being dove is just too large.
Okay, Liquid have to go for this now, down to 90 seconds. It's an orbital ray in play, but Lucamino was not able to benefit from it and had a sound barrier, but it looks like he's going to have ample time to return to the fight. Vega and Knife are down. To the tip of the spear, that real dive pressure for Liquid now. Stunted extremely. And Squid is a safe little alcove to play from to get everyone topped up. Lucamino will be back with a beat to counter this blade.
So this is getting in a very dangerous territory here for Team Liquid, right? Below a minute on the clock. You need the sound barrier to be perfect, and you also need Tree to come through here with an overclock, right? It's going to be the sound barrier here used in response for both teams countering the overclocks.
Slightly later beat here for Team Liquid, and Knife is holding on to that blade, Matt. He's looking for an opportunity to make use of it, but they're already at a player disadvantage. Squid goes down. Chopper's in trouble here. Knife is healthy, and 1 slash would have got the job done. He can take a pit stop for a mega health pack and get back into the fight, but the work is mostly done. Rocket got 1 on the way out, but that will be Team Liquid getting on the road.
Yeah, they get that later sound barrier, like you mentioned. They're able to sustain for a little bit longer, and then also with the sound barriers being used at the same time to counter the overclock, nothing to deal with Knife's blade. Connects with a few players there, just gives them a slight advantage. But even then, for Timeless, you have to be pretty happy with how things went, right? You end up getting basically into OT, dwindling the clock down. I think you push up here, take an early fight. If you're able to win, I mean, that is massive.
Liquid here taking their time, just allowing the cart to push up to the corner here before they make a full commitment. And Timeless have to fight for their straight staging ground here on the corner of the bus. So you are seeing skirmishes. Knife goes low, and it would have been an opportunity to full commit, and Rocket takes it. Orbital Ray comes in too late to save the Gen.G, but Tree's still able to make use of the damage increase to get rid of Squid, but then falls to a perfectly appended pulse bomb by Rocket. Up in the air is Rupal, and unfortunately he's just so floaty and easy to pick off, especially against Chopper's railgun. And Timeless should be able to solidify behind that first fight, especially with Infected now being dragged slowly down.
And this is great for Timeless. Not a lot of payload progress garnered here by Team Liquid. They pushed up trying to deny some of that space, but doesn't exactly work out, even with that orbital ray in play. So see now with Timeless with double support ult here, I think you can be a bit loose here, Mitch, and how you use it. I mean, you finish with tremendous time on the clock. You just consistently win some fights here, even if it doesn't set you up right towards the end of this point. Just get into OT, just dwindle that clock. That third point's so hard to get.
Vector does at least get Lucamino for his trouble there, Matt. But he throws out a downpour there that barely hits anyone on the Timeless side. He frankly just misses them. We see it on screen. It goes a little bit too far to the right. And so Timeless turn back around with a sound barrier of their own. And I'll be honest with you, they have played so much more efficiently this match so far. Their ult economy has been superb. They have an orbital ray here to save for this fight, and they barely need it. It's kind of extraneous to the whole gameplay because they just killed Tree. Chopper's been sick with these first kills, Matt.
Time and time again. I wonder if you're going to see Team Liquid even up to, do they ban Sojourn, right? Try and even
Timeless are protecting against there.
Yeah, I mean,
that's why they ban Ash.
What it is, yeah. But what do you do if you're Liquid, right? When you kind of get into the next ban phase, it'll be quite interesting once we do it. But Knife takes out Rocket here first. It'll be an overclock that comes in from Tree. Puts down some damage, just pushes them back. Not able to finish the kill off on Squid. Squid barely makes it out with his life.
Cute Jagged Ball there by Riker to protect Squid. And Liquid, though, at least can set up here in this fight with a blade beat combination. Timeless have to certainly be wary of that. But again, if they get a first pick and make it a 5 versus 4, then, well, Liquid have to go ham to try and bring back the deficit. Here's that play for Knife. Not exactly a target-rich environment, but Chopper was caught on the wrong side of that jagged wall. And this brings Timeless now down to 4. However, Blade and Beat both used in that fight.
Well, losing this isn't even the worst thing, though. Like giving up this point for Timeless, okay, cool, get into OT, right, which they do. You're gonna now allow them to take, a minute 29. It's like nothing, right, in terms to get this final point, and you have the spawn advantage towards the end. Sure, you'd love to win the game there, but play the safe long game here, right? Regardless of what happens, you're gonna finish with a superior time bank by a significant margin, and you give yourself the best statistical odds to win the game here towards the end.
I mean, yeah, you had me at the time bank lead, Matt. It is really significant for a map like Numbani
especially when those, point A hits can really take some time to pull off.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's a question of whether Liquid will even have another crack at it, another bite of the apple, so to speak. Raki here has that downpour. Doesn't opt to lay it out straight away, but here it is. So in response to the orbital ray, it's a downpour attempt there from Raki that kind of goes awry. Luke Mina not able to make use of the sound barrier here, which is unfortunate because it could have been the antidote for Timeless, but they're going to hold on to it for the time being. Infected, I think he's hoping to root Timeless as they come out to try and contest, but it's not going to be an easy feat.
Yeah, it'll be a 3-player sound barrier here.
Is that enough to orbit array Eva Squid? That's pretty damn good if you're trying to defend, and Infected is forced onto the back foot. Liquid find the opportunity for a disengage because there's still about 20 seconds left, and they managed to draw out both support ultimates. Timeless maybe got a bit desperate there.
Well, and can you build up to a blade or get this overclock, right? That's kind of what you're playing for. One of these big ultimates. This tree takes a shot from Chopper. Needs to be so careful here.
The Mauga switch here for Riker. Big damage on Infected early now. Vega getting close to that sound barrier, and Chopper's gone down. It's Knife to find that first blood. What an important first pick for the only player inhabiting an import slot for Team Liquid. Sound barrier did come alive, and Knife also has the blade. Everything Team Liquid need, Matt, is at their disposal. So they're going to have a map completion at the very least. But now, they're on watch duty as they'll have to defend against Timeless with a pretty hefty time bank with just a little bit of attack.
232. A really good time bank, right? I mean, that's you're gonna look at probably like 3 attempts here to get this first checkpoint. So Timeless puts themselves in a fantastic spot to potentially win the map. I mean, going up 2-0 would be huge here against Team Liquid. Definitely, I think would throw a little bit of a wrench into the standings, or at least what we thought the standings would look like after the weekend.
Absolutely. I do think there's just a tendency for people to expect our partnered teams to be better straight out of the gates. But it's often the partnered teams that have gone and mixed and matched and picked and choose to try and build the best roster. Whereas there are teams that are floating around, like Timers, for example, who've been playing together for so long. And teams like Rad, who've really put their best foot forward and actually gone and tried to put together a really strong team. Nightmare, who have an untouched core from last year, at least the core of that team is the same. So you've got to watch out, especially in these first few weeks, especially in a landscape where you have hero bans. Teams like Timeless honestly are in a great position to succeed and perform, and maybe they'll finally shake the monkey off their back of coming so close to qualifying for those big events, Matt, but pulling up short.
And the game now seems to favor teams that just have hyper flexible players at all parts of the roster, right? Like it does not seem like you can get away with, okay, this person plays this hero at an extremely high level, maybe some other things at an average level, right? It seems like, okay, you have to have, competency across the tank role in every single hero, right? Unless you have a massive roster, right? But a lot of teams don't exactly do that at the moment.
Exactly, or you just be really sick at Hazard and just know that your opponents aren't going to ban it out. Infected is he's been called the NA someone in terms of just his flexibility, right? That is a huge compliment. So in theory, Liquid have the pieces to succeed in such a landscape, but maybe they just need a little bit more time to coalesce. Chopper got picked off first. There is Timeless come in for their attack, so that is going to shave about a minute off the clock.
Yeah, and I was talking about we potentially have 3 attempts, right? So there's kind of one of them off the board. Looking at the clock, that happened so fast. Maybe you get an extra one here. Is Riker looking like he wants to kind of move around the back here with Rocket? They want to kind of set up a little bit of a pincer.
It's really good damage by Infected there. Just sees an opportunity to unload cooldowns on Riker, who wants to set up. Now though, Infected does have to have his wits about him. He has the damage reduction, but still a lot of poke coming his way, and Timeless now have the high ground. Yeah. Oh God, that Patches and Chopper getting a first pick, baby. It just seems to happen every single fight. The leap here claiming Vega makes this one interesting. Timeless with a player advantage now in a 3 versus 2, only need 1 tick of the point. It's so hard for Liquid to try and stall this out without, wagering too much and losing these players. It's done. It's cooked. Numbani goes the way of Timeless.
I was going to say they needed to be careful because slowly they were starting to give up that high ground control. And Infected gets quite low up on the high ground. He sees Chopper has a fully charged railgun, drops down. But then you've kind of conceded high ground to Timeless at that point. And then, everybody's pretty low on the ground floor. And that is not the situation you want to be. If your Team Liquid is a Timeless with a quick 2-0 lead.
Now we're finding in these comps, these Hazard setups, neither team was really able to defend overly successfully. It was at least Timeless that were able to stagger out and come back in for a decent fight, but it's really hard to hold this point on Numbani. there have been metagames where it's virtually impossible to attack that point, right? But it's been a little while since it was so, crazily difficult. There have been some changes to the map as well, subtle ones in some cases that have made it less oppressive to attack into. But I've got to say, look, Knife did well. Real standout for me, I think, in terms of like literally manufacturing these solo kills. I do think the microscope is going to be on him as a player this year. And once he's off ping for those playoff games and, and able to, maybe even be in a team house environment with Liquid, that is going to be sick.
I also think there's like some pressure from being Team Liquid, right? Just in general. Like,
it's well known you're also like the money team as well, Matt. Like you're the most well-funded org in NA. Like you're the only team that could in NA that could potentially boast like a team house facility, which I think is the plan for them. So yeah, I think there's the expectation of success.
Yeah, I mean, speaking from experience, right? Like when we were doing like EG, like way back in the day, like there was like tons of expectations in just what that would be like. And there's lots of excitement just in general, right? Like excitement Team Liquid's back in Overwatch, and there's so much like positivity around your team, and then it's like, oh, you have the first game, it's a tough opponent. Like there is a lot that kind of goes into it, right? Where RuPaul and Vega, they've kind of been there before, right? Like with like high expectations, but this is like the first, and Knifo Crazy Raccoon last year, but mostly on the bench. Like this is a big step up for a lot of these players.
Yeah, 100%. I do think it's a new landscape for many of them. As like the Vega RuPaul, they were very much ensconced in the Toronto Defiant culture last year. And hey, look at the predictions. I mean, it's not a surprise, I think, for us to see so many of you at home expecting Team Liquid to win. I think by default we are on the side of these partnered teams, but Timeless are a roster, man. They've got so much history. They're grinders. They work really hard, and they've also got a chip on their shoulder. They got something to prove. That goes such a long way in matchups like this, and I'm sure they relish Matt being the underdog here as they're up 2-0.
Just thinking about like just Timeless last year, and like it's so close. Like it seems like always like fumble on the 1 yard line, so to speak, in terms of being able to make it to some of our events. Like. But also learning experience for them, right? They've obviously been competitors in the Overwatch scene for a long time at all different levels. But last year, really at the number one kind of like tier 1 level. So Team Liquid, it'll be their map selection. They will pick Route 66. You will also have them ban Zen. So this is probably more of like a protect of the support role, right? But Timeless does get rid of the Winston, right? So Infected, we know to be a very good Winston player. Winston pretty good on Route 66, going to deny that pick. Where now, okay, play Hazard, play Diva potentially, right? Like it definitely limits your options and maybe throws a little bit of a curveball of what they would have wanted to play here.
I mean, I'm very curious. We have seen. It's funny, like a lot of people are coming to the broadcast being like, why are these guys talking about Hazard like he's just been ubiquitous for so long? For some of you, it might be the first time seeing Hazard in pro play, right? But in the off season, it was very quickly discovered that Hazard was very powerful, could kind of do it all a little bit. But now we're starting to see a little bit more variety. Like you mentioned, we saw Doomfist for Riker at some points there. The Diva does get mixed in, and really, we're doing this again?
I also would say, I don't mind seeing Hazard. Like, there are some metas where we see, a tank for a very long time or something like that. And it's like, okay, come on, let's get going. But Hazard is so much fun to watch. Like, he looks like he's been shot out of a cannon whenever he uses the leap. I mean, it's awesome to watch.
And again, he does 80 damage, the Slash Pro. It's like legitimately scary burst damage. It's really big for these executes. Okay, good start here for Timeless. Chopper has a nice little bit of high ground, which in Infected really feels like he has a lot of things to juggle. The fact that Riker gets out of there should be criminal. Eventually, Triet brings him down, but that attempted a bit of a spawn hold or a close hold for Liquid is quickly undone.
Yeah, Ralph rolling over his grave watching this Team Liquid.
I mean,
somewhere Mezer's angry watching this. No, I'm kidding. I think he's I think he's fine doing whatever he's doing. But no, rough start here. So, like, you want to actually kind of keep that spawn hold for like a fight or two, right? But just losing it right off the bat.
Yeah. All right. Chopper again, just someone we have our eyes on consistently this series. It's been phenomenal. Yeah, Riker definitely getting punched down here a little bit, but Vega is low and Infected may not be able to get the healing that he needs in time. He wasn't at least able to disengage, but yeah, Chopper can pressure behind Big Earl's sign here, and
kind of deny that cover away. There's Tree though, a headshot on Rocket of all people. That's pretty big for Team Liquid now. And again, if they just keep their backline healthy enough, they can settle into this a little more.
Yeah, this series is far from over, right? Lugamino actually gets his sound barrier. They get aggressive. They push right back in. They end up using it, takes out Vega. He's trying to play close to quarter. So gonna have a little bit of a window of an opportunity here for Timeless as see if they can get control up top of Big Earl. It's gonna be an orbital ray here used by both sides here.
Oh, that is pretty good for Timeless, but Team Liquid able to fall to the low ground and benefit from it in the end. Chopper and Lugamino down. Vega can hold onto the sound barrier here, but it's pretty unclear they can push any further forward. If they kept Rocket alive there, it's a different story, but they got punched back on pretty quick.
Yeah, Liquid definitely clutches up there, though. I mean, that looked really good for Timeless, like you had mentioned, and they had a really good orbital ray there, and then some big damage comes down from Tree, kind of holding down that high ground as he's starting to come alive. Look, this series can turn rather quickly, right? Tree starts, popping off on the Sojourn, and you're kind of there, right? In terms of like your path to victory, you feel like you can definitely bring this one back.
My Chopper is so desperately trying to get away. Oh, I've got to give it to Lugamino. Really trying to run interference there, getting in the way of Knife, but eventually got picked off by Vega. Nice dive by Team Liquid. Now they're settling into this defense so much more. Stagger, they're out on Squid. Riker under some degree of pressure. This is much better now with only a minute 20 left to play.
This looks night and day compared to what we've seen, right? Doing a nice job playing aggressive here. They're gonna get this like close course spawn camp back in action as somehow Riker able to find a kill there onto Vega. It looks like you see him there, and then the overclock from Chopper connects with Tree. That is filthy. So team kill here. You're gonna get back towards the payload. You might get another fight here though if you're Team Liquid.
Gonna be tight,
dude.
Yeah.
These players get back so fast. It's gonna be another fight.
Yep, that's because the Slash's cooldown starts when you start jumping, by the way. It's really good. Okay, well, nobody's there to be affected by that downpour as very easily Timeless able to get into the back line. Knife goes down here, and you'd love to see that, the preemptiveness of Timeless. They know there has to be a dive in from Liquid, so they just get off the cart and go for it. Clean fight.
Still pretty good defense though from Team Liquid, right? You get it just about into OT. You make it very difficult here for Timeless. Timeless doing what they're supposed to do though. Push up, take control of some of that high ground, make it very difficult for TL to get out of the spawn.
Yeah, that's pretty annoying. Jagged Wall would isolate Infected, force Knife and Vega to come out from that left side door instead. Some time being bought. This is ideally allowing Timeless to get past this initial choke without having to be dove upon. Kind of set up the rules of engagement on their terms.
And I've got really low there, just trying to get control of the gas station yet again. It's going to be sound barrier here used by Timeless in a pretty odd situation, right? Like, it doesn't seem like a fight you would definitely use it, but they use it maybe trying to have them come in, fight, bait, and then use it and come out on top, but they don't get any kills.
Oh, that's a huge downpour. What a catch.
Oh, that is nuts.
Infected is mid-dive there. Riker has to hope that there's a Mega up behind him, but he doesn't actually have the speed to get there. Chopper nicely done, deals with Rupal, but Knife still keeps Liquid in it, but it's him and Vega versus seemingly the world. Getting rid of Lugamino, and they've done it. I'm enjoying this little Lucio Gen.G combo here from Team Liquid. They've looked much better on this map as ultimately Liquid come out on top in a brutal fight.
Yeah, Timeless almost turned that. I mean, that was a sick ult there from Riker, and then you saw he kind of uses the leap and then the block and just like a little buddy hop trying to make it back towards the Mega, but it was already taken. Ends up falling there. This does give a window for Liquid though, right? Sound barrier and Blade, nothing on the other side. Good opportunity here to even get more time off the clock.
Blade here for Knife, beat there for Vega. Again, the Lucio and Gen.G combo that I was talking about earlier. Knife goes down, Vega isn't able to save him though, and so that Blade will be stowed, scabbarded for the next fight. Now Infected is very deep without much backup, and somehow the spike card keeps him alive longer than we would have otherwise expected. But in the meantime, that card has continued now to push towards this next checkpoint. A minute left to play, and an overclock here for Chopper to try and push this over the line.
Yeah, and Vega ends up using beat there, right? So this is huge. Can Chopper get control of high ground, get this overclock off, and do some serious damage? Wall there to try and block him getting out of the spawn. It's going to be the overclock here from Chopper up on the high ground.
I mean, this is a powerful position to be if you can keep Liquid back inside their spawn area. The card is real close here. Knife knows he has to stay pretty close to it and contest it in case his other teammates get off of it. And Infected did well there. He sat on the card, keeping this one going. Vega is down though. Chopper would be the biggest threat for Timeless in this fight, but Rocket has a Blade if they want to really push the issue. Rupal is down now. Knife needs to be a little bit more careful. There's no one left to keep him alive. Downpour catches out Riker, but as a sound barrier to keep him standing, and Infected falls to the jagged wall. Timeless get themselves that checkpoint. An FR from done on Route 66.
Dude, the supports for Timeless are playing out of their mind. I have no clue how Squid was able to live through all of that. You know, able to dodge Knife, pick up some kills during it, and then Lucamino with the sound barrier and the perfect opportunity to save Riker. I mean, they absolutely needed to keep that hazard alive. And look at this Team Liquid. They're going to try and wrap around here. They do not want to give up any more progress.
Matt, just contrast that with the beat we just saw from Vega, which unfortunately is not quick enough to save Knife, and they end up losing the fight. The efficiency and ult economy from Timeless has been a cut above over this whole series. Infected falls here. Squid also has an orbital ray that doesn't need to be used. Okay, he may think otherwise now as we're going to have a brawl breakdown. Timeless are going to look to really push through Team Liquid, and that will get them there.
So there's going to be even more payload progress here for Timeless. The hold looked like it was going to go well here for Team Liquid, and then all of a sudden it starts to snowball here. Is Team Liquid, though, going to be able to hold on to 2 support ultimates, come out of the spawn under a minute to go? You know, maybe you can use one, win this fight, send them back. Desperation, use another.
Good beat timing there from Vega. He knew the rocket was looking deadly with the blade. And so Knife now has the confidence to go forward and batter his opposing Gen.G with the help of that overshield. This should be enough for Liquid to set up a stop, and they're able to ration their support ultimates over 2 consecutive fights. That might be enough to stop Timeless in their tracks.
Yeah, it's going to be Rocket going to the Tracer, just trying to get back here, get a touch. A little bit easier to maneuver than the Gen.G in this type of scenario, but 15 seconds on the clock. Real desperation. No ultimates to work with. Maybe you end up with this overclock, but this orbital ray should be enough to put it away.
Squid was just floating a little bit, too close to the sun there, apparently. Knife. Oh, Knife!
Oh.
Not able to get the finish off there on Chopper. There's still a chance for Timeless. They need a touch.
Gonna get beat.
Okay. Here's Chopper on that flank. Overclock now available. Big damage on Vega, but he's able to skitter away to safety until Chopper pursues. Once the guy gets the taste for blood, he finishes the job. Now forced into the back corner. It's going to be Knife to try and break the deadlock with a blade and get rid of Luke Mino's a very good start. He sees Rocket, who backs away to the health pack, but can't get out alive. Only Rupal falling to the torpedoes here. The Knife might have got them there. Still, Squid with the double on the Juno. Love to see it. And Tree's going to be caught inside that downpour. Riker instantly hits him with the Bone Spur. Surely there's not a map finish here for Timeless. That would be absurd. Once again, immobilized is Riker on the card. And reinforcements have to be close now for Liquid out of spawn. Desperately, those Squids kept him alive and infected. So one to go down. Are you kidding me, Timeless? That is sickening.
Oh, that is wild as they end up clutching up towards the end. I mean, you would have got the orbital ray there from Squid, but dude, he is having a series. I mean, being able to keep Riker alive through that. The Lucamino sound barrier is good. It doesn't actually connect with Riker, and he's extremely low. Somehow able to kind of play his life, stay alive, and then him and Squid towards the end, they clutch up. I mean, that was nasty stuff. I mean, just it's so demoralizing, I gotta feel, for Team Liquid. You know, it feels like you're playing these situations the right way, and just some awesome hero moments on the side of Timeless.
I mean, if you're infected, what choice do you have? I mean, he is fighting Riker. In the meantime, Squid is just hanging around, healing Riker up. Obviously, you know, Victor can't afford to dive the Juno. She's just too mobile. So he's got no choice, but it's such an awful position to be in for Liquid. And their spawns just don't come in quickly enough.
A 3-0 would be absurd. Like, you could have told me, like, you know, hey, Timeless is going to win, crazy series, going to be like 3-2. I would have been like, okay, sure, like, whatever. But, like, a 3-0 win here is a statement, though.
I mean that is... got to be honest. Like, Timeless is the team that I don't think people were talking about coming into this OWCS NA season. You know what I mean? Like, so much focus was on, you know, Liquid and obviously, you know, the other partner teams, plus like Nightmare because they looked so good towards the end of last year. But time to sneak through, make no huge changes to their squad, run it back with the boys and put on a great show. Great to see them here. And I mean, they'd love to throw some dirt on the partner team's name, wouldn't they? This would be a great way to get started.
We'll see. Team Liquid needs to get off to a good start here on offense. Just almost imperative for just you know, vibes, right? I know just the confidence, it has to be kind of broken a little bit at this point.
Full vibes.
Yeah.
Love that.
A little vibe check. First light vibe check.
Do love the vibe check. Riker is forced to double back to Big Earls. Infected put that pressure on.
I like the idea here with the jagged wall, but it doesn't really section Riker off the rest of his team. However, Knife, there it is, manufacturing a first pick with the help of his backlines. It looked like Rocket was trying to dive a little too deep. It should see Timeless start to crumble.
Yeah, so this is good for TL, right? You know that for some, I don't understand why Timeless played so far back, like around first corner here at the start. Like it feels like you would have gotten this fight here anyway if you played close up, right? Like that's why people play close up, because you get this fight regardless. So feels like a little bit odd that Timeless decides to play first corner.
Yeah.
Because now you're just gonna You're gonna have one more attempt here at a touch where you turn a situation which should be 3 fights into 2.
It could be like a prioritizing good positioning for Chopper. But again, like you're right, they don't get a great second fight.
You already have a top of the gas station here. Like you would have just got him back to this position. Yeah.
There is the touch. Chopper is just keeping full railgun charge here, and you're now noticing he's the pressure infected down. Okay, that is dirty stuff. I mean, throw everything at them, the book included. Timeless here, flattened by that salvo of ultimates. Team Liquid know they really need to get off to a good start. And what better way to do it here by leveraging those ultimates, get that first checkpoint. Squid's always good for a kill late in the fight in garbage time. I've got to respect it.
Well, it's so odd in the sense that like Timeless has done a great job in this series being the team that is aggressive and setting the pace of play, and then here at a moment where they have an opportunity to start to put the knife in Team Liquid, right? They play extremely passive around first corner, right? It's like not exactly the style of play that got them here, but now control some of this high ground. Tree already with an overclock. I mean, this could start to snowball.
Casper has put the knife in Team Liquid, and so far they're 0-2. So perhaps a different strategy might be the approach. Timeless have been doing well enough here with the last couple of maps of really great ult economy, trading out some of those key abilities. They still haven't really developed their support ultimates for this next part of the map though, so it's risky against something like a Blade, and the isolation on Lumina looked really good. Riker actually went for a downpour there of some description, but no one did anything about Knife.
No, and this is potentially like Timeless, right? You get a little bit too comfy of like, oh, we're gonna be able to do this. You're gonna clutch in at every scenario. Team Liquid not going to go down that easy. Look, I mean, now you're in a position where you're almost going to give up the second checkpoint. There's been virtually no defense here from Timeless.
310. My God. Squid at least. Yeah, okay, getting close to an orbital, but Team Liquid in basically every metric on this attack side have been superior. What can Chopper do? This is an awful spot to play from. To feel oppressive now as you are in the choke, having to fight your way out of it. Decent damage on Tree, but they've been constantly healing, and Chopper hasn't been hitting enough of those consecutive headshots to put the enemy Sojourn to bed. But there's Riker making the dive. Rupal ends up going down, and Rocket gets there. So this backline pressure here from Timeless certainly pays off.
Yeah, that's what they've been great at in this series, putting a lot of pressure on the Team Liquid backline, and then also when Liquid returning that, Squid and Lucamino have been able to kind of withstand it with ease, right? They've been able to kind of keep each other up. This is going to be a huge fight in terms of the outcome of this map, and quite frankly, the series. Double support ult for both sides here. 2:20 on the clock. You lose this, you're kind of like lingering around. You're going to get like support ults here towards the end of when you'd go into OT.
Rupal flattens even though he's playing inside his own orbital right here. Sound barrier has to be lent upon by Vega to get them there. Ooh, downpour just misses. Now all of Team Liquid grouped up on the cart, but they are down to 3 as Tree is cut down. Knife won't be able to do too much outside of that deflect, and here is removed. And here's Timeless now stringing a couple of fights together, but again, both teams, they wager everything. Both support ultimates come out for both sides.
Yeah, and it's Timeless who comes out on top, so let's just kind of keep a mental note of that, like we're 2:20 on the clock, all support ultimates kind of thrown in there, because now Rocket's going to be able to build up towards this Blade, right? You're going to have an overclock from Tree, so maybe that can make a difference, but it seems like here with obviously the high ground, the payload moving backwards just a little bit, Timeless in a better spot.
Good poke damage down. Affected already, feeling that pressure. Chopper wants to reposition to a bit of a safer spot because Tree is definitely going to be on the hunt with his overclock. Pops it straight away. Almost gets the better of Squid. What? Unreal. That has to have been a pulsar torpedo from across the map from Squid with a follow-up dive from Rocket. God, when it works, it's like a symphony from Timeless.
Squid has had some absolutely sick moments in the series and then on this map. And now you're below a minute. You take a look at kind of what everybody's got to work with. Timeless set up fantastic high ground control, blade, overclock here. I wonder how Liquid tries to like circumvent this, right? Like you're not going to be able to exactly walk around. So they actually kind of take this approach where they're going to kind of circle around here towards the back, see if they can access the cart from this way.
Awkward for Chopper here.
It also forced him off high ground. This is good.
Yeah, he just had the hazard in his face the whole time. Vega though down to a blade. Squid keeps himself clear of Knife's blade. That's a big deal, but Knife is still able to put it to good use, repurposing instead to dismantle Rocket.
The cart does come back here, Mitch, to the point where you're probably going to get another fight. The bad side is here is that you lose both supports extremely late. Rocket goes over to Venture. They'll be able to get out there, get a touch.
At least Squid and Luke Mino obviously spawn in the same wave, so they are at least going to get to the fight when they need to be, but the Jagged Wall might actually do them in. Oh, here's the touch. Okay, big damage on Riker though. And Orbital Ray needs to come down pretty quickly. Is it quick enough? Riker, yes, being healed up by it. Squid gets an ultimate down, but Luke Mino can't build up his. Chopper's found Rupal. Is that going to be enough? Squid's just too close to Infected, and eventually the Bone Spur claims him. Timus have a good crack at it there, but it was a tough ask to try and stop that checkpoint take anyway.
Really tough there towards the end, but Liquid, they end up clutching up. Knife with that blade makes an impact, and Squid comes flying around the corner, right? Use that orbital ray, but it's a nice use of the hazard ultimate there from Infected, connects with a few players. As Timeless now, I think what you do here, Mitch, is you play close up. You can't allow the space to be gotten. Look at this, they wrap right around. I love this decision here from Timeless.
Doesn't pay off for them though. There's so much disruption available here for Liquid, especially in terms of Jagged Wall, for example. That beat is just too late to save Chopper's life. Centerpiece of the damage package for Liquid out of the picture, and now a sound barrier comes down for them. Riker will be the one to follow Chopper here, and yeah, TL. Almost like they're ready for that push up against them. We're able to stave it off comfortably.
Well, you see, like, does it pay off for them? It almost does pay off regardless of how the fight goes, right? You know, the fight extends for a really long time. You win it, awesome. Like, they now have less time and no payload progress. But you got, what, about 30, 40 seconds off the clock, and you still have, like, 2 more cracks at it. So, really, in a no-lose scenario there, for Timeless going out trying to contest it.
And they get rid of Chopper at the start of this fight. But Vega is taken as a reprisal by Squid. Riker's too low, and I don't know if there's enough healing here. Yeah, the block off with the Jagged Wall, pretty nice. Riker doesn't get the healing he needs from Squid, and that puts Timeless in an awkward position to try and contest, but they will attempt it anyway. Infected! Oh, that's a big rail from Chopper. They might need a bit more than this, though, especially with Luke Mino going down and Tree still at large back on the high ground. Knife should be able to put this one to bed now with the blade, and we have quite the circumstance on our hands. Both teams finish Route 66 with no time left. We're going to run it back with a minute.
And I think if you're Timeless, you look back and it's like, I think it's your first point that ends up kind of biting you here. You play so passive in first point, you allow them to just kind of walk it on through. Your defense is pretty good the entire rest of the game, right? So I think it's really that first point defense and how they played it. I feel like that's what allows Team Liquid to kind of keep themselves in the game.
Really tight. Couple of fights towards the end of that last push.
Yeah.
I like it though. Liquid, again, showing a lot of initiative here as Timeless was starting to build up ahead of steam. I kind of like this now. This now really necessitates, Matt, Timeless on their defense side, they probably do need to play a close hold. I don't know if you have the option.
There's like almost no reason not to. Like, I mean, when was the last time? I mean, and like, especially like, imagine like, obviously you can't compare 1-to-1, but like a Winston meta, so to speak, where you would like play around the first corner. Like you just wouldn't do that. Like we even saw teams with like a reset like play up here, right? Like,
no, it's true. I tend to err on the benefit of the doubt side of things because I was maybe assuming that it was a matter of like giving Chopper a good perch, but he has.
Yeah, I mean,
here
obviously they know their team better than we do, right? Scrimming it every day, but looking at kind of what historically everybo's done and how it's kind of worked out, it feels extremely beneficial to kind of play up here and play a little bit more aggressive at the start.
We can ask him about that. Let's see if we get him for a post-match interview if they end up winning.
We'll get Zoe in the comms.
Yeah, Zoe in the comms. Love to see it. Chopper quickly dove on by Knife, who's shown he's very, very good at leading from the front. So nice little first pick, and this is gonna buy you like again 10 to 15 seconds on this little spawn hold.
Yeah, and you still get the bite of big girls, right? That's exactly why you end up kind of playing this type of style on this map. So see, now it looks like Riker trying to take some of this high ground, right? Trying to push some of these players back and separate the supports from the line of sight of Infected, and you see Infected getting extremely low.
I love this dive there from Liquid. God, they're looking good on defense on this map, Matt. This aggressive play from the defense side maybe informs us on why they chose this map. Timeless are going to have no time to really touch the card at all here. It's made 6 meters of progress on this attack side.
Yeah, I mean, this would be brutal. Okay, Wall comes out there.
We're Malgan.
We're able to get back.
Infected here. Yeah, that's a bit scary. The Malga, a bit of a problem because again, he can stomp you while you're using your spike shield, we'll call it, and you are very vulnerable to disruption during that window.
When all else fails, select Maga. So you just gonna barrel out of the spawn. You just need to get that kill on Infected. Infected actually switches, so they'll match Maga. I feel like you could have stayed Hazard, but it'll be a Maga mirror here.
Again, I think anything to give you at least a fair matchup or like an advantaged one if you can. We'll see how it goes down. Infected is pretty flexible. Here's a cardiac overdrive for both of those Malgas, and the orbital ray is pretty big here for RuPaul. Squid hasn't quite built that one up just yet. Knife with the blade, but may not need it as the front line crumbles from Timeless. Team Liquid make the correct switch and hold them at bay.
So now with the progress here for Timeless, they're forced to play close, right? I mean, you play the first quarter here. I mean, you're insane, right? You have to play close. So we'll see how much time they can dwindle off the clock. The time that Team Liquid dwindled off the clock definitely helped them out in getting this type of hold.
At times like this, I think you're going to be reminded of how fleeting a singular minute is. Timeless there lost so much, honestly, of that time stuck in spawn, and I'm surprised they managed to get as far as they did despite that. It is match point, of course, for your Timeless roster, but Liquid have looked pretty darn good on the defense side. We're anticipating a forward hold. Again, Timeless can do the same. They find a first pick. If Chopper can nail someone with a railgun, then okay, they'll be in a similar position.
This would be quite interesting. Timeless playing an Ana, so we haven't really seen them do this, right? We were talking a little bit about it early on. We saw Squid do it on like map 1, but when it came to Nabani, they didn't play the Ana at all. Probably felt like it was a little bit easier to play with that Juno, but they'll actually play the Ana here. Are they going to play the corner? It looks like they're going to play the corner.
Okay.
So they're going to give up a lot of space, but maybe like having the Ana in the mix, right? The bios and everything can put a little bit of a pause on Team Liquid trying to come around that corner.
And again, playing the corner here can protect you from Widow picking off your hit scan DPS player who often wants to perch a bit. So again, they are playing forward mostly, but just in case it would be like a hog Widow, weird sort of pick you off out of spawn composition. So Squid on the Ana.
These are good sightlines for the Ana as well, right? Being able to heal from this side of distance, play extremely safe.
You can pressure her from the top of the train cart really easily, Matt. That's why Squid has to be very careful. Rocket's already been taken down. I mean, yeah, Chopper couldn't do a thing about that. The sleep comes in, but it's way too late to stop Knife. Liquid get everything they could have asked for in this fight. Only to lose to one player, building up ahead of steam, a full fight at their feet to try and finish the map and stay alive in the series.
Yeah, you're going to get another fight here for Timeless. You're going to get everybody back in the action as Squid now going over to the Lucio. So typically we'd see Lucamino on it, but just here for the end. Nice little heart crosshair here. Leading us in towards the end to get one more fight. Timeless with an opportunity to close out the series.
Okay. So Jagged Wall used to try and cut the sight line for Tree off on that high ground, but it's eventually going to be brought down. Pressure on the front line, and already that deflect there for Rocket used quite defensively, but Vega's gone down. Wait a minute, this isn't supposed to happen. We're in overtime. Knife goes down to a huge rail shot, and somehow Reich is able to get away alive.
How is he alive?
You're not coming back from this. You have been sent directly to the Shadow Realm. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. You are done.
Well, they opened the envelope.
Yeah, as long as we won the map, I'm happy, guys.
The fact that in the envelope it's just a letter that says
Actually shocking. Rio?
Donuts, bro. Fucking donuts. 3 donuts. Wow.
Look at this.
What I'm talking about.
Wait. Wait. 360.
Oh, a 360.
See, I'm giving you guys some time to do more sound effects for us, but this is Matt, Mitch, and Zoe in your comms. Congratulations on the dub.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. We appreciate it.
You're very welcome, guys. That must be a confidence boost, right? You're taking down one of our partner teams, and you guys seem to have that hazard comp on lockdown. Do you expect that the teams to now start banning this hero against you? And if so, do you feel ban-proof heading into your future games?
For sure. I mean, this team is ban-proof. This team is literally ban-proof. They added bans to OWCS, and we all screamed full of joy. There's no one that can stop us in a ban meta, I swear.
Yeah, I agree. You can't stop us.
True.
What did you guys feel like you had the edge the most here against Team Liquid today? Obviously, you guys played tremendous. Squid and Luca, we caught a lot of different awesome plays from you guys. But where do you feel like you had the biggest advantage?
Well, my Sojourn might have been headshoting them off CD. Their tank really
true.
likes to take damage
That's
as well.
true.
It's like a favorite pastime.
All right. I mean, look, you guys, obviously, let's be real, feeling pretty good to take a win against Team Liquid, a team that like a lot of people had high expectations for. You guys, especially as Timeless in the past, obviously you went all on that same roster always, but you've got so much experience playing together. Had some disappointments last year. You came really close. How does it feel to start the OWCS campaign here with a win against a team like TL, a favorite for many people?
I think it's really going to carry the momentum into our next match tomorrow, and we're moving forward in the season. And I think a lot of people underrate us, and we're going to use that to our advantage.
No, not for long, buddy. I'll give you the big tip.
Yeah, not after this performance they want anymore. Guys, thank you so much. Congratulations once again on the victory, and we can't wait to see you all back in action tomorrow.
Thanks, guys.
You.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
Right, Timeless taking this one to many people's surprise, quite frankly. I mean, however, there were a lot of close moments, right? We started off on Samoa, that was close. Timeless did come out on top. And then on the last map as well, right? Like, I mean, this came down to a final fight. So it wasn't like Timeless were running away with it. Numbani, maybe a little bit.
I mean, Numbani was the biggest blowout, I would say. But yeah, this is extremely competitive all throughout.
I mean, we've got to be real. Numbani did go, 2 extra innings, right? Obviously, Liquid didn't have any time left in their bank, so it was only a Timeless attack side that was there. But as the map came down, it was pretty close. I just think, and it's something that I brought up at multiple points across the series, just the ult economy was vastly better for Timeless. Like, they're getting a ton of value out of a lot of these ultimates where, we're watching Infected, beefing a couple of those, important downpours, and, Knife is trying to go with a blade, but, is dying before Vega has a chance to beat, and situations where, they're throwing bad money after good a lot of the time. I think there's a lot of things to tighten up for Team Liquid. We had this whole conversation at the start of this game, okay, what's the ceiling for a team like Team Liquid? It's probably really high, but I do think they start at a lower floor, and maybe the basement in some cases, because this Timeless team has been a unit for so long. They have a massive head start in important league leaders, and the stakes are high, right? You have to put up results now.
I think wild. Sorry, so I was just thinking.
No worries.
I feel like Timeless also, it's going to sound really weird. They also probably could have played better at moments. They played good enough, obviously, to win 3-0. But you think about Numbani on their defense, right? They had opportunities to play it a little bit differently to work the clock in their favor. Same on Route 66 towards the end. It almost feels like there's even, maybe not a whole other level they can get to, but I think there's even still some room for improvement here.
I'm gonna be very interested to see what happens when the hero ban's gonna get a little bit more targeted against a team like Timeless, right? Because they just said in the interview they're confident, they're ban proof and whatnot. But I want to see that with these very eyes, because Hazard comp on lockdown, but they weren't really pushed out of their comfort zone. And this comfort zone is clearly this high octane, fast gameplay. That plays to their strength. If there's a team that can slow it down more and force them onto a slower tempo, I'm very interested to see what Timeless can do.
But on the other side of things, if you're a team that plays Team Liquid coming up here, hey, you got a pretty decent blueprint of what you could do in terms of bans and stuff to be able to kind of swing a game, right? You kind of saw exactly how Timeless went after it, different other things you can add into the mix. It seems like there's a little bit of a game plan you can put together that can, make your odds a bit better going up against them.
Yeah, on that note, I think part of the key is to force Rupal onto Kiriko. I think like the Juno ban was really important, especially if you have like a really strong Genji, because constantly look back to Samoa. Like Rupal died first in like the first 3 fights, and Chopper is hitting those railguns, but that's huge. And we noticed actually quite a few of those liquid bans were expended on protects to try and give them the ability to play the comps that they have prepped for this kind of gameplay. Whereas it's quite clear that Timeless will kind of play whatever hand they're dealt.
Yeah, we're going to see them back in action tomorrow. For now, we're heading into a quick break. And afterwards, we're back with our last match of the day. SSG will be taking on Nightmare. You don't want to miss it. Our last match of the day is just around the corner, so we are bringing in the big guns for this one. No, like, I mean it. The big guns. Them guns are big. I'm talking about Dante, who will be joining us here to break it all down. Everything you need to know about SSG and Nightmare. Dante, how you doing? Long time no chat.
I'm good. How have you been, Zoe?
Thank you for asking. No one ever asks me back. I'm doing great. Before we're digging into all things Overwatch, we have to talk about your glow up, my man. That's right. I can't not bring it up. I cannot not bring it up. And any second now, we'll see it on our screens. There we go. Drop the routine. What have you been up to?
Oh, okay. That's actually an old picture. It is better now, but I just
even better now. I wanted the beach picture, but there were other people in it, you know.
Oh yeah, makes sense. Yeah, but I've just been doing collegiate. It gives me a lot more time for like fitness and stuff. I get to stream more on the side, so it's been fun. Maryville, great program here, so super thankful for them.
Yeah, we have a few of the Maryville players actually made it here to the round robin. We have King and Squid, who are both playing with you,
Yes, I just watched...
respectively playing for Rat Esports and Timeless. You just got to watch him in action. Thoughts, motivational speeches, anything you want to say to your homies?
I'm super happy for Squid. He's like a really hard worker. He's a really nice guy. Like Moth, I don't know if you remember Moth, but like super kind. If you ever do an interview with him, you can just tell like right when you talk to him. So yeah, I'm super happy for him.
Are you considering trying to dip into OWCS again yourself, or not worth the loss of gains?
You never know. Maybe. I can't say a hard no or a hard yes. So just time will tell.
Right. You should make it like a streamer team, a dream stream team.
I was
like
thinking
that.
about that. I tried to set one together, but things fell through towards the end. So yeah.
It always does with streamers. They're not reliable. There we go. Let's chat about our next match here. SSG and Nightmare is what we're going to see on our screens next. We've got some big names, of course, stepping up to the plate. How do you feel about Hunter stepping into Coach SSG?
Oh, I love Hunter. He's a great guy. I think he's especially good when the team morale is down, because you can be like getting full held, like everyone's miserable, but he'll like say something really funny and everyone's just laughing. I don't know how he can change the energy like that, but I'm happy he got a job on a partner team. So yeah, good for him.
It's that Aussie charm. It works on our broadcast too. It's just, there's something about those Aussies. Now, if you're looking at the other side, you've got Nightmare looking to strut their stuff. Who are the key players on that team that you've got your eyes on?
Well, I'm looking at Lethal and Ultraviolet. Both of them are incredible players. I swear every time I play against Lethal in Collegiate, he just takes over the whole lobby. He's a great player. Same with Ultraviolet. He was great in Overwatch League as well. Yeah, I'm super excited to see both of them.
Yeah, homie can click heads. And now we're looking at the community preds. Do you feel like it's gonna be one-sided? Oh, okay. Lots of SSG believers. Does that surprise you at all?
No, because I think SSG definitely has the bigger names, but when it comes to Nightmare, I think they have the more recent talent. Honestly, I think they got a lot of up and comers like Lethal and stuff. I feel like not that many people realize how insane Lethal is right now. So, yeah.
Did you just low-key call the SSG players washed? Not to put words in your mouth.
No wash.
No,
but
he wouldn't. He wouldn't.
I'll drop a nuke. So, basically, what I heard that they haven't been or Sugar Free just got back from vacation last week or something, so they were scrimming with like a ringer or something. So I think this early season matches are going to be a little rough for them.
All right, so okay, they need more time to warm up. Then they're not ready yet. Love you spilling the tea, Dante. Thank you so much. I know you'll be co-streaming some action as well, probably at one point. Where can people find you?
So I'm active on Twitter and Twitch. Twitch.tv/Dante with an H at the end. Same with Twitter, x.com/Dante with an H at the end. So, yeah. Thank you guys.
Right on. So everyone watching, go head on over to all his socials and all his channels and send him some love. Dante, thank you so much for joining us. It's always such a pleasure to talk to you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate you guys.
Of course. And we're now ready to set things up for our very last match of the day. And of course, we once more are gonna hand it over to Mitch and Matt.
Thank you.
Dante is yoked. I mean, when he said like I was doing collegiate, I was like, is he like a linebacker for Maryville at this point, or what's going on with him? I mean,
I see it. It's like the pipeline of like Overwatch Pro to like collegiate pro player getting swole at the same time. It's great. And
like, dude, get him on the Giants. I was like, he play corner.
I love catching up with Dante. He's probably one of like the nicest. He's like gassing up Squid. He like might be one of the nicest guys I think I've ever like run into. He's always got time for us as well, which is cool. So it's great to check in with him. Of course, things going well for him over at Maryville, and looking forward to seeing more from him. I like what he mentioned about this matchup, Matt, because we obviously came into the previous game with pretty limited time to get people ready for it, but he's right. I mean, Sugar Free has been away. That was obviously mentioned by, Hunter, that he had been, having a well-earned holiday. So coming back together into this team, this is a team I do feel like is built around Sugar Free to a great degree as well. He and Seeker really wanted to play together.
And that was kind of the genesis for this roster. Kellen and Bliss also are a bit of a package deal in many ways. And a lot of people were really trying to pick Kellen up. You got to understand, folks, right now, there's a lot of incentive for South Korean nationals to play in their home league because in the partnership era, there are teams that are really making big investments over there. However, so if you can entice a South Korean player to be in an import slot on an NA team, they must have a good reason. They must believe that they can truly succeed. And both those players, obviously, great English, so comms on this team, not an issue. I do think that this SSG roster is scary, but like Dante said, it might take some time for them to hit top speed.
I think they're going to be totally fine, quite frank. I mean, look, you know, he's away on vacation, you know, taking some well-deserved time off. Sugar Free can play, you know, the damage dealer role as good as anybody in the world, right? And like you mentioned, you know, Kellen and Bliss, two of the acquisitions in the offseason, a lot of people were kind of going after. And Nightmare, a very talented roster as well. I mean, UV and Admiral have always played great, you know, Kuffa as well. So after last match, right, Timeless to 3-0's Team Liquid, this is a match that could be very close and competitive as well.
Yeah, absolutely. UV coming onto this team, I think, is pretty huge. You know, that's Nightmare. Like the core of like Lethal's era, like Admiral has sort of been this way for a while. Kuffa is no slouch either, by the way. I do think that this team has got a lot of potential. Lethal is so funny because last year, I don't know if you remember, that guy was chilling. Like he was not taking things seriously at all. And he would literally come into lobbies, play Cassidy and just poop on every day. He's so good, but he was just a for fun teammate last year. So I'm curious to see like how that looks now.
He was the vibes teammate.
Yes, but he was also cracked. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which is crazy to me. So curious to see. Hopefully he keeps that sort of energy up. He's a great individual. And again, the core like Lethal, Zera, you know, Admiral on this team from last year. Nightmare was really nipping at the heels. They were dogfighting, even with the Toronto Defiant, Matt. They were a legitimate threat. And now we've got our bans coming in for our first map. It's Lijiang Tower. So Kiriko banned away from SSG, and it will be the Gen.G banned out by them as well. They do not want to deal with it. Even if Lenny, a very good Gen.G.
Yeah, that's what I was a little bit surprised about, is that Sugar Free is a really strong Gen.G player, but maybe like we were talking a little bit about it during EMEA, where Kebser, for instance, right, was in a series and you kind of take away his Gen.G. But you think that like the gap, let's say, between Sugar Free's Tracer and the Tracer on the other side, right, is even larger than like that on the Gen.G, even though Sugar Free is fantastic at it. So maybe that's kind of some of the thinking here from SSG, but also they could have something completely different cooked up than what we've seen so far.
I want to see what SSG have for us. I'm expecting like a fast and loose play style because Sugar Free, I think, was being targeted for Team Liquid. But he decided on SSG because he wanted like a more not a lazy atmosphere, but something a bit more laid back and like really with like, you know, trying to embody that concept of having fun playing the game that you love here. So, you know, I'm curious to see how that manifests in their playstyle because their coach is Unter. So, you know, he's not exactly going to be drilling these guys on the daily. You know, it's not his style.
It's always easier to put the time in, especially if you're with people you just enjoy playing games with, right? You know, where you kind of have to, when it starts to feel like a job, that's when people start to tune out, whether it be coaches or whatnot. And look, I mean, if you're Sugar Free, like, hey, if I'm going to put in the time, I want to be around, you know, teammates that I want to play with. Sounds like you definitely want to play with Seeker. So, also, that's a fantastic duo, right? So
it's crazy
what they can bring to the table.
I mean, at their roles in North America, they might be two of the best. It is crazy. Lethal, though, like I said, is just cracked for no reason. The guy is so good. So, curious to see how this plays out. Of course, Admiral Lethal go way back. Lethal was, I think, a sub on a Spitfire at one point. That's how far back we're going. But Kuffa is the first casualty. The Aussie goes down under real quick as Space Station here get themselves a big edge, having a hazard advantage.
Yeah, Nightmare just trying to back up here, right? You lose the tank, you're gonna have to start all over again, as looks like they're just trying to come in here for the side room, maybe pinch a little bit, right? You can't exactly just have everybody walk over the bridge. You gotta take a little bit of an off angle.
Decent opener now, and ideally Kellen stays out of Lethal's sideline as much as possible, but Kuffa is losing those trades out in the front line. Kellen, an unbelievably flexible player, going back to the NYX roster quite some time ago. He just blew Ultraviolet to smithereens in midair. I don't know how that happened. He went over like Geronimo, and all of a sudden the Juno was blown to smithereens.
That's exactly actually quite interesting what I was thinking about right at the same time. Kellen, you know, you wonder like, hey, why is he like somebody who a lot of teams wanted to go after and sign? You know, you may have seen some of like the previous like stuff from him at the Overwatch League level and whatnot. And be like, well, I don't really understand, but like he is so good at just about every tank, right? Like I wouldn't necessarily say he's like the best at a tank, right? But there's not a tank in the pool that he cannot play at like a professional level. Sig pulse bomb there, connects a lethal NUV, and that's why a player like Kellen is so valuable, right? You're never really scared in a meta he's not going to be able to figure it out, right? Yep. He's always going to play, you know, whatever tank it is at like a competent level at the highest level.
That was wild. Big pulse there, Sugar Free putting him on a keto diet. Nightmare here already down 73% to 6. Need to make things happen here. Sound barrier, orbit array, kitchen sink, all of it thrown into this fight. The space stations still have a Lucio ult of their own. They hold on to a little longer as well. Zero with a pulse might be the player called upon to open this fight right up. But Sugar Free keeps his distance from the enemy tracer, maybe even knowing there's a pulse bomb afoot. Not that he should fear it himself, but still, it's an issue. Lethal dove on Kellen, actually just kind of ignoring him and going for the mega health pack for the time being. But these ults have run out, Matt. And Nightmare haven't made the big steps forward they were looking to.
I mean, they kind of get control of the point, right? But they're so weak, they kind of get pushed off of it and just slowly SSG able to take control of the point. They'll flip it right back. And not much garnered there by Nightmare. You're going to have Hazard ultimate there. Zero as well. Working with a pulse bomb. Getting back here. Going to have to touch in a second.
There's an exchange there, of course, between our tracers. And, okay, the downpour catches Kellen, but he'll be tended to by CJ. Sugar Free's going to be forced back, though, by a pulsar torpedo. And Kellen immobilized. Not able to do anything about the onslaught of damage here from Nightmare. He should give them the window, the opening they're looking for. CJ was supposed to die there and definitely not kill lethal, by the way.
CJ's playing support. Yeah, okay. No, I mean, that was... He's still alive, somehow. Yeah, he's trying to get over here towards the center. He's going to be able to get it. Oh, what? Come on.
He's so cracked. Actually so cracked. Zera, I had his ankles broken, bro. That's career-ending stuff right there. That is so wrong. Oh, my God. The guy is... I mean, CJ was one of the first, by the way, NA players to really pick up and run with the G.
That was
dirty. That is... Oh,
he gave him the little wiggle right before the health pack. I mean, you know, no chance.
That is nauseating, Matt. A pulse bomb as well. Oh, pack it up. That is absolutely brutal.
That's one where you go silent and voice comms and you just don't play another game after that. You're like, yeah, I'm gonna go watch a show. I'm gonna go do something else. Yeah, it's the support's fault.
Yeah. Oh, that was
nasty.
That was something I didn't expect to see that. Nicely done, SSG. I mean, that's a fight they probably should have lost. They lost.
Also, like really the fact, early. Like the kill on the Zero is sick, right? Like on the tracer towards the end that we catch, but he also like kills the player before that, just kind of like floating through the air, like not able to get the first mega. I mean,
I don't know, man. Okay, so Zero obviously on the tracer. Definitely, I think more notable as a Gen.G player, Matt. I definitely think I'm on the right track there. A really incredible Gen.G. So, you know, part of SSG's ban strategy here might be to, try and make him uncomfortable. So you can target individuals now as you see the lineup before the bans come in. It's a really important little point there. Teams cannot reactively change their lineups after they see the bans. So, can Zero succeed on this tracer role? So far, a little bit of a tough start to the fight, and as good as Lethal is, you cannot 1v3 in a position like that, so it will be SSG who open with priority.
Yeah, a little bit of an El Clasico lineup here from SSG with the Maga Reaper setup. The Ramatra on the other side for Nightmare off the rip. Ramatra does get like a small buff. I believe it's like just like an armor adjustment. It's like a 75 to 100 type of deal. So like, you know, becomes a little bit sturdier, but it's still not standing up to the Maga, especially with some of the other heroes out there. So it'll be Zero actually picking up the far. It's going to be really difficult though to get a great advantage.
Well, again, Seeker playing Reaper here, presumably to try and counter the enemy Malga, does at least give a window to play the Pharah. I don't think it's an airtight solution. You're still under some degree of pressure, but still, I can see the reasoning behind it. Big charge comes in here from Kellen. He wants to run Nightmare down. Admiral, rather, an Ultraviolet very, very low. And they are stuck outside of the map for the time being. So Space Station only extend their lead. And there is a Death Blossom online for Seeker. He smashes that Q key absolutely straight away. Lethal, though, stops him in midair, mid-ult. Jesus, almost gets another one. That would have been dirty. But Sugar Free has been like lightning with those pulse bombs, always striking when needed. And Kaffa was downed.
And in this map, like on this point specifically, right, playing the Pharah, you're not as this kind of always in the sky Pharah as you were in the past, but still being close in proximity, the Tracer is like devastating, right? I know at these types of ranges. Advantage here though for Nightmare with double support ultimate, but look how fast Kellen into the back line there, and he's gonna have a cage fight here coming up soon.
That's going to be absolutely massive, especially if he can catch the Pharah inside that cage. Even if you trade into the barrage, okay, no opportunity there for Kellen to make use of that ultimate. Fair enough. Space Station want to draw them out of Nightmare instead, as they have a massive lead, 83% to 1. And Seeker now is back on the Sojourn to answer the Pharah, but actually got lethal there, straight off the rip.
Yeah, they have to feel in a very good spot, SSG, right? Seeker does play now the Sojourn, so maybe you're like, okay, this is a slight reaction to the Pharah on the other side. Make sure you have enough answers for it, but also pretty good at burning down that Maga once you get charged up. Is Seeker one of the better Sojourns we have in North America. That's a cage fight, comes in from Kellen, doesn't catch anybody, but just zones them out, backs them up, allows the point to flip. Yeah,
it's the flip that's massive here. Now a long fight doesn't really help Nightmare as much as they would have liked. They've got a sound barrier to try and win it. Cage fight comes down from Kafra. Sugar Free with an uncharacteristic miss on the pulse bomb, and Kellen falls in the background. Seeker being out of the picture is a problem. He was the Sojourn to Zera's Pharah and still wasn't able to win that fight. Nice little three-piece from Zera, keeping Nightmare in this game.
Yeah, keeping them in for now though, but with an orbital array coming up in the next fight, SSG looking in prime position to put away map number 1, right? Nothing that Nightmare can really do about this coming on in. It's that flip with the cage fight, right, that allows them to get to 99. Like, you'd still have another fight, right? For instance, if you're Nightmare, but just being able to use that cage fight, get some percentage here. I wonder if you decide, I think they're trying to get them to use this orbital array quite early, right? And then just like completely disengage, but no, nice shot from SSG. They don't fall for the bait. No, it's Seeker taking out the Pharah right away.
And you don't even have to use it quite yet as well. You use it maybe in case Nightmare have an ultimate that you don't expect. You counter Nightmare's orbital array. Or just try and guarantee the fight win. Here it is. Yuffie has to throw his orbital now, but it's going to be far too late to save Kuffer, and well, Lethal doesn't have the health pool to truly benefit from it. Okay, Lethal. What was that? That is wild. Just a casual headshot on Bliss as he slides on through. It's not going to be enough to win the round, but he just pulled a rabbit out of his hat. And there it is. Space Station Gaming will take Lijiang Tower 2-0. They at least delivering on the promise of dominance we got from them in the offseason.
Yeah, I mean, really good performance there from SSG. We were worried, like, well, I mean, you were worried, like, oh yeah, you know, Lenny was on vacation, now he's back. How is he gonna? He knows what he's doing.
I mean, again, like we've seen like a collection of some of the most quality players in NA on Liquid, and they haven't quite been out of gel yet. So look, it's just something I wanted to put out there. I do think, right, low key, that Gen.G ban was diabolical. Under is cooking, bro. That is not fun to deal with if you're Nightmare.
Yeah, that especially with Zero, right, loves to play Gen.G.
Yes.
Did it a lot last year. You would think, right, looking at it from the outside, if you're Nightmare, like, oh, you know, SSG, they love, you know, Sugar Free on the Gen.G as well, right? There's no way they would get rid of it, but they decided to force a Tracer Mirror matchup that Sugar Free definitely comes out on top.
Yeah, I mean, sick game. The pulses from Sugar Free are massive. He's able to get like a Juno Sojourn 2-piece with it. Here, it's pretty stunning stuff. Again, like Pulse Bomb, you know, against a Hazard who's, you know, spike, you know, who's blocking is pretty important. He can't do much about that sort of CC from that ability, and Malga is quite powerful because again he can stun, you know, during that window. So we won't see Malga all throughout the series. This is definitely the kind of map where there's a lot of value, especially when it's just not a kind of matchup where we're seeing any like that anti-heal tech being used. Ana can find success there, but that's why we briefly went back to the Stockholm meta there on Lijiang Tower, but don't expect that to be the case throughout the whole series. But a glimpse of it here. And of course, Space Station, well and truly strong enough to close things out. The team looks sick, man. I've got to say, Kellen also looks to be very, very solid on this Hazard pick. I think that's something that we were looking at. Is Kellen in his class? Who's maybe not always a standout tank at times, but it's flexibility that's really being prioritized over just the flashy stuff right now, especially now where people are getting targeted by these bans.
Yeah, a lot of times I think in the tank role, like he would be around like your, you know, like a bottom of like top 5 in certain different tanks, right? Which is still like, I mean, he's still one of the best tanks in the world, but he's probably, you know, one of a handful of tanks that you can say he's really good at all of them, right? There's not one that you're like, oh man, like if we have to play Kellen on Diva, like we're screwed, right? Like, or oh, if it's a, you know, a meta for this, like we have no chance. Like you feel pretty good every game going into it with him as your main tank.
Yeah. Looked pretty solid there, I think, from Space Station. And we're still got a lot that we want to see from Nightmare. Now, bear in mind, it's their map pick. So you, of course, you can make a ban in order to protect like a Gen.G pick if you feel like that's something you really need to make use of. Obviously, you know, Zera's got a more than serviceable tracer, right? I think that Nightmare have a bunch of options, but on a couple of these positions, they are being outmatched. Lethal did some pretty disgusting things, you know, in that game, but again, it's just here and there, and it's, you know, it's in situations where you're not expected to win because your team is at a massive disadvantage. I want to see, you know, Lethal be able to make these plays to put his team at an advantage and then have them convert into a fight win.
I mean, CJ making some crazy plays as well, right?
So
I
wrong.
mean, just like, you know, in the kill feed quite often for a Juno. So it'll be curious, like, do you ban a Juno if you're Nightmare? Do you do that type of route? Like, what do you decide to do? I mean, all options open. I think you know, for a lot of teams that, you know, this banning phase is new, I think it'll take a little bit for them to kind of figure out the nuances of it, of like how can you kind of use a ban to protect and all different types of things like that, right? So I think it's a little bit of an exploration period here early on for some teams.
Clearly, I mean, you know, Lenny was expected to land and start throwing heaters because Unter registered the roster today, but instead of registering Sugar Free, he registered LeBron. Yeah. And we got a LeBron performance on that tracer. Big lift there from your boy Sugar Free. So
hey, well, Lenny plays like this. Hey, go take another vacation this week. Where are you going? Right? I mean, you know, you and him can take the private jet somewhere, go hang out.
Me? I'm at work. What are you doing?
Me?
Yeah.
I mean, I'll go, Lenny.
I was gonna say, bro, there's no way you're gonna tell me you're working with a straight face. Yeah, you do that. You let me know how it goes. I expect pictures. Suravasa gonna be that Nightmare pick here. We have a Ramatra ban. Now, obviously, Nightmare have locked their roster first, so it could be because like there's a, you know, we're seeing Kaffa come in. Clear also obviously is also an option at tank here on this team. So I don't know, might just be also to protect that category and an honor band from SSG.
Yeah, I also think for Nightmare, right, you're protecting like one of the supports. For SSG, I think you're just kind of picking whatever at this point, right? Like I think you know, the Ramatra, they did play some Ramatra against the Maga, but they got like you know, just kind of ran through it, right? So I'm not all too surprised that there's not really anything in the damage dealer, right? They got rid of the Gen.G already, SSG, so there's not really anything in either of those pools there too worried about.
Okay, here we go. Also, just a reminder, both teams submit rosters blind, so they obviously don't know what the other roster is going to look like, and then bans happen. So Kuffer is going to remain in. I think he's going to be more than happy to stick to the hazard here. It's obviously the comp that you really need to master. And again, Zera gets to lock the Gen.G, and straight away he's headed in that direction.
And I'm curious if we'll see Sugar Free pick up the Gen.G. Seems to be like the pick of damage dealers here in NA. But Sugar Free just going to pick the Tracer. Tracer also fantastic, right? So.
Okay. Let's see it play out here on this first flashpoint for Suravasa. Space Station already with a map lead. And a pretty strong start on Lijiang Tower. Definitive, I would say, their result was. So it's going to be Sugar Free still on the Tracer. As much as we talked up his Gen.G, he doesn't really feel the need to go in that direction. And Bliss will be backing him up as they fight for the periphery of this first flashpoint. And Admiral ends up falling. It's going to be Seeker drawing first blood as he's perched up on top of the masonry. Now looking to try and peel Kuffer off his backline.
Yeah, it looks like the backline's going to be able to survive as Lethal takes some more damage. Seeker gets right into his face. No fear whatsoever. I think that's going to be like awesome watching this damage dealer combo. Like Sugar Free and Seeker play with zero fear at all times. That is going to be a duo that is not going to back down from there. If they see a fight and they want to take it, there's going to be no hesitation there. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
You can say the same with the backline here on Space Station as well. Like CJ, well, we've already seen it, right? But wants to be on the Juno, to my understanding, and yeah, is more than happy to make waves and go for those kill opportunities. I mean, again, like those torpedoes are deceptively powerful. You can really snipe people as they try and get around corners with them, which is sort of where we've seen them be their most effective. Zera here on the Gen.G. Can he deliver on this pick? We'll dodge away at least here from the spike guard of Kellen. But Asina Lucio might be worth chasing that down. And yet Zera deals with Bliss. Now, deflect to stop any damage coming from CJ. And Seeker has to come to the rescue. Ends up being a trade here as Nightmare have lost their DPS. And Sugar-Free Pulse Bomb doesn't quite land as intended.
Yeah, but CJ able to stay alive, right? That is massive. You're still, you're still in control of the point there for a little bit for SSG, but you're in a spot you can battle right back. I mean, Cup extremely low. You're going to have this orbital right you can play on the high ground, and now that they've lost UV, you're in a great spot.
Absolutely. And Kellen wants to push up. There is a downpour available, but really no point in making use of it. Look at that. Oh, it's so close, man.
And then he just blocks, right? What do you even do? Like, it's the damage reduction, and he's putting damage down on you.
I mean, you can't find him. I mean, that's the whole point. It's 65% damage reduction, like, what, 50 damage? I mean, it's a huge amount, genuinely. And the burst is real. Luckily that he was deflecting at the time, although Zero would have gotten clapped. Either way, first flashpoint picked up by SSG with a brief stint of Nightmare control. They generally seem to have their measure comfortably.
Yeah, the wall as well that comes in from Kellen is sick as well, right? Like, the timing on it's perfect. It was exactly how Zero's going to be able to move in there. It just takes it out and just puts in the best spot. Also do that for SSG and you don't really use anything, right? I mean, 4 ultimates going in here. They're cruising.
Zero Blade here in this fight, but both teams have sound barriers, so we need to see them exchanged first. Someone found some great burst damage on Kellen, but he dives into the orbital ray, and Zero might have overextended to chase a kill. Sound barrier comes down, and CJ is full, and orbital ray now expires for Space Station, but they've got a reserve of damage. Seeker down to lethal rather, but still was able to find that pick up on Admiral. And Cuff is down. Still, Nightmare allowed to stand on the point here. No one capping quite yet. I don't think Nightmare really have the staying power at all with that their main take. They're going to have to walk away from this. Zero with a deflect, but too low to stick around. Desperately healed up now by his Juno. Looks like that pulse bomb from Sugar-Free again doesn't quite connect, but Seeker has this overclock in play. He doesn't quite give Space Station the window to flip the point, but that Jagged Wall will.
Yeah, so you end up having to use a lot there for SSG to get control, but you do end up getting it in the end as that is Zero putting a lot of pressure there on the Seeker. So this is why the Gen.G ban comes on through, right? Tremendous on this hero as compared to like the Tracer, right? He is still pretty good on the Tracer, but this Gen.G from Zero is fantastic. We saw it a lot last year. Seems to be his comfort pick.
That's a weird kind of fight where you are, you have this great, DPS ultimates, but you're walking into sound barriers, orbital rays. You've got to find a way to draw them out first. Find a way to create a pick or put enough pressure on someone in the neutral game to draw those support ultimates out. Sugar-Free switched over to the Gen.G. His stint on Tracer is over. We've seen him on that since the very start of the series. And Kellen wanted to try and dive on lethal, but that's why Sojourn's so good. Gets away easily. Zero, though, not nearly as lucky. Bliss able to finish the job there. Sugar-Free will be kept top up now as he plays at a more mid-range position, trying to build up that first blade.
Yeah, but like, I mean, you're going to build with this blade. They're going to end up having a sound barrier on the other side, right? Sound barrier getting close for both teams in response to that blade. I'm curious, you enter, orbital ray here to kick things off for UV and co as Kappa ends up taking out Bliss, backs him up, but it's going to be a response here from Sugar-Free. So can you kite this orbital ray, then come back and fight for SSG?
I like that from Nightmare. They catch SSG out as they really dive for that kill on lethal. They end up overextending for it. It is eventually a trade. That was an orbital ray, though, used by Ultraviolet. And now Space Station hit their time in the sun, so to speak. A full disengage from Nightmare with good reason, but now they've got to avoid the stagger on the backside. And Kuffer can't get away from that last Pulsar torpedo. CJ secures probably the most important kill.
Yeah, I mean, you use your orbital ray there for Nightmare to get control of the point, right? But then SSG backs up, you get Bliss, so you're back at full speed, and then you just use your orbital ray and just kind of bully them on out, right? So it's both teams moving behind that Juno ultimate. A lot of what we saw last year, right, builds around that key Juno ultimate. Being able to flip the point, and where things are right here, Mitch, I mean, this is do or die for Nightmare. I mean, you have one more shot being able to flip this point. It'll be overclock plus the sound barriers for both teams.
I mean, it was the immobilization, Matt. That was huge from Kellen. A beautiful downpour. Even though lethal is looking scary with overclock, he's rooted in place. Couldn't use that signature Sojourn mobility to get out of harm's way. Seeker almost has a sixth sense about that as he dodges it as it comes in. Zera's low, and right now, Seeker doesn't have a railgun to hit him with. This could be dangerous. Goes for the deflect, and Zera comes out with 2. But he cannot touch. He's off the point, and Kuffer was down. Space Station get their second, and CJ's just
oh, come on.
He's just running it back.
CJ puts a burst into Zero and then just shoots the body once on the ground. As it always feels like he's able to stay alive on the Juno. Just the movement from CJ has been really impressive today as Zero uses the blade, feels like he has to do it at that time, push on in. Gets two with the blade, but nobody home for Nightmare. I mean, look how aggressive SSG. They don't even care that Cup is there, just push him right on past him.
Yeah, and it's landing time again. That's beautiful. Great way for Space Station to get ahead of the curve and start the fight on the front foot. Also, staggering Cuffer here quite significantly.
Kuffa is standing there thinking he's going to hold that position. There's going to be a fight, and literally Sugar Free and Kellen and CJ, they just run right by him, and he just pops him. Like he's not even there. It's like crazy, like how aggressive they want to play SSG.
I mean, Kuffa's in no position to make space there, that's for sure. Great start to the fight here for SSG. And there's a lot to be said on the Juno topic here as we see Orbital Ray. A lot to be said for having impact while staying safe. Good positioning on that hero is important. Lethal able this time though to pick off the Juno as CJ probably dangled a little bit too long in his purview. However, that first fight that we saw earlier gives Space Station about 50% of this capture progress. And they'll come back ready to take it for themselves once more.
Yeah, and we'll see if they're able to hold on to it though, because SSG, you imagine, going to come back here with a vengeance, right? You're going to be very close to building up a beat. Nightmare, it seems like, Mitch, every time like they flip the point, it's like, okay, well, great, they flip the point, but they have to use so much to be able to do it, right? And so many key things to be able to do it, that they just don't have enough to like sustain control of the point, right? Like sweet, you can win the fight, get it, but you know, when it comes to holding it, you're in a lot of trouble.
Couple was caught on that corner again, just isn't in a position to make any space with such low health, and they're going to chase him down first. They just see that there's not enough healing going in the direction of the hazard. So Space Station now should be able to swoop in, flip the point, and have a sound barrier to defend it against that of Admiral.
And you're gonna have the sound barrier specifically for the blade that comes through, right? Zero did a nice job with the blade the last time. There's gonna be a stagger here on the Lethal, which is quite brutal because Lethal also has an overclock coming on back, so you definitely want him in the fight. Where the overclock could potentially force out the beat, open things up for Zero, building up towards that blade, but Admiral with that sound barrier is going to have one to counter that big Gen.G ultimate, and if you can't find anything else, this is gonna be a fast 2-0.
Nice little beat there. Admiral has to double back, realizes this might not be enough though, because again, Kuffa seems to be the object of intense scrutiny. Seeker gives him a parting gift, a steaming hole between his shoulder blades. Canal blade from Zero has to try and salvage the situation. He gets the offending Seeker, but somehow CJ's always there for some reprisal. Space Station dish out a fat L to Nightmare as they take Surivasta comfortably with a 3-0.
Man, they look like on another level. I mean, the last series, right? Timeless looked, you know, the Timeless TL was extremely competitive back and forth. This one, though, SSG looks extremely strong. Just the level of aggression and pace at which they're playing at seems really difficult for Nightmare to handle.
I've got to say, CJ, low-key, the GOAT. Honestly,
yeah,
kind of crack. Again,
filthy with it.
It's hard to have. We talked about like how was he getting so much value against someone like Lethal, who in theory, like if he sees a Juno floating around, should be able to just pop them straight away. Just really good positioning. CJ, just a great intuition, I think, for when it's safe to go forward and when it's a bit dangerous to do so. This is the early fights though, and you can just see like Kellen is so confident here, creating a lot of these like 1-versus-1 scenarios, which Hazard really can't be beaten.
If this backline for SSG plays this well, they're going to be really difficult for anybody to beat in NA. Just kind of looking at it, right? I mean, Sugar Free and Seeker, I mean, if there's like a hit scan in the meta and then, you know, Sugar Free can just kind of fill in whatever, that's about as good as it gets in NA. And then, you know, you're not really worried about Kellen being an issue in terms of the tank, right? They're going to be very tough out for anybody.
I just want to point this out. I don't think this is sandbagging, but the coach of SSG literally said, like, I think we're number 2 in NA. Like, I think we're, you know, we are that team. Like, well, presumably with the assumption that like TL are stronger, but right now SSG have gelled so much faster. They have hit the ground running. The power of friendship clearly helps.
Well, nobody wants to come out and be like, yeah, we're number 1 in NA, and one of our players is out on vacation.
Bro, He'll be back in a little bit. NA teams love calling themselves number 1 in NA. It's a whole damn thing. It's a whole thing. But Space Station Gaming, at least in this kind of matchup, have looked much more fluid. You know, as opposed to Liquid. They come out of the gates looking very, very good. So I'm impressed, man. That was a very strong Surivasa. A lot of their fundamentals, I think, are looking very, very solid.
we also might see some really interesting results throughout the season, right? Because you know what might work here against a Nightmare, you know, completely different maps, completely different bans, right? May not work as well against a certain other team, right? Or you can't force different types of things against others, right? So we don't know the results of a lot of these like scrims and like coming down to bans, and like now things will obviously change with, you know, balance patches and then bans and whatnot coming. It'll definitely be way more interesting than it was in the past, right? Where it's like, okay, here's our third map of the Malgamir, who's gonna win? Well, it's the team that won the last two maps. Yeah, I mean, come on now. So now there's an opportunity to change the game up.
Yeah, absolutely. These games today have already been pretty darn spicy. I'm really enjoying, again, like these Hazard comps. You know what I mean? We're still probably going to see, you know, a fair bit of Hazard, who surprisingly didn't really get a touch in the last sort of balanced patch.
He got a little like slap on the wrist to his leap, but you know, nothing that would really be like, oh, don't pick Hazard. Like, yeah, it's like, okay, yeah, that's just still sick.
I mean, again, you kind of feel like you can do anything with him, and just like the amount of burst damage available in weird places in his kit, like the Jagged Wall giving you 50 damage on hit, and then like 80 from the slash. Like you hit one headshot with, like, you know, your burst damage is kind of insane, and it does ask you to have decent aim. I will make that clear, but tell you what.
Well, the thing that's awesome about Hazard is the fluidity of his kit with the leap and like just kind of the slash. And if the leap becomes like a really long cooldown and whatnot, it kind of like takes that awesome like fluidity and movement away. So I hope they kind of keep that in. I think it's one of the most interesting characters, really fun characters that they've had in a while.
Yeah, and there's like a bunch of things about that ability I think that are kind of really give extra quality of life. Like you, after jumping, you have a window where you can still slash, right?
Yeah,
I think that's pretty important. Allows you like a few like a bit of extra flexibility, and also, yeah, the cooldown of that ability starts when you activate it, not when you land, right? Which again, like if you are covering long distances, so it's actually deceptively low, the cooldown on that ability, based on how it's printed. So that's really powerful. Again, we've seen a lot of ways like that you can circumvent or avoid getting rooted in place there, you know, by that downpour. But when you are hit by it, it is devastating. Mobility in Overwatch is everything because it determines your positioning. And that's something that obviously just shuts down that aspect of the game. And I mean, it's the same reason why Blizzard was devastating. Even if you can shoot back while you're rooted by downpour, you are still at such a massive disadvantage.
Yeah, it's if you think back, right, we got rid of like a lot of CC and whatnot from the game, and it was like stuns, roots, like different things can be really difficult to deal with. And now with less of them, but a big one coming back in terms of an ultimate, it's definitely extremely strong and something a lot of players haven't really played against in a very long time.
All right, so Al-Qadsiah are going to do the pick here for Nightmare, and here come your bans. So Winston going to be banned out here, unavailable for SSG to play. Fair enough. I don't necessarily know if you're always going to be going to Winston on this map. Kellen obviously is flexible enough here, and we also have an Ashe ban.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Ashe played a little bit, but the Sojourn is so strong as well, and Seeker's so good in it. The only thing you're looking at here, right, is we had an Ashe ban a little bit earlier, I believe, or it was maybe a Sojourn, but we saw the
Numbani. It was on Numbani.
Well,
yeah.
No, I'm saying an EMEA.
Right.
Yeah, you weren't here. We tried waking you up for EMEA, but I understand.
No, they don't pay me enough for that, man.
Yeah, your cell phone, the ringer through the satin sheets.
Listen, I come in.
The ringer through the satin sheets doesn't sound as loud.
I bat number one out here, buddy. You know how it is. I come in, I hit the big pitches, and then I'll let you handle the rest.
There was a wrecking ball composition, right, where you can play maybe some ball against a team that played like an Ashe or a Sojourner range here and forced like a Cassidy, so potentially something along those lines. But you're gonna see them just. I think we're going to see Nightmare just play the same thing, but
broadly we do see these Ashe bans come out on maps where you can really abuse that high ground control, which is obviously really prevalent on a map like Al-Qadsiah, like even more oppressive than Sojourn in many cases, just because the dynamite vantage is very powerful. So that's not going to be on the table here. Kellen actually playing the Ramatra. It's going to be Kuffer though on the Sigma. So Nightmare with a pretty similar comp, but actually opt for, I guess, like more of a poke paradigm with their tank selection.
So the Ramatra is, if you can get past the Sigma Shield, right, that's where the Ramatra can become really strong, right? Ramatra gets a small buff, like I mentioned in the previous patch, nothing extremely massive, but man, you're just putting a lot of damage down in here to Kappa. Backing him up, that's going to allow them to get control of the bot first, not going to get a ton out of it.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Kappa intends to take space here. Obviously, he wants to try and hit accretion when the Ramatra is walking up in Nemesis form, but I don't think it's a good matchup at all, especially because Kappa can't do anything about the Nemesis form punches in terms of his damage mitigation kit, Matt. It feels like a mismatch.
And I mean, if you have the shield for Kellen, right, who is he really poking? Is Kappa now will match the Ramatra? I wonder, because we saw the Ramatra earlier here from Nightmare, it actually triggered SSG to go Maga. I wonder if we see like a swap or if they're totally fine, matching this Ramatra in a head-to-head.
Okay. Kappa probably okay with it. We actually saw SSG ban Ramatra in like one of the first maps of the series, I want to say, but all right, either way, that's available here. Sugar Free still on the Gen.G, of course. Hasn't gone back to the Tracer. This is the kind of map with that vertical. It really, dictates the need for Gen.G. Tougher out of Nemesis form earlier here, but Seeker did fall. Admiral got into the back line, but again, the front line of Nightmare collapses. Kellen, too seasoned a competitor for Kappa once more.
I mean, if you can't keep Kappa alive, I mean, it doesn't really matter what else happens, right? As sick aim there from Kellen. Is SSG, you don't even really need to move this forward, right? Lethal, he'll back out. You let everybody get back to full strength for SSG, and you've won the neutral fight twice, so just take it again. I mean, you're gonna have tons of ultimates here to use as well.
Yeah. Kellen, nice little finish off to what was actually really a back and forth fight. Admiral was able to get into the back line of Space Station and give them an edge. Here's sound barrier from both sides. CJ and Bliss actually lay their ultimates, and Ultraviolet with a orbit array after the fact, but Sugar Free is essentially unguarded in the back line, and Lethal was cut to pieces before he had a chance to answer.
Yeah, so I guess the benefit for Nightmare is you can come back with a blade that doesn't really have an answer on the other side, but you could also end up walking into a situation where you blade into an annihilation, right? And you're just ticking down.
Just psychologically, Matt, that fight makes you feel terrible. You had both your support ultimates, and you get one kill in the fight.
Yeah, I mean, psychologically, the first two maps probably made you feel terrible.
Yeah, okay, maybe.
This also
one
enforces it.
It's a compounding issue, really. Here's the annihilation for Kellen. Can they keep him alive? Yes. Clearly, the output, the throughput is there. CJ and Sugar Free just took a massive hit. I'm unsure what from. And we're going to have now that annihilation in play here for Kappa. CJ Sugar Free down with the checkpoint already achieved.
And with this checkpoint now, right, Nightmare will end up taking this fight. You'll just get a cleanup here, just some stall. But now this is gonna look more like a traditional Al-Qadsiah, where we're gonna get back towards mid-map or a little bit past that, right? We're gonna have a neutral fight here. A Nightmare's gonna have to win, 2-3 fights. They do hold on to that blade though to be able to use, so that may end up coming in clutch.
6 minutes 13 still to play. So in theory, plenty of time for Nightmare to get back into the game. Here's a blade from Zero. Where's the target? Okay, Seeker gonna slide away. Zero doesn't have the dash to catch him. Oh my goodness. A railgun brings Zero to bear, and all of a sudden Nightmare get forced back into the trunk of the car. And it is a getaway van, folks. Space Station are in control once more. Nightmare forced to play out in that open plaza, and Kappa is very, very low. You gotta be careful about how they try and get back into this fight, lest things get further out of control. Lethal might try and salvage the situation. Nice little glancing blow on CJ as he crossed, but that overclock is now expired. Can he do more from here? Caught inside the vortex, CJ
I mean,
taking a one
he's
versus
been winning
one.
those. He's been winning those, but that's a little.
I like it. You know what? I appreciate he goes for it. The timing not quite there. This is a interesting orbital ray from Ultraviolet.
Oh, well, I guess you need to win a fight, right? In this scenario, this is might be your best chance as opposed to backing on out, because you know that SSG is going to have both of these ultimates coming back, so maybe you think you can actually use that ray, get around the corner, open up some more space. Doesn't exactly work out that way, though.
No, I mean, that ray goes for very little. Space Station have been rationing their ultimates. Now they just throw an orbital ray here. There's no need for a sound barrier. There is just no reason for Bliss to make use of that ultimate. To their credit, Nightmare are able to disengage away from this, but still have a ult disadvantage in the support department. Sugar Free, I think he might be trying to make a point.
Yeah, like how CJ was shooting the bodies earlier, I think this is one where SSG just wants to put on display their dominance, right? Like Team Liquid in the last series, I mean, it's just clean in house. Team Liquid in the last series, right? You get upset by Timeless and, you know, everybody talking about the best in NA, whatnot. This is a little bit of a statement here from SSG. Like, I actually thought this would be a pretty competitive back and forth series, right? Coming into it. That really couldn't be further from the truth here, man. I mean, they have looked that good.
Yeah, this Nightmare team have all found some degree of success, by the way, in OWCS in the past.
Yeah.
So it's not as if this is an on-paper mismatch map, but Space Station...
No, it's not even really a reflection of what this Nightmare team will probably be, right? Throughout the OWCS, they probably will be really competitive at the higher end. It's just today, it seems like SSG has their number every turn.
The good atmosphere, a pretty happy-go-lucky approach to competing. Space Station, I'm sure, are enjoying themselves right now. Cover a little bit low there, Vortex deployed maybe to create some space and give him the chance to stop off and get healed up. It's a big ult advantage for Nightmare in this fight. This Annihilation has to give them the dub. I don't think Space Station are going to try and argue with that. CJ can't escape.
Yeah, and he'll start to get the bot moving here. Just have one more player. Yeah, Sugar Free actually gets one on the exit, but he'll get taken out. But you have to use the Annihilation to even destroy to gain progress, right? So you're down by 60 or so meters, 3 minutes left on the clock. Not unheard of, right? I mean, you can definitely make this comeback if you're a Nightmare. You got 3 big ultimates to work with. It's just this high ground control is going to be difficult to break, right? A lot of times you don't want to have to push into this high ground. You would back out and let the team kind of come to you. They don't have that luxury here.
Yeah, Nightmare at least have been able to, you know, win that last fight somewhat cheaply, that they still have an advantage for the time being, but it's a pretty slim window. UV tries to open though with an orbital ray and it allows him. Cover at least gets one himself. Damage boost on towards Seeker allows him to clean up a Soldier, and somehow the Ramatra got that deep into the backline. Now Nightmare have a chance for this checkpoint.
This is definitely doable for Nightmare. Like we were just talking about, you know, this is not out of the realm of possibilities, because now you break this high ground setup. Lethal can get set up here with the overclock, just kind of shooting down this firing range. It's either Ballista with the sound barrier, right, can kind of stop the bleeding for SSG here.
Okay, here's Lethal going for it now, but he doesn't have a great sightline on this at all. To be fair, he's being dove by everybody. Nightmare able to push up the cart here, and Lethal still picks Bliss off. Everyone was looking at him. He gets off to safety and is still able to have a massive impact in the fight from basically sniper range. That's beautiful. Still no checkpoint here for Nightmare, but you have to imagine off the back of this fight, they get there and put themselves in a position to challenge Space Station for supremacy.
I mean, being able to find even one there is pretty impressive from Lethal. He gets pushed all the way out by the aggression that comes from SSG, and he's still able to find Bliss. It's now Nightmare who's taken the lead, so blow past that checkpoint, take the lead now, and start to rack up some more meters.
That's it. They get the sound barrier to help to that effect. Space Station haven't been great with their ultimate economy of the last couple of fights and are hurting as a result of it. Kellen tries to come forward here with his Annihilation. Eventually, should be able to strong-arm cover off the car, but he trusts his backline and he has an Annihilation of his own, folks. Nightmare are in this game well and truly. Admiral gonna fall, though, inside that disruptor shot. And Nightmare don't have cover in a position to do damage. He's trying to chase after SSG, who run Lethal down, get rid of CJ. Cover doing everything he can to try and get people to look at him, to give him some damn attention, but no.
The bot actually still moving, right? 0-0 here on the high ground. It looks like Cuffa just left him like, hey, get as much as you can. Cuffa wants to fight for another day, but below a minute, Nightmare makes a huge comeback, right? They have the bot moving into SRE territory for about 3 minutes, and I don't know how he came up with that one.
I'm talking max range stuff there. The Lethal was just in the next postcode across and is still able to draw a bead on Seeker. That's beautiful. Here's a blade, though. Sugar Free now. I think he has to get a little more serious, and that's a good start to the fight. Especially given that CJ doesn't need to use an orbital, but Cuffa stuck the bot back, so now we are going to be in overtime for much of this push.
Yeah, the bot's going to move quite fast, though, right? It's going to go all the way back here towards that mid-map. I think it'll be interesting, though, because you don't want to exactly push into this high ground, though, if you're SSG. I wonder, though, if Nightmare has any idea that there's double support ult available here for Space Station Gaming. They've had them now for a while.
Cuffa needs to be careful. Oh, Cuffa! Oh, maybe they could have pulled back and had another fight. Nightmare should still have one more engagement.
They have that Ray as well. They don't exactly use it there, so maybe you could have used an Orbital Ray, try and save Cuffa, but it would have been a last-ditch effort. You do lose Seeker, who's got his overclock though, so he's gonna have to come back off the spawn. It's gonna take him a while.
Yeah, you notice that Kellen was trying to slow the bot down. Like, you don't want to push the bot forward into enemy territory in situations like this, but you have no choice. Seeker, it's unclear if he got the front spawn here and how long it's going to take for him to get back in the fight, but they really need him right now. Orbital Ray from Ultraviolet, he's definitely set up. Oh, okay. Oh, Sugar Free, you're giving me a heart attack, son. Here's Zera now inside that Orbital Ray damage boost. He's looking for Bliss. He's looking for Bliss. He can't quite catch him. Bliss eventually goes down. Zera gets his revenge, but Seeker finds Lethal, and we're in a 3 versus 3. This is heavy. Kaffa getting a little bit low, but in the Nemesis form gets a bit of armor, and Zera trying to bring down the enemy. Ramatra Kellen just hanging on, barely alive. Sugarfree's not going to get to his blade in time by the looks of things, but he did get rid of Admiral. Now, though, right clicks inside the midst of the fight. He takes Kaffa down, but he's low. He needs healing. He doesn't have anyone to give it to him, though. But Kellen's the one that keeps the dream alive. Vortex thrown down. Good damage on Zera, but not the finish, and somehow, some way, Space Station is still going, but Bliss has been removed. Zera now to the rescue to try and salvage things for Nightmare. 2 for him, 1 for Lethal, and that'll be a hole for Nightmare. They've stayed alive in the series in a hair-raising final fight.
Oh man, they battle back there in the second half of that game. I really thought that Zera's Gen.G was the difference maker for them. You see why you banned that hero, get it out of his hands, because he is dynamite on it. Really started to turn up. Saw Lethal as well, being able to connect with some of those like long-range railgun shots, some sick overclocks. As it looked like Nightmare was just going to kind of roll over, give this one up 3-0, but they're not done. They still have some fight left in them.
It's a great comeback. I think, Kaffa also go to the Ramatra. I think that's potentially where he wants to be. Really solid. Got to see some nasty shooting from Lethal now, and perhaps this team are finally online. It is a first of 3 series, so we have a number of maps that need to be sort of played through, but I think there's a lot to hang your hat on if you're a Nightmare player or fan. There's a very strong showing there and great mental resilience, honestly, to take an absolute beating for the first half of the map and still chart a course to winning it.
For the first like 8 minutes. I mean, they were the first like 7 minutes at least, right? It was really like with 3 minutes to go on the clock that Nightmare started to come alive, and when they did, there was no stopping them from SSG. I think it was really like we were on board with them for a while, but it was Lethal with those like railgun shots, right? Remember we got forced off of the high ground, drops down, connects with 1, then the max range shot on the Seeker. It seems like that's when the tide started to turn.
But the Zera, this little Zera play at the end, he's him. That is absolutely stunning work, and that's maybe now informing the decision of the Gen.G ban for map number 1. Guy, kind of dirty. Very, very strong showing there, and that was ruled down to the wire stuff. I mean, he has to 1 versus 1 of Ramatra to win that. Sugarfree has to get off the cart because he's waiting for Lucio heals, so he's not there to turn that into a player advantage. And there's a world where maybe if Lenny's able to hang around and actually fight on the point itself and wait for that support, then the fight goes differently. But man, the margins are so slim. This is good. We were asking for a competitive game. You were saying, bro, I thought that, many people were expecting a closer affair.
Yeah.
Now Space Station have been made to bleed a little.
And they'll get a map pick, so they end up picking Dorado. You can play some long-range hit scan here. Gen.G, although, is still pretty good on Dorado, so quite interesting. We see that. Maybe we see a Winston, right? We see Winston actually played a decent amount on Dorado, so a lot of different things you do to the ban system here for SSG.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they want a Gen.G mirror. I'm just saying, Dorado, the kind of map, of course, that features so much verticality that going away from Gen.G would be curious. We've seen plenty of tracer on this map, especially for like defense side tracers. There's like, you have default access to high ground. You can like blink across the treetop, the rooftops. It's fine. But this is the kind of map also where like we've seen Winston, brought in a little bit more because the Winston sort of defense setup is quite oppressive. To a great degree though, like Hazard can give you much of the same impact. It just can't necessarily, gain the same height as Winston does when trying to sort of jump back on the high ground, for example, and cycle those cooldowns into defense. So let's see how it plays out.
So SSG gets rid of the hazards. So this is going to force whether it be Winston or Diva type of setup, you would think, right? And Nightmare gets rid of the Lucio, which is quite interesting. I mean, SSG, we'll see what they decide to do now. I mean, this is a map that you would play on. Yeah, you would play on it anyway, right? So this is like a really good setup for Winston.
Yeah, they are 100% forcing Winston, I think, with that van. Yeah. Lucio, man, is so I think that do we end up seeing on a Brig backline with Winston tank?
I've seen like I've seen like Malga on this map before. It looks so bad on the attack side. Like it is unbelievably exploitable, especially if you're already like priced into an under-brick backline and can bio the guy. It's just trash. It's so bad.
On a brick could be on the table, right? Especially on the defensive side of things, right? Winston in the mix. So you start to see the comp kind of rounding into shape where do you play Widow? Do you play Ashe? Like, do you play Sojourn, right? And then Tracer Gen.G still available, right? So I think, though, when you see some of these bans, right? Hazard specifically, and then also the Lucio, you're looking at look, I mean, if you're like so reliant on the speed, like you play Juno with the ring, but nobody picks Juno for the ring, right? It's all the other things that she brings to the table.
Oh,
so
yeah,
like
the hyper ring carrier. Gotta have one of them.
Yeah, the hyper ring suite. You know, it's kind of cool to start, but after that, I mean, you're just kind of focusing on putting down damage, landing those orbs.
Maybe not hyper ring, but here's what you do want in your arsenal. Some fantastic drops that you can watch and earn here by being on the stream. January 24 through Feb 23. These are your drops. Of course, each of those tiers are available to you based on how much time you spent in the server. Obviously, watching us on Twitch. We've got 3 days, of course, this weekend and plenty of games across the month for you to earn yourself those drops. So get involved, get there. Of course, that is an updated 2025.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be spotted with the 2024. You don't want to see that old stuff. I mean, that's cringe, right? You want to have all that new swag.
Absolutely. Dorado, I would say one of the oldest maps in the Overwatch map pool. I reckon I've been casting this for 10 years. Close to, anyway. Gonna be good to see how this plays out, though. Again, with Hazard and Lucio both banned. The Lucio ban is... yeah, we are. Exactly. We are getting Anna Brig plus Winston comps.
All right. So a little bit of a throwback in terms of comps, right? Get the Winston in the mix as... SSG will be on defense here to kick things off. And I was wondering, like, what hit scan you would see. Sakura on the Widow. This should be fun.
Okay.
who you think he's dialing? Who you think my man's dialing right there?
Oh, yeah, that guy's dialing. He's dialing Nate Manzer. He's like, yo, we need another hero on either side. The team 4. Let's do it.
Yo, wait on my Lambo.
Competitive queue coming back. Let's get another Lambo. Yo, trying to get some sneaker recommendations. You know what I'm saying? Oh, buddy. Okay, I'm all about this pick. Seeker obviously theoretically advantaged against Ashe, providing the range lines up well. And it will be a very hard backline to dive and put Sugar Free and Zera both on Tracer. So no Gen.G here. We talked about how Tracer still has access to this high ground in some ways, but Zera struggled in map 1 and not off to the best start in map 4 here either.
Yeah, but you had a trade here off the rip, so slight advantage for the team on offense, right? Just given the spawn nature. So Kellen puts down a decent amount of damage and backs on up. I think you're also seeing the Tracer versus the Gen.G. It's just a little bit easier to circumvent like the Briggs. Kellen plays very... Oh, that is nasty work.
He's smart. He knows it's better. Instead of trying to wait for Kellen to get off anti-heal and just keep the crosshair on him, turn around and sleep the offending Winston, which is going to buy you time to make sure Kellen gets in the fight. That's a pretty split-second judgment call that CJ makes that is pretty sick.
Yeah, I mean, there's a
bubble in the way.
Yeah, but it's the kind of play you need to make at this type of level as well, right? Like, you know there's pretty much no chance you're going to be able to keep Kellen alive. And if Kellen falls, most likely you die as well, right? So you may as well go for the sleep and he connects with it.
Yeah, Sugar Free. It's Cuffer with the Stevia mainline, homie, with the pulse bomb straight back to spawn. So far, this Winston defense setup for space stations look good, and so it should, honestly, with Kellen at the helm. This can lethal bail them out of this situation. Got the new Mythics in there as well. I respect the bling.
Yeah,
Bionator's going to make life a little tough for your boy.
Yeah, I mean, they got to let him live longer. I want to see the skin, but
yeah,
the couple goes to the high ground, tries to pressure out, Bliss and CJ, but you have the nano, right? You can nano the Brig. We see that constantly is Seeker. I mean, this is aggressive style of play for a Widow.
Zera again, just staved off. Unfortunately, like he cannot match the impact of Sugar Free in this game so far. There's no question.
Well, that's really been the difference, right? When we see the Zero on the Gen.G has looked lights out. I mean, it's just been when it has had to play some other different things. And it's not to say that can't play this at an extremely high level. It's just there's a I think Sugar Free's Tracer is just way better and it looks more I mean, in NA it's legendary.
Seeker here under a lot of pressure. They are going to get him now. Ultraviolet, though, was hit by a biotic grenade. And nanoed Admiral. Pretty common when you're getting dived, like for the Ana to nano the Brig and turn her into a raid boss. But Admiral could not save UV because of CJ's bio. So it ends up being a trade here that doesn't favor Nightmare at all. Cover slept right now. Zero's just pushing the car, trying to focus on that as Sugar-Free recalls back and realizes perhaps I should maybe stop this in its tracks. Primal here for Cuffer. Clearly no sleep opportunity anymore because that was already used by CJ rather to slow Cuffer down. And okay, the Primal gets Cuffer out, but I don't think that's what he was looking for.
No, I think he was looking for, maybe some more disruption to kill in the back line. That is a pulse bomb connected right to Admiral. He falls. I mean, quite lucky they don't end up popping the rally there, right? A little bit earlier. So this is looking more reminiscent of map 1 and 2.
Yeah, it's the return of the Cirque to see you later mode. Kellen just juggling.
The sequel.
That's so rough for Lethal, bro. Like, what?
Man.
Oh, okay. He's on the Widow now, bro. He's tilted. Let's go.
Kill gaming? I think he just knows he needs to match the range here of Seeker. I mean, Seeker.
No. Turn off your mic. Just run it.
He's still, okay, sure, yeah.
Run it down.
He's tilted.
That's it. Bro, don't let the truth get in the way of a good story. What's wrong with you? 10 seconds left in the round. Bionade coming out there. Saw that from CJ. No connection though. It's going to be Admiral with a rally. It has to be used here as Kellen is nanoed up and he is ready to lay it down. Gets back to safety. Sees a recall there in his way. So Zera still, again, where has Zera been this round? Struggling on the Tracer. Sleep dart there on Cuffer. CJ has been hitting those frequently, but a Bionade on CJ means it's pretty scary. He's got to respect that Winston. There's Lethal, gets involved. See, you know what I mean? Just tune out your teammates. Don't worry about it. Run it down. Lethal's going to do more than this, though. Nice damage on CJ. Still more than this. I'm asking for a lot, I know, but that's what it's going to take at this point. And Space Station eventually eliminates him and stop things with 72.5 meters on the clock for Nightmare.
Yeah, they just slammed the door shut there on a potential Nightmare comeback. Still a shot for Nightmare here. They just got to hold for a long time on defense, and they do not have a lot of meter in their back pocket to give up. So SSG did a really nice job playing around the Widow, right? Seeker able to put some damage down at range. CJ and Bliss doing a great job keeping each other alive. For a fully newly formed team, I mean, they look very strong.
Absolutely. That was extremely clean. I mean, again, we talked about it, right? The Winston cooldown cycling was pretty sublime from Kellen, was often getting that nano. Whereas, like, Ultraviolet was forced to nano Admiral to try and protect him against Kellen's dive. He died anyway because CJ hit him with a Bionade. Space Station, again, as defenders, you have a much better vantage point to set up these impactful Bionades. It's really actually hard for the attacking Ana to get a Bionade out of the back line of the defenders here because of sightlines, elevation, and basic physics. So Space Station really were able to exploit their positional advantage, and it's a tough part of the map to attack, you know, especially even with the mirror comp. So don't expect Space Station to get this too freely unless Nightmare make a key error.
Yeah, it's gonna be, I mean, it's gonna be rough. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. I also think you see there, like, just the benefits of Kellen, right? Hazard out of the game, can still play. Winston here, moving in at a high level as this time it'll be Lethal. What? Oh, I was going to say he's playing Widow. He's not playing Widow. I mean, he's back in the spawn.
That is uncouth. Seeker is, man, sometimes lost for words. How does CJ survive that? He's hit with a Bionade. How does Cuffer get so ruined? Oh, bro, this is chalked. Generally put in the crock pot. It is unbelievably, unfathomably, irrevocably cooked. Oh, please, Nightmare. Show us something. Recall has to be used there, and everybody group it up so Kellen can give them a big
this
electric hug.
Cleave damage is crazy, right? You're putting down so much damage. That's the bio grenade used right away. It's going to be very difficult to come back, get a touch. So you do get it here for Nightmare. Just trying to slow this down, prevent the score that would end the game.
Okay, let's go, Zera. He finds one, but a Primal already for Kellen. He has a Primal already. Under a minute. Pulse hits, but Kellen doesn't seem to care. Ultraviolet's down to the Bionade. And back to the car we go. Kellen healthy enough to handle this. It's going to be a rally from Admiral. Kellen, though, is set up so that he can be seen at all times by CJ. And that Winston is nigh unkillable. Zera here, not diving into the back line until now. He's got no target. Sleep doesn't connect on him, but Admiral's already down. This Tracer has to pop off, and ooh, buddy, that one is.
I don't think they don't end up touching, but I don't think they were going to end up being able to hold that there. They end up losing Admiral right off the rip there towards the end. It's a bio grenade that comes through from CJ, and then just a clean up there from Sugar Free, and just a rough way to end the series there for Nightmare. You know, they did show a lot though, battling back there on Al-Qadsiah, clutching up. But man, SSG was sick.
Oh, damn, they put the stank on them, bro. That's absolutely torrid. Holy.
They put the stank on them. I haven't heard that one. That's a new one.
I've never heard that one, actually. Yeah, no, I mean, I am.
I agree,
cool.
so
That's cool.
So honestly,
fantastic.
your pronunciation was surprisingly good.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, it's a good
For
point.
once, yeah, and now it's all back in the gutters once more. I don't know how that happens. Let's talk about this game, though. Obviously, early on in the series, SSG is making this one look easy. I have to say I'm very impressed, though, with Nightmare. You know, starting to come alive after getting quite a whooping on that third map. But overall, I mean, what do you even do? CJ and Bliss, who are such an incredible backline, Sugar Free and Seeker, they were just on a shooting range. Like, no sweat broken that day.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. You, again, like, it's not everybody's able to fill up their import slots, right, with quality talent out of South Korea. Like, Kelvin and Bliss are crazy. Like, in the standing of, like, NA, they are so very good. Kaffer is like, he's been playing for quite some time. He's younger, maybe a little less experienced. And again, this is like a tough match to come out and have to fight. I also, like, I've got to put it out there, guys. Like, when Zero does not get to play Gen.G, they look to have much less impact on these games. Some good moments on Tracer, don't get me wrong, but like in general, the Gen.G is superb. The Tracer doesn't seem to be able to match at least what Sugar Free can do on that pick. So, man, the Gen.G
I love
bans, or at least, like,
how
Dorado, when you
comfortable they
can't
are,
play
though.
it, is just rough.
Right, for SSG to just be comfortable enough to go like, well, Sugar Free doesn't need Gen.G, right? Like, we're just like anti-strat banning now. Exactly. He is actually LeBron. Facts.
I think this SSG roster is really awesome, and the fact that, like, you bring it up, Mitch, right, where Bliss and Kellen are so standout, especially in NA, right? And then you look at Seeker, Sugar Free, and CJ, like the mechanical skill and just the talent that those players have, right? That if you can, you know, we saw last year with Sugar Free, right, harnessing with Toronto, but if you can, like, kind of, you know, get the others to figure out, you know, really looking at like Seeker and CJ, like playing like, you know, winning style of Overwatch with their mechanical talent. I mean, this is a team that's going to be really fun to watch. I mean, they're going to be aggressive all the time. This team's now going to play a slow style of play. They are going to go at all times. It's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, they have the confidence, and it's backed up by the skill, right? At no point in time did it even seem like they were on the back foot. Maybe map 3 again, blip in the matrix. I don't know what that one came down to. We might be able to chat with one of the players about that and see where they felt like it all went wrong.
Yeah, like I don't think it was like a huge capitulation. I think that, like, I think Kaffer is like a really solid Ramatra player. I think he looks more impactful in that position than having to, you know, mirror the hazard. And like Zero's Gen.G is fantastic. Lethal also has opportunity. Like, there's a clip where, like, they're pushing into the high ground of Space Station, and Lethal's getting dove, but he has overclock, so he gets pushed like basically into Wichita, Kansas, and he's still able to kill a Juno from like extreme range and basically have a huge impact on the fight. Like, he engenders the attention of 3 players and then kills a key backliner. That's huge. So, like, he was able to have some big impact.
Absolutely. We actually do have an interview ready now. CJ will be joining us for a word or two or many. CJ is with us right there. Hi, CJ. Congratulations on the first victory of the season here in the regular season, that is. It's been so much fun to watch you guys just turn up today and absolutely demolish. Dante, heading into this match, actually shared with us here on broadcast that you didn't even really scrim with, like, Sugar Free. It was on a vacation. What did the preparation look like for you guys?
So like, I think for a week and a half we were swimming with Scissors because Lenny was in Japan on a business trip. So when he got back, I think on Tuesday. I think I got back Tuesday, so we've been swimming with him ever since. So not too much practice with him, but he's LeBron after all. So
business trip is wild.
I love it. You know, just maybe like you know, rein in some of his trips a week, that's a pretty long time. So with everything going on, right, with the meta and hero bans, how do you think that kind of like works for your team? How do you think it favors you guys in a lot of your matchups?
I mean, I think it helps us a lot on like these dive maps because I think our team is really, really good at dive, like the monkey on a brig. And if we just like ban Hazard because Hazard's like really, really good right now. So if we could ban that and just force like a Winston mirror, then I think it benefits us a lot because I think we're the best in the region on that comp. So.
I mean, you guys talk about how good that comp is, but your Juno is cracked, bro. Like, I mean, some serious ankles got broken on Lijiang Tower. I think like what you're able to do as an individual is really good. It feels like you guys are not really bannable, but it does feel like the Gen.G ban in Mat 1 was a bit targeted. Can you tell us, like, were there any moments where you were trying to like target individuals, you know, on the Nightmare side?
I mean, Secret and I played with Zira on Nightmare last year. And then we knew that he had like a very good Gen.G, so we're kind of just trying to take that away from Zira, and especially because Koth is a really good map for Gen.G. So we kind of just try to take that away and put Lenny on Tracer because he's really good at Tracer. So we just like kind of shifted our playstyle a little bit, and it worked flawlessly.
Chef Kiss.
How hands-on is Hunter as a coach here when it comes to like the hero banning and whatnot?
Hunter is the worst when it comes to hero banning, I can't lie. Like, Secret and I think we have to help him every single time because he always wants to ban some troll character like White Fever or Roadhog or something that doesn't change the game at all. So, honestly, he's not really good at the hero ban stuff, but he's getting there.
You know what? It takes time for some. That's all right. That's all right. For now, you guys came out on top. CJ, thank you so much for chatting with us, and best of luck in your next game.
All right, thank you for having me.
Oh, it was a pleasure hearing it from CJ, who had a phenomenal performance today, honestly. Like, so much good game sense that we got to see. Just knows when to go in, when to disengage, where to position himself. Just a very big CJ moment. I feel like he's one of the players we've not been highlighting that much previously.
I mean,
I think this might be the season.
We also never really had a chance though to talk to him when he was on the LA Valiant because we never won.
True.
You know what I mean?
I was gonna say he's got that Valiant backdrop to remind himself always where he came from. You know, that,
Like, started from the bottom, now he's here. Let's take a look at the standings to see who's currently finding themselves on the bottom of just the first day of play here in our regular season. Of course, we only played 2 matches, so there's only so much we can take away from these numbers.
Yeah, but I mean, what I'm seeing here, and I'm just trying to tilt my head a little bit, but I'm seeing Team Liquid 0-1 in 8th
Screenshot
it. 8th place. Team Liquid, Caceres, and Danny, the Brains Trust.
Yeah,
Get busy, boys. Get busy.
That won't last. But I will say Timeless was really impressive today. There's there's like a difference of obviously, you know, beating somebody in like a, you know, 3-1, 3-2 like stunner, but like 3-0, I mean, that shouldn't be happening with the Team Liquid roster.
Yes.
Yeah, but like they clearly didn't seem that comfortable on the current perceived meta, right? That hazard composition just didn't quite have the same effect for them as it did for Timeless, which looked so smooth on it. So I'm sure back to the drawing board, get a few more reps, and it'll be fine.
It's like I feel like they've picked a team that's like can in theory play all the metas, right?
Right.
But in terms of playing together as a team, is maybe where they're struggling a bit.
Low-key, the most essential part of Overwatch, but that's all right. Let's take a look at our hero bans of the day from both regions. We summed it up, so let's see which region banned what and make some egregious statements about that. Matt, go. What do you think? How do you feel?
Oh man, Zen is really
Man,
being
Zen
targeted
ban
here.
is crazy.
No, I mean, I think you saw Ash get banned a bunch to like force players to play the Sojourn like in certain maps, like think like Numbani. I think we saw some Ash play from teams on Samoa, so games like that. And then when you're looking at like Dorado specifically, right, you're gonna see the, you know, whether it be like a Kiri ban or, you know, Juno, right, where you want to, you know, Kiri specifically because you want to get rid of the Suzu, right? If you're going to play the Ana with those sick bio grenades.
Yeah, I also think that like Hazard inside Kitsune Rush is, very, very good. Obviously, that ultimate's very high impact. You want to force the Juno Lucio mirror, you can do that. The Winston bans are interesting. I think there are just some teams that are specializing in that direction. These are completely different bans, right?
Yeah. This is like are these the Chinese Overwatch bans? I mean, this
is Shusha, like just basically like writing the script here. I think that The Juno ban is probably not too shocking. I mean, this is like in EMEA, they're preferring to play like the Kiriko-based comps. Wrecking Ball is a protect ban, and Malga probably is too. I mean, Malga can be strong against Hazard because, again, like he can stun Hazard within his like defensive windows. So some teams might just want to force Hazard Mirror and not have to take that matchup because, you know, it can force you to play a little bit differently. So I think that's fine, but yeah, a lot of protect bans also will skew the data.
Protect bans, troll bans, or just throwaway bans. I mean, we talked to some of the players and also the coaches today, right? And some of them said like we didn't really need to make use of the power that is given to us with those hero bans. Surely against other teams it might look different. So you know, it shall continue to evolve, and I'm very excited to see that additional layer that hero bans are bringing to the table. Speaking of things being brought to the table, this is what we can expect to feast upon tomorrow. These are our matches. Mitch, which one gets you hyped?
Okay, I think like Gen.G. Okay. Look, I want to see what this Rad team is up to. I really like the look of their roster. It feels like they've ponied up big time here for OWCS. Ponied up. They're ponied up.
Like giddying up?
Yeah,
like
no, literally clop. Mother lovers. No, I'm telling you, like I think this team is going to be pretty sick. I like that roster. Also, like I want to see what Gen.G, see more from them. Okay, I want to see what they got cooking against that Twisted Minds roster.
Yeah, I'm excited for the Twisted Minds Gen.G match as well, because I believe we were talking earlier. A lot of people think that Twisted Minds is the best team in EMEA. So tough go for Gen.G here at the start. But then also Timeless Nightmare, the last match tomorrow, right? I know two teams. I looked for Timeless looked really good today. Nightmare able to kind of bounce back and get a map win here against SSG. But I think that'll actually be a little bit more of a test for Timeless, and also just kind of see where Nightmare is at. Also probably gives us a good idea of like the bar of what happened with Liquid. So I think that match will tell us a lot.
Yeah, I think we still need to figure out where all those teams are standing right now, and they also still need to figure out partner teams didn't have to play in the qualifiers, so we didn't really know what to expect from a lot of those teams, and some are still just like figuring out how to match with each other because the
some were in
roster
Japan
shuffle
on
was
vacation,
insane. Some went on business trips, but yeah, tomorrow they're all coming prepared. Everyone did their homework. It's going to be great, but that's it from us. To the two of you, gents, thank you so much for calling the action. I missed y'all. Family is back together. For now, however, we do say goodbye. I will see you all tomorrow once again, but don't go anywhere because we're going to be raiding J3 right after this, so make sure to stick around and say hi. Thank you so much for watching.